Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to live coverage for the first time this season of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, the start of a new season, and we're kicking things off for 2025 here at Aukštadvaris for a full day of action here for Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. My name is Andrew Mather. Great to have you with us here this morning, wherever you're watching from around the world. Really excited to bring you, starting off the qualifying practice sessions for all of our categories here today. Two sets of heats, and then the finals later on today as we kick off this new season. Bit of housekeeping as we get things underway. If you're tuning in, watching or looking for a particular set of drivers here today, here's the order that we're going to be having across the course of the day. The micros and the micro under 9 category will be out first, then the junior and the junior hobby category. The minis will be out third in all of our rotations today. They'll be followed by the seniors and the senior hobby category, running out on track at the same time. The DD2s, and the DD2 Masters, really looking forward to seeing them out today. They'll be towards the latter end of the racing part of each rotation, and then the Nanos will be finishing. That's a category still running on the Micro Max formula, but for development drivers. All qualifying practices that we'll be kicking off with, well, pretty much now, are all 5 minutes in length, and then the heats, 2 sets of heats later on today, with the Nanos being a slighter difference to that, which we'll come on to in a bit. But essentially for the younger ones, it's all 6 minutes plus 1 lap. For the older ones that aren't DD2s, it's 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And then those DD2s will have 10 minutes plus 1 lap. The Nanos will have a semi-final during heat number 1. Then it's rinse and repeat again for the finals. That'll be after the lunch break. And then the Nanos will have their final during that second racing rotation of the day. And then the finals will be later on this afternoon, starting around 3:30 local time. It's 10 o'clock here in Lithuania as we get things going. And for the drivers out there, good opportunities for them to get up to speed. Apologies, we're not quite able to bring you some live timing at the present time, but that will be updated in due course. Out on track at the moment, we have got our our micro runners, micros and micro under 9s. This being the entry-level category in terms of the technical platform for Rotax's ladder, which in terms of the Lithuanian Championship had some really strong performances in 2024 at not just as a national stage, but also all the way to the grand finals. And yes, it's going to be a pretty long season. It's going to be an exciting season, but for a lot of the drivers here this Sunday, they will have their eye on potentially a route through to the Rotax Grand Finals later on in the year. I'm looking in this category to emulate the success of the likes of Jokubas Vaškelis, who was in the top 10 last year in the Micro Grand Final, and Emilis Juozaitis was also pretty highly ranked in the Grand Final last year from this part of the world. You can get in touch with us as well in the YouTube chat as well. Pop your comments in and let us know where you're watching from. Out on circuit at the moment. Apologies, we'll try and get live timing up for you as soon as possible. At the moment, we've got some timing at least at our end coming through for some of the Nanos. These are the minis and the mini, sorry, the micros and the micro under 9s. Run down of the championship order from last year. Well, those 2 drivers that we mentioned earlier through the grand finals, Vaškelis and Emilis Juozaitis, they were of course 1 and 2 in Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania last year. And they took the tickets to head to Sano and performed very admirably indeed. Oskaras Pitkovas was third in the championship. Should note that a number of these drivers have moved up into the mini category for 2025, and we'll see them later on today. Emilis Czapkauskas was fourth. Taurus Zimnikas was in fifth. Sale Vartkate was in sixth place, and Sale has been performing very well today, also in, again, the higher categories. As I say, a lot of these drivers moving up through the order. Sale was fastest in Minimax later on today. Oh, sorry, early on today, I should say. We'll see the minis later on today. Carlos Bensons was seventh. Remek Kravchunas was in eighth. Leonas Zarikov was ninth, and Oscar Bakutis was in 10th. Checkered flag goes out for the completion of that practice session. And if you head across to the Race Monitor website, that's where all the live timing and the results are coming through as well. The key search for you to do, because there's a lot of karting on today around the world. Rotax Max LT Challenge Round 1 will bring you all of the latest information from here. Let's talk about this circuit, this very interesting circuit here at Aukštadvaris. Quite different to many kart circuits around the world, particularly when you get to that second half of the course. 14 turns in all. We're on the 1200 meter layout today. There'll be 2 visits to Aukštadvaris for this season of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, the first 2 rounds of the season. But for today, we're on the 1200 meter layout, 14 turns. The first part of the course quite quick, leading into a sequence of hairpins. That's the typical bit in terms of a kart circuit design. But once you get through turn 8 and the sweeping bends, quite technical second half of the course, running you through from turn 8 down to turn 14. It's a very big challenge for the drivers. Another big challenge for the drivers. There isn't any, well, there might be some music playing at the circuit, but the reason why you can see a lot of the drivers hopping up and down, it is very, very cold at Aukštadvaris here today. We're in minus degrees, and a big part of that is the wind as well. Quite a brisk wind over the circuit today. So whilst it's sunny, it's a pretty clear day here in Aukštadvaris. The air temperatures for the drivers are very, very tough to deal with indeed. And that is going to be a challenge for the drivers in terms of their machinery, not just keeping themselves warm, but keeping the karts warm, tyres, getting them up to temperature, and such the like. We are going to get ready for, we'll bring you the results of those micro qualifyings as soon as we can. The good news is the juniors we do have timing information for, so they're going to be out in a short while. For those new to Junior Max Racing, this is an age category for those in the year of their 12th birthday. So as long as they turn 12 years of age before the 31st of December 2025, they are eligible for this category. And then in terms of the competition, they can't be older than 15 years of age. It's a very competitive category wherever we see it in the world. It's a big step up category as well. We often talk about the change between a Minimax and a Junior Max, and how big a change that is, because the machinery gets a lot bigger, the power a lot more as well. But for many of these drivers, it's a category that they will enjoy. We have got in total 9 runners in Junior for today. I will take you through them. The 211 of Nemenas Volbekis will be one of the first drivers out on circuit. Also out there in the 213. Nice and easy to remember with the juniors. 3-digit numbers, and they always start with a 2. Normantas Avrasivicius will be in the 213. Domas Karalevicius will be in the 233. Laurenas Karalevicius will be in the 244. Rodrigo Kakas was very quick this morning in the practice session, so look out for Rodrigo in the 252. Oskar Skoroga will be in the 266. Ginas Rimkus will be in the 272. Marcus Jauk will be in the 288. and Marius Mazinas will be in the 296. And Mazinas definitely a name to look out for today, because when we were talking about that change between Minimax and Junior Max, Mazinas is one of those drivers taking the big step, or has taken the big step over the course of the 2024 to 2025 off-season. Finished the 2024 season very, very well at the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno in Italy. Was 12th in the mini-final. So effectively, for Mazinas, 12th best in the world at a mini level last season. Not a bad accolade indeed. Board in the air there from the pre-grid officer, indicating that there's not long to go. We were seeing the 3-minute board from our side, but I believe that may have been the 1-minute board for the drivers. That's the all-important bit. Run down of the championship last year as well to remind you of who finished where. Again, a number of these drivers will have moved on, moved up from junior into senior, but Timofil Vladimirov was your champion. Marius Kachauskas was second, and Fernando Peiras was in third. But the qualifying session is underway, and out onto circuit now. Step the drivers, and straight away you could see how cold it is there. That almost looked like a wet racing line on slick tyres for the first couple of drivers out on circuit, but that's simply because the track temperature is so low here today. I mean, this is going to be the right tyre choice. Once the drivers get heat into their tyres, they'll be whipping along quite nicely out on circuit. Right now they're going to have this challenge of keeping it on the black stuff, keeping it on the tarmac. It's a circuit that can bite drivers at times. It's what you could call an old school circuit of no tarmac runoffs. If you make a mistake around here, you are going to be flirting with the grass, and that's not going to be what you want to do on a morning like this. Once the times are coming through, we'll bring you to them. Of course, these are just the initial warm-up laps. A little bit of news from earlier on this morning. Let's take you through what we saw in the official practice earlier on this morning. That'll give us a good indicator as to where we're going to be seeing these times. Well, it's a 55.795 earlier on this morning. That was the fastest time from Rodrigo Kakas. We said that Kakas was quick this morning in the 2:52, and was indeed. There is the 2:72 of Ginas Rimkus on the CRG. Rimkus was 7th this morning on a 58.689. So the whole field all under the 60-second barrier, but particularly into those 55s, I think is what we're going to be looking at for pole position, at least going off the official practice times. Also quick this morning, Nemenas Volbekis in the 2:11, and not a surprise to see Marius Mazinas was quick this morning as well. So at the moment, the 2:72 of Ginas Rimkus, fastest of anyone, 56.457. So that's very good for Ginas, quicker than this morning. This is the 2:52 of Rodrigo Kakas on the LN chassis with the new OTK Nano panels. I can see there, much talked about in the off season. The new range of body parts that some of the drivers are running. Immediately behind, you can see two examples of the older OTK Nano panels, the hot dog, as it was nicknamed by many in the karting community. Do they have an effect? I'm still sitting on the fence on whether they do provide an aerodynamic advantage. But right now, Rimkus won't worry too much about that, because Rimkus is fastest, and straight away, good to see that the track is running a lot quicker than we saw in official practice earlier on this morning. We're already into the 54s, so Rimkus on a 54.202 is your fastest driver at the moment in this qualifying session. Mazinas goes to P2, on a 54.300. Kaka's third on a 54.339. Marcus Jauch's had a decent start to this qualifying session. He's there in fourth place in a 288 on 54.584. New pole position time has just gone in, and it's the driver who was quickest this morning, Rodrigo Kakas, goes to a 53.556 on the fourth lap of this session. Mazinas has gone to P2, so it's the 252 from the 296. Jauch has gone up to third place in the 288, which means that this driver here, Jinas Rimkus, falls to fourth place, but still a good opportunity with how much time have we got to go? Well, we've only got 30 seconds to go. It's going to be intriguing here to see if any of the drivers can get over the line and get an extra lap in. I think for Rimkus there may be an opportunity to do that, which if the track's getting quicker all the time could be very important indeed. Out of the final corner, out of turn 14. This is the fastest part of the course. Rimkus goes over the line, goes quicker, but stays in fourth place, but crucially got over the line before the checkered flag came out, which is going to happen in 3, 2, 1. Checkered flag is out, so I think everybody but the 266 of Oscar Esguerra has managed to get out on circuit for it. Esguerra might have stopped out there, because I just noticed 266 on timing at least hasn't completed a third lap here. Mazinas has gone fastest on the penultimate lap, so Mazinas now on pole position. Here are going to be the final lap times. Grover comes over the line there, so did get going again. Got in a personal best in the 56.08, but will start heat 1 from 9th on the grid. Can Jinas Rimkus find something to go back up the order? Fourth, and the moment stays fourth. Anybody else going quicker? I don't think so. Well, Marcus Jauch improves. But it's going to be Marius Mazinas on pole position, the only driver to break under the 53-second barrier in the 296. Marius Mazinas, pole position. Very good performance there indeed. The drivers will head back to pit lane. And just to update, if again you're particularly following the juniors here today, their first heat will be out at, so let me just check, 11:43 local time for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. So if you're elsewhere in Europe, if you're in the UK, it's the 2-hour difference. If you're in France, Italy, Germany, it's 1 hour's difference. If you're other parts of the world, I'll leave you to do the maths on that one. But as it's 10:17 local time here in Lithuania, just about an hour and a half until we see the juniors again for their first heat. And into the paddock they go to go through all the mandatory checks, make sure that everybody's to the correct weight, and that all the technical specifications that the drivers have been running with are all correct. So it's again 11:43 local time is when the juniors will be back out on circuit. Their second heat. If you can't join us for that one, again, don't worry, because you can watch all of the action from Aukštadvaris back here today at your leisure over on the YouTube broadcast. The second heat will just be before 2 o'clock. 13:58 on the 24-hour clock is the set to go time for the second heat for juniors, and then 15:49 local time will be the time for the final. The drivers all in the pits now. It'll be the minis out next for us, and really good to see a very strong field of Minimax runners here today. 18 of them in total. And as you see, the 296 pushed into pit lane there. That's the kart that we expect to see on pole position for later on today. Let's just give you a very quick rundown now that's come through. These results are not official, just to confirm. But right now, provisionally, Mazinas pole, 52.963. Marcus Jauch in second place on a 53.141. Rodrigo Kakas again, was quick this morning and was not bad there in that qualifying practice. 53.341 for Rodrigo Kakas. Ginas Rimkus, who we saw a lot of in that qualifying session, 53.889, will be fourth. Nemenas Volbekas was fifth for 53.986. Lorinas Karalevicius was sixth at 54.137. Domas Karalevicius was in seventh place, a further 10th and a half behind, 54.269. Normantas Avrasevicius was on a 54.317. That was good enough for 8th place. And then Oscar Groga had some form of problems. We're not quite sure from the commentary box position here of what that problem was, but only 3 laps for Groga in the 266, a 56.080 being the best of them. Everybody else doing at least 5 or 6 laps. No, in fact, everybody else did 6 laps. It's just some of them were doing their best laps on lap 5. Some of them were doing the best of them on lap 6. Not too long to go then before we get the Minimax qualifying practice underway. It's local time of 10:21 here at Aukštadvaris, and we're due to go in a minute's time for all of our drivers. 18 of them. Let's quickly run through who we've got in the field today. This is all, of course, in number order. Taras Simnikas in the 101. Maida Ketvertita in the 104. Gabrielius Derentius in the 111. Venus Zalnerevicius in the 112. Emilis Giozaitis in the 117. Keep an eye on MLS. I'm expecting some big things today from the 117. Martins Labyrinth in the 118. Remek Kriachinas in the 119. Jokubas Vaskelis, very, very key name to keep an eye on in this field, will be in the 124. Likewise for Patricus Yotius in the 125. Elliot Travis, a name I'm very familiar with, back from the UK racing scene, is out here in the 135. And apologies, that's as far as we're going to get, because they've all started to jumble around and on our live timing board. In fact, no, we'll go through the rest of them. This isn't now in number order, but these are the ones that didn't quite get time to read out to you a few moments ago. Sali Vardkate in the 198 was looking good this morning. Joris Stankevicius in the 199. Oskaras Pitkovas in the 184 is out in this one. Kater Spike in the 175. Jonas Pundis in the 161. Ralph Rakaitis in the 153. Vaidonas Pictis in the 181. And I think the last driver that we didn't quite name earlier of the 18 is Klavs Hans in the 169. So it's 5 minutes once again for all of these drivers in Minimax. And already a minute of this qualifying session has gone. Bit of news from earlier this morning. Let's just take you through who was looking good in practice this morning. Vaitkate, as mentioned, was fastest, a 56.049. Jokubas Vaskelis was second on a 56.148, and it was Joris Stankevicius third on a 56.551. But as we've seen already from the juniors, the track has got a little bit quicker since those official practice sessions, which were at the very start of the day. So we could be seeing some quicker lap times across the course of the next few minutes. Not long, these qualifying sessions. You can see there's only 3 minutes of it to go, and straight to the top of the order jumps Patrikas Yochus in the 125, a 55.704 there for the driver who was champion, of course, in this category in 2024, has stayed in Minimax for the 2025 season, another season of development, and as I say, went on from winning RMC Lithuania last year to then record a top 10 finish in the Rotax Grand Finals at the back end of 2024. So we're seeing a top 10 driver in the world in this category with us once again this weekend. And there you can see just with the mainly black bodywork, but then flashes of the colours of Lithuania on the race suit there for Pačkas. And let's see what the lap times are going to be this time around. So the quicker, 54.961, but quicker than Jocas has gone Vaškelis. So Vaškelis to a P1 on a 54.874. So Vaškelis, your reigning Micromax champion in RMC Lithuania, taking the step up into the mini category and on a full-time basis now for 2025, and has very much announced the intentions there. Vaškelis to the top of the timesheets. Who else is going pretty quickly? Sole Vaiskate is doing well. He's there in third on a 55.410, and Crouchiness in the 119 has also broken the 56-second barrier. In fact, quite a few drivers have broken the 56-second barrier in this one so far. Oskaris Pitkovas goes to provisional pole position on a 54.862. So the 184 fastest now in this session. Pitkovas, another one of the drivers moving up to Minimax for 2025, was third in the micro category at the end of the season in 2024. So that's a great start for Pitkovas for this 2025 season. It's Pitkovas, Vaškelis, Stankevičius, Jocas, Pundis. That's your top five right now. Jonas Pundis with a good lap last time around. Went up to a 55.287. Drivers coming out of the final corner here. Quite a few of them are going to get another lap in here. Jocas goes back up to third place, but it's immediately displaced by Vaškelis. So the Vaškelis 124 goes to pole position now, 54.848. Quite a few of the fastest drivers in this group are on your screens in this first group at the moment. Unfortunately for Patrikas Jocas, hasn't got a toe at the moment. It's not the biggest of toe circuits with all of those complex corners, particularly from turn 5 onwards, but there are these fast runs through turns 6, 7, 8 and into 9. Now they're into the technical part of the course where it really is corner after corner after corner. There's the 199 of Stankevičius. Joris Stankevičius currently in third place. Can anyone beat the 55.848 of Jokubas Vaškelis right at the end here? Not looking like these lap times are quicker. Well, Vaškelis has gone quicker to further extend the advantage. Has dropped under the 55-second barrier properly this time. 54.789. I think it's going to be the lap time that gives pole position in Minimax to Jokubas Vaškelis. A very, very good performance there from Vaškelis to kick off this Minimax campaign. We will look forward to seeing those drivers all out later on today. The first heat for the Minis will be at 11:58. The second heat will be at 14:13. These are local times here in Lithuania, just to confirm. And then the final for the Minis will be at 16:11, so 10 past, or just after 10 past 4 local time here at Aukštadvaris. And into the pits they will all come. It'll be the seniors out next. We'll just see if we've got the official results through for us, and we'll give you the full rundown of those Minimax runners. Provisionally, of course, so Vaškelis on pole position, 54.789. Pitkovas in second place on a 54.862. Stankevičius third on a 54.917. Jocas in fourth place is still towards the front end, but it's definitely got some rivals to play with here at the start of this new season. Last year's champion, 54.936. Vaiskate in fifth place. Good performance there from Sali Vaiskate at a 55.118. Just knocked Jonas Pundis to the outside of row number 3 on that 55.287. Taurus Zimnikas was 7th on a 55.428. Remy Kaušinis was 8th on a 55.463. Klaus Hans a 55.512. And Elliot Travis, you can just see Elliot Travis there in his KR Sports suit, 135. That was your top 10. Emilis Georgitis was 11th on a 55.697. Martins Lapans in 12th place on a 56.384. So good to see 11 drivers under the 56-second barrier in that session. Ralph Lacazis was 13th on a 56.5. Just beat Keita Spike to 14th place. Vardunas Pictus was 15th on a 56.6. Venus Zalnerevicius was on a 56.844. That was 16th place. Gabrielius Derincius was a 57.377 in 17th place. And unfortunately, we did not see a lap time completed by Maida Kedvertiter in the 104. So, pending, of course, any findings in scrutineering, that is how they will line up for the first heat later on today. And you can see from the drivers as well, it is still very, very cold out there. If you're just joining us, sub-zero temperatures here today at Aukštadvaris, and a brisk, well, probably more than brisk wind, stronger than 20 kilometers an hour in speed. But getting ready then for the next category and the next 5 minutes qualifying session, and this is always one to look forward to, is of course the seniors. And we've got one senior hobby runner in this one as well. Let's once again take you through the runners in this one. All of these drivers starting with a 3 in their triple-digit number. Jonas Liutkauskas is the first of them in 3:03. Linas Velonsvicius, a very strong season in 2024, is back once again to try and defend the title in the 3:04. Karius Petkus in the 3:25. Dovydas Gudlevicius in the 3:31. Elise Stalchimane is here in the 3:44. Keeping the eye out there for Elise from Latvia. In the 3:61, we've got Vitautas Dagelis, Marta Spike in the 3:66. Armandas Zakalis in the 3:69. Marius Karachauskas in the 3:73. Domas Tumasonis in the 3:77. And Timofil Vladimirov, last year's junior champion, now stepping up into the seniors, is the 11th of the runners in the 3:87. Green flag in the air. Out go the drivers for senior qualifying. And the 5-minute counter starts to tick on down. Let's also just take you through what we saw in the practice sessions this morning. Who was looking quick out there for this group of 11. So Litvicius was fastest of all, a 52.942 in the 3:31. Kachauskas second on a 53.008. Vladimirov in the 3:87 was third, 53.049. And Volonjvicius in the 3:04, last year's champion, a little bit off the pace this morning on a 53.414. Gudlevicius, good form round this circuit. The last time we saw visits to this part of the world, to Aukštadvaris, about 55 kilometres from the capital city of Vilnius. It's a double header again in August, so it's considerably warmer than it was here today. 3rd of August and the 24th of August, they again ran the 2 different formats that can be run here at at this circuit, but Gudelevicius was the winner of the first of those rounds in the 2024 edition of RMC Lithuania. So we'll see whether Rotax can repeat that feat from not 12 months ago, but more like 8 months ago when we were here. Volonjevicius, as mentioned, champion in 2024, was second on both visits to Aukštadvaris in the 2024 season. We're looking to go one better here today. First lap times coming in of a competitive nature, 52.257 for Gudelevicius in the 3:31. The advantage at the moment is about a quarter of a second over Marius Kachauskas. Marius, another one of the drivers stepping up from the junior category this year, was the runner-up in the championship in 2024. The driver who beat into the junior title last year, just behind third in the standings at the moment. There's the 3:31 on your screens. That is your fastest driver out on circuit at the moment, or was until the times of Vladimirov came in, a 51.843 from Vladimirov there. And Elisa Stochimane has gone quick as well, so Elisa up to second place on a 51.929. Kachauskas in third, so Gudelevicius all of a sudden now down in fourth place. There up front of the field at the moment. That looks to be the 373. It is indeed. And that's Marius Kachauskas on the Birel ART. Looking quick, but has the problem at the moment of giving a tow to every other driver, at least those in close proximity. Good array of different types of machinery in terms of chassis out there. There is Elise Stochimane on the 344 on a Sodi. And it's doing pretty well for them at the moment. Fourth place, so Gudelevicius has gone quicker. That's just ticked through on our timing. So Gudelevicius up to pole position at the moment on a 51.456, just under a minute to go. I think everybody will get another lap in pretty comfortably, with the exception possibly of Vatautas Daglis in the 361. Daglis at the moment not showing as, oh no, through, has got another fourth lap in, but it wasn't quicker than any of the times before. Fifth lap's being completed now. Now the question will be, have the drivers still got enough in their tyres to pull another lap out here? Everyone will get a fifth lap, or has got a fifth lap in, is now onto their sixth lap, but it should be noted that no one's setting green and purple lap times at the moment, so it's still Gudelevicius on pole, clear by only 3 thousandths at the moment from Vladimirov. Volonjevicius in third, Stochimane in the fourth, Kachauskas in fifth. There's the 361 on your screens. That is Daglis, only in 11th place, so Daglis needing to find something here. Time is up, and Vladimirov's found something. 51.354. Vladimirov has gone to pole position. Gudelevicius was also quick at that last lap, but looks to have missed out on pole here by just 600ths of a second. Armandas Sakalis has gone quicker as well. Good enough for sixth place, but what a lap at the end there. We thought the best of the running in this qualifying session has gone. Not the case, and it's Timofil Vladimirov who, right at the end there, takes pole position away from Gudelevicius, one of the final winners here last year in the senior category, and that is a very, very assured performance indeed, and good to see. A driver stepping on up. He did have some good results here last year, did Vladimirov. Was second in both the junior finals that took place here in 2024. But that is quite a statement to open the campaign here in seniors. So the drivers heading on in for their checks. Confirm provisional result. Timofey Vladimirov fastest, 51.354. Clear of Dovydas Gudelevicius by 0.058 of a second. Gudelevicius also quicker on that very last lap, that 6th flying lap on a 51.412, but not enough to take pole position. Linus Volonjvicius, last year's champion, will start the heats 3rd on the grid and keeping themselves warm there. Elise Stolcimane from Latvia will be 4th on the grid. A very good lap time there, 51.610. Marius Kachauskas in 5th, 51.757. In 6th place, Armandas Sakalis on a 52.184. Marta Spike 7th on a 52.245. Jonas Kwiatkowskis 8th on a 52.389 rather. Domas Tumasonis in 9th place, also in the 52s, 52.612. And of course is the hobby runner, the senior hobby runner. So as long as he can get round and get to the finish, that'll be a subclass category win for Tumasonis today. Kaius Petkus completes the top 10, 52.852. And after a tricky start to that session, Vitalis Dagilis is 11th, is towards the rear of the field, but the whole field covered by 1.6 seconds, so 52.936 the time there for Dagilis. So getting ready for the next session then, and this is one of the categories that anyone who knows their Rotax racing definitely looks forward to. It is of course DD2. We'll have the DD2 Masters out in this one as well. 10 DD2 runners ready to go here. 2 of them master runners in this order and 2 of them hobby runners. One of the hobby runners is also a master. Let's take you through the runners for this one. Starting with the 405. Tonis Johannes Tumigas in the 405. Martinas Balchunas in the 423. Aris Jankevicius in the 427. Maxim Shrucho in the 435. Devin Sagadi in the 444. Noyus Garalitis in the 445. Edgars Vilkant, of course, in the 649. 469 rather. Pritse in the 519, that's one of the master runners. And then, of course, we've also got Orgias Kragas is our single master and hobby runner in the 521, and Michaelis Mazanas as well in the 577. So those are all of your drivers getting ready for DD2. I should mention as well that Aris Jankevicius is the other of the hobby runners in this category. And again, a quick rundown of what we saw earlier on this morning in practice. It was not a surprise to see Edgars Vilkans top of the timesheets, 51.916, but it's pretty close, only 8 thousandths of a second the difference. Devin Sagadi in the 444 running Vilkans pretty close out there. Tonis Johannes Tumigas was 3rd on a 51.989, so the top 3 covered by a 10th of a second this morning in practice. Plenty to think about for the reigning champion Edgars Vilkans, who did win here at Aukštadvaris the last time we were here on the 24th of August as part of the 2024 season. So going to be interesting to see whether that kind of performance can be replicated. Out they head then for the start of this 5-minute qualifying practice session. And DD2's always a challenge to drive, the ultimate expression of what Rotax machinery can do. suspect the drivers will be thinking through the tactics, because it's one of those circuits with its design that, yes, a tow can be beneficial, particularly the run out of turn 14 to start another lap through turn 1 through turn 2. But then you don't really want another driver, unless they're very quick, of course, right ahead of you for the sequence of corners through, say, turn 3 through to turn 6, that sequence of hairpins, and then particularly through this part of the course, down through 12, 13, 14. You don't want to be tripping over somebody there, so I reckon a lot of the drivers will just want to get their own bit of space out on track and do the business purely by themselves. There on his screens, that's the 405, Thomas Johannes Tumagas. Good morning for Tumagas earlier on today. And Tumagas will like having the arguably best of road positions right now at the front of the field. No worries of any traffic in the way. And we'll see the first flying laps in a short moment's time. Just a little bit further down the road is the 427 of Aras Jankevicius, one of the hobby category runners. Weaving through that sequence of S's, there is Audrius Kragas in the 5:21. Right, first proper lap times coming in now. 51.909 from Tumagas. Still waiting for the likes of Mazanas and Vilkans to come over the line and get their lap times in. Devin Sagadi goes pole, 51.671 in the 444 machine. And Edgars Vilkans takes it away, 51.661 for the reigning champion. That is what we come to expect, but the gap at the moment only 1/100th of a second. So it's the 4.69 of Edgars Vilkans. Moment on pole position, but still 2.25 minutes of this session to go. There is the 444 of Devin Sagadi, who now has been shuffled down to 4th place in the standings. That's because Balchunas has gone quicker. In fact, Tumagas has gone fastest of anyone. So this is on the 3rd flying lap. Tumagas goes to a 51.400. Balchunas to a 51.592. These are all on third flying laps. Sagadi's gone quicker, 50.867. Where is Vilkans? Vilkans hasn't come over the line yet and takes pole back. So 50.675 is now the benchmark for everybody out there. But Devin Sagadi, at this moment, I think will be quite happy with this. P2 on the grid. He's got to find 0.2 of a second to take pole position away from the 4.69 of Edgars Vilkans. There was a quick sight of the 5.21. That's Audrius Kragas, currently in 9th place in this session. Another one of the drivers running one of those new NASA panels. KG Components one. That's the one that's, I think, being named the Shark Gills. Those slots in the surface there, trying to encourage the air, the cleanliness of the air up and over the top of the driver. Edgars Vilkans, if you're just joining us, is fastest in DD2 at the moment, 50.661. Devin Sagadi, 2nd place at the moment on a 50.812. Here's the 427, Aras Jankevicius. Bit of a difficult session so far for Aras. Aras currently 10th fastest out of 10 on a 53.372. Can Jankevicius find a better lap time? It's another 53.466, so stays in P10 right now. Meanwhile, Vilkans not quite over the line yet. Starting to get 5th laps over the line. Nobody going quicker again. It's only 3 seconds on the clock here, so this may be us done for this qualifying practice. Vilkans comes over the line, goes quicker, and I think, yes, did get another lap in there, so 50.546 is now the benchmark. Vilkans extends the advantage out to over 1/4 of a second. Noyes Gerlaitis has gone into the top 5, a 51.353 from Noyes in the 4:45. Good lap time, gets ahead of the current master subclass pole position holder, Plitze in 6th place. Over the line then. Oh, good lap time there from Jan Kevicius right at the end. Stays P10, but it's a PB to finish the session on with a 53.298. Is anybody else going quicker? Vilkans is going quicker again. It may seem, actually no, that was his 5th lap, so we'll see if there are any further improvements. Gerolaitis over the line there stays P5. I think Plitze has gone quicker on the 6th and final lap of that qualifying session. Yes, indeed. But it is the news from DD2 that Edgars Vilkans will start on pole position. A very good start to things here for the reigning champion. And probably a bit of a bigger margin than was expected, at least based off what we saw earlier on this morning. A very good session there from Edgars Vilkans to take pole position in the end by 0.211 of a second. Devin Sagali got P2, well, already had P2 and then further secured on that last lap of a 50.757, but 50.546 for Vilkans, 50.757 for the 444 of Sagali. Maxim Shkruko starts in 3rd place on a 4:35.51.180, pipped Thomas Johannes Tungas by 100th of a second to that 4th place. So good stuff there from Maxim. So Thomas Johannes Tungas will be P4. Nurius Gerolaitis in 5th place. Plitze, the first of the Masters, 6th overall. Michaelas Mazinas, the 2nd of the Masters, will be 7th overall. The difference between the two master runners there, 0.013, so very close once again in DD2 master. Martinez Balchunas in 8th place on a 51.485, Odius Kragas 9th on a 52.832, and Aris Jankevicius 10th out of 10 on a 53.298 with a positive for Jankevicius. That was right at the end of the session, so improving all the time through the course of that qualifying session. If you're particularly looking out for DD2, these are the times to keep in your minds. The first of their 10 minutes plus 1 lap heats will be at 12:26 local time, of course, and then the second one will be at 14:41. The last race of the whole day will be at 16:52 rather, for the 14-minute plus 1 lap final here for DD2 and DD2 Masters. One more formal qualifying session to go. It is for the Nanos. So these are some of our youngest drivers in competition here today. These are drivers racing on the Micromax platform of machinery. As I say, just getting started. Almost acts like a Bambino category for our drivers out there. And we're going to have 7 drivers to talk about across over the next 5 minutes or so. The number 4 of Vincentas Pictis, the number 10 of Taurus Bacchatis Filius, Gelvis Gadutis in the number 17, Marius Norcas in the number 20, Rightis Tennis in the 56. Love a 56, that's my favourite race number, so best of luck to Rightis Tennis in that one. Rodrigo Labins in the 63, and Mikhail Anziyevsky in the 79 completes the Rotax Nano field here. Slightly different format for the Nanos. This is where things are the same as the other categories in this qualifying session. It'll be 5 minutes for them out there. And then they'll have a semi-final in the first rotation of races. So at the end of the first rotation of races, they'll have a 6-minute plus 1 lap race, and then they will have their final in the second rotation of races, the first one after the lunch break. So qualifying and 2 races for our young drivers here today. You can see the marshals keeping a high step up to keep themselves warm. You can see as
from the Rotax flags there, just how brisk that wind, how powerful that wind is across the circuit here today. A few fluffy clouds in the sky over the circuit here. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, the first round of a new season for us here at Aukštadvaris. It's 1,200 meter circuit, 14 turns. As out onto the circuit go the Nanos. News from the practice sessions earlier on today. 1 minute 7.1 for Bakutis, the fastest time that we saw. 1 minute 10.403 for Gadutis. Oh dear, we've had some spins down at on the first lap. I think that might have been Bakutis actually in the if that I could just about make out the number 10 there. It is, so that's our driver who was quickest in the free practice session this morning. Hopefully Bakutis can get back on circuit, because otherwise that's going to be one of the best hopes for pole position in this session. Not going anywhere anytime soon. If you're enjoying the broadcast as well, do make sure that you've clicked that like button. If you're new here as well and want to continue supporting the championship, do hit the subscribe button. There is the number 20 on your screens. That's Marius Norkus. Third this morning in the practice session, 1 minute 13.606. Very tough conditions this morning for the drivers, again, because it's so cold out there. Trying to get any kind of temperature into the tyres. Even more difficult than usual. Marius Norkus currently fastest in this session, but we're still in that phase of the session where drivers will be getting themselves up to speed. Through into the second half of the circuit now for Marius Norkus. Going downhill slightly. Looking for some good sector times at the moment. We'll be getting the competitive laps through in a short while. This is a great sequence of corners down through 12, 13. There is turn 13, and then immediately into turn 14, whipping around the final corner and onto the pit straight. What is this lap time going to be for Marius Norkus? It's a 1 minute 11.291. Which in terms of where the times would have been this morning. Just to note that the number 10 of Taurus, Bakutis Vilius, has got going again. So that's good to note. Ritz's tennis at the moment is not circulating, which is a shame, in that number 56. Right now, Marius Norkus, fastest driver of all. One of 3 drivers to have completed 2 timed laps at the moment. Gelvis Geditis in number 17 and Rodrigo Lapins being the other 2. And now more lap times coming through, and a new fastest lap time for the number 10. So Taurus Bakutis Vilius, after that little spin, has gone to a 1 minute 7.190. So that's a similar pace to what we saw from the number 10 earlier on this morning. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. There is your new fastest driver in Nano. We also just saw there the number 4 of Vincenzas Pictis, currently 6th in this session. 1 minute 29.528. Beautifully prepared number 63 there. That was Rodrigo Lapins, currently in 4th place. New fastest lap time, Gelvis Geditis. So the number 17 goes to the top of the timesheet. So we have got some competition here for this pole position. At the moment, Bakutis is just tucked under the rear axle of number 75 of Mikhail and Zhivchevsky. Over the line, could be quite important here for Bakatis to get through and get some clean air, which Taurus Bakatis-Villiers does, because now set about trying to beat this new fastest lap time from the number 17. There is Gelvis Gedatis. Really good lap there, 1 minute 4.983. Only 20 seconds of this session to go. There you can see Gelvis Gedatis, who is actually going to get another lap in here. That could be quite important. That was a 1 minute 8.809 that time around. They were just trying to build up some speed for this last go. There's a little bit of damage to the front fairing there. Might just be scraping on the ground. Hopefully that's not affecting Gelvis too much at the moment. Checkered flag is out, so anyone who's on a lap now will be allowed to finish it. I think Gedatis is going to be the only... Actually, no. Norcus and Lappins have also got through. So they'll get a 5th lap in. And a new pole time. Taurus Bakatis-Villiers has gone and set a 1 minute 3.711. That is a great response from the number 10, having had a very difficult start to this session. And yeah, that is particularly good traffic management. That will be it for Taurus Bakatis-Villiers. It'll be down to see, can Gelvis Gedatis go and set a faster lap time? Oh, don't think so, because unfortunately for the number 17, it's found some traffic. That was the number 4 of Centes Pictis, who's looking to go quicker. And yes, in the end, I think that took the opportunity, the final opportunity away. In the end, it was a 1 minute 9 for Gelvis, and that is the completion of the timed qualifying sessions here this morning. And just to go over what we have seen there in Rotax Nano, Taurus Bakatis-Villiers, 1 minute 3.711, 1.3 seconds clear, well 1.272 to be exact. Gelvis Gedatis in the number 17 P2. Marius Norcus 3rd on a 1 minute 10.402. Rodrigo Lappins 4th on a 1 minute 14.5. Mikhail Anzachevsky in 5th place on a 1 minute 15.689. Vincentas Pictus 6th on a 1 minute 28.870. No lap times completed by Ritis Tennis. So into the pits pull the Rotax Nano drivers. Once again, they will go through all of the weight checks, the technical checks, making sure that things are being done correctly. And we'll look forward to the semi-final for the Nanos at 12:43 local time. And then the Nano final will be at 14:58. So the 2 races for the Nanos today. So they'll all be done by just after 3 o'clock local time. The drivers heading in onto the weighbridge. Once again, the marshals keeping themselves warm, and the officials out there. Great effort from the marshals here today. There you can see down in the paddock some of the Bambino runners, the baby runners, who I think I'm right in saying are going to have a 12-minute. A 9-minute practice. Sorry, yes, Ed, it is a 12-minute practice session coming up shortly. This won't be a competitive session, I believe. So we'll keep an eye on that in due course. session for the baby category, due to go off in about a minute's time.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, the first round of the new season here at Aukštadvaris. And we've seen the qualifying sessions this morning. They've been completed, and we're not too far away from the first set of heats getting going. We've just had the Bambinos out, the babies, out for a free practice session, hence why there was no official timing with that one. Apologies for early this morning where with the micros and the micro under 9s we did have some technical difficulties, but we can now bring you the rundown of how they qualified. So this was the very first 5-minute qualifying session that we had earlier on this morning. And the news from it for the category for drivers in the year of their 6th birthday all the way through to 12 years of age, most of them, in and around 9, 10, 11 years of age, is Emilis Čapkauskas was fastest at 57.867. And Čapkauskas was 3.25 tenths clear of Remy Kraučiūnas in second place. Carlis Bensons was in third place. Carlis staying in the micro category for this year, was in the top 10 of the final classifications, and actually ran very well here on one of the visits to Aukštadvaris in the 2024 season. Was third on the podium in the 3rd of August visit. So another good performance here from Carlis Bensons around this place. In 4th place, it was Aris Pascalis Bagatrius with a time of 58.300. So we'll see the number 7 starting on the outside of row number 2 for this one. Andrius Maniusis was in 5th place, the number 46, also in the mid 58, 58.454, and was ahead by just under half a second of Leonis Zarikov in the number 45. Leonis, another returner from 2024, was in the top 10 of the final championship standings, so keep an eye on that kart for some good performances here today. 7th place was Kasparis Kazamekas in the number 43, 58.923, the last of those drivers to break the 59-second marker. Jonas Galzinis was next up in 8th place. A good performance there, 59.197. Gordy Dulev in the number 42 was also in the top 10. The top 10 that was completed by Lucas Stasionis. Both of those drivers in the mid-59s. Timas Rimas in the number 55 was P11, 59.581. Jokobas Eurozaitis was 12th, number 16 at 59.888. Domas Norkus was 13th, 59.971. Timas Janseka is going to be 14th on the grid for this one on 1 minute 0.710. Rodrigo Tarins 15th, Ivo Os 16th, Timur Babenko in 17th, Benediktas Gracis 18th, and Oskaris Bakratis had some problems out there because only set one flying lap. Or at least that's what the data would suggest. 19th overall. But I think that's a better pace in the practice sessions, the free practice sessions earlier on today. And well, that is how they will line up for this first heat as well. And just a reminder as well that we've got both the micros and the micro under 9s in this one. From a technical perspective, they all run the same machinery. The entry level equipment provided by Rotax Racing. This is their entry level. You can race all the way up to grand finals, of course, in the Micro Max category. And 2 drivers from Lithuania performed very, very well indeed at grand finals in Italy last autumn. Jokubis Vaškelis was in the top 10 of the final classification. Emilis Čapkauskas was P13 as well. So much to expect from the micro drivers here today on Sunday, the first race day
of this new Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania season. So, as we say, you've got the Micro Max runners. They're the ones older than 9 years of age. And then the under 9s, you get the picture. So, of the under 9s, we're going to be looking at Bagatrius, the fastest of the under 9s Bagatrius was P4 overall. So good performance there from Aris Pascalis Bagatrius. Andreas Maniusis was also performing very well overall, 5th overall, 2nd of those in the under 9s. Gasparis Kazamekas is also in the under 9 category, 7th overall, 3rd in the under 9 category. Gordy Dulev is our next runner in the under 9s, is 9th overall, 4th in class. Lucas Stasionis, 5th in class, 10th overall. Was that correct? 10th overall? Yes, it was 10th overall. Domas Norkus in 6th place in class, 13th overall. Timas Janseka in the number 12, 7th in class, and 14th overall. Benediktas Grasis in the 66, last of the under 9s, and 18th overall in class. A reminder as well for the format of these heats, it's 6 minutes plus 1 lap for all the drivers. And in terms of points, which of course will have a big bearing on the order for the final later on this afternoon, it's 50 points for a win, 44 for second place, 41 for third, 38, 36, 34, 32, 30, 28, 27, 26, and so on and so forth as they run down through the order. Formation lap is underway. If you're just joining us, let's take you very quickly through the grid for this one. Amilis Chapkauskas starts on pole position in the number 41. He's joined by Remy Kraus-Tunis in the number 99. Carlis Bertsons is on the inside of row number 2 in the number 3. That's in the energy course colours there. Aris Pascalis Bagatrius, 4th on the grid, 1st of the under 9s in the number 7. Row 3 will be Andrius Maniusis and Leonis Zarikov. Row 4, Kasparis Kazamekas and Jonas Gelsinis. Row 5, Gordy Dulev and Lucas Stasionis. Row 6, Timas Rimas and Jokubas Ziodaitis. Row 7, Domas Norkus and Timas Janseka. Row 8, Rodrigo Tarins and Ivo Os. Row 9, Timo Babenko and Benediktas Grasis. And we hope to see all 19 drivers in the field for this one, completed by Oskaris Bakutis. So the drivers heading round to complete their warm-up laps. We'll get into formation for this first race of the day, first of 2 heats for all of the drivers out there. So it's the number 41 of Chapkauskas there in the green and black, forming up alongside. It's just coming out of around turn 7 into turn 8 where formation begins. Then of course once they get to turn 12, that's where the red line is, indicating no more overtaking, no more changing of position. Need to start where you find yourself, but this is looking like a clean and tidy run at the front of the field. So Chapkauskas leads through the order, 4th last year in the final standings for Micromax. Kraus-Tunis 2nd, Bernsons and Bagatrius on row 2. Are we ready to go? Green flag waves and 6 minutes plus 1 lap is underway. Good start for Chapkauskas. And down into turn 2 for the first time. It's been a good start for Bernsons as well there. The blue and red car, the Energy Corsa colours, the number 3 moving up through the order early stages. Oh, a bit of an out of shape movement there for Jokubas Jositis in the number 16, but catches it. Lost 1 position. Not too bad at all. Through and out of turn number 6 then. The corners come at you pretty quickly here at Aukštadvaris, but Emilis Chapkauskas
leads in the early stages of this race. Down into the technical part of the course now. Tricky part of turns 10 and 11. Looks like we have got all 19 drivers running in this order. Aukštadvaris Bakatis, who had problems earlier on this morning, has gained a couple of positions in the early stages of this one. But it's Chapkauskas who leads. Benson's there in second place. Kartunas in third. And it's a good start as well for Manusis in P4 overall. That means we have seen a change in the order for the under-9s category. So Andrius Manusis has got ahead of Aras Pascalis Bagatrius. Chapkauskas, with the experience, starting to pull away now from the rest of the order. Gap was 0.2 of a second at the end of the first lap. Looks a little bit more than that now, although to be fair to the chasing pack, they've got some good speed through the technical part of the course. A sequence of corners from turn 9 all the way to turn 14 to complete another lap. So Chapkauskas leads now by just under 1/4 of a second. Benson's there, P2. Kartunas and Manusis completing the top 4. Fastest driver on the circuit right now, though, is Bagatrius in the number 7, second of the under-9s, 57.877 last time around. Good moves up through the order. Kasparas Kazimakas is up to 7th place, and Jonas Gelzinis has also gained some spots on that last lap, is now up to P8, so that's the 43 and the 71 moving forward. Dulev and Uzaitis falling down, but still in the top 10. Tomas Norkus is also up the order as well, into 12th place in the number 18. Rodrigo Tarins and Tim Astrimas also improving on that last lap. So coming around to complete the third lap of this one, still Chapkauskas leading by 1/4 of a second ahead of Benson's. And there we saw very briefly, side by side, I think that was Timas Janseka in the number 12 and Aukštadvaris Bakatis in the number 49. So good performance so far from Bakatis after those problems in timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Has come up from 19th on the grid and is now into the top 15. Back with the leaders then. Emilis Chapkauskas leading this one. But Carlos Benson's not going anywhere, keeping the leader under a bit of pressure. This is the fight for 4th place overall, because Andrius Manusis has got through past Kartunas for 3rd place. So Kartunas trying to hold off Bagatrius right now. Bagatrius knowing that for the under-9s victory, needs to find a way through past the number 99 and try to catch up to the 46. Meanwhile, the aforementioned Andrius Manusis in that number 46 is now really closed up to the back of Carlos Bernson. So we're going to have a 3-way battle at the front of the order. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Emilis Chapkauskas, quick check over the shoulder. Looking really calm, I must say, at the front of this field. This is good to see from any young driver. Comfortable with leading at the front, not over-defending, knowing that keeping the pace as high as possible from the front of the field is sometimes one of the best defensive tactics you can do, because it limits the numbers. Having said that, though, this chasing quartet are doing a very good job as well. Carlos Benson's just waiting there in second place rather. Andrius Manusis in 3rd. There's a change. That's Kartunas down the inside for 3rd place, and I think Bagatrius was looking to get involved as well. And that's allowed Chapkauskas and Benson's to break away now. That could be a key move in the story of this race. Remember, it is +1 lap, so once the timer ticks to 0, we'll see the final lap board on the next time around. So we might get 2 more laps in here, because we've got about 24 seconds remaining on the clock. Chapkauskas down through the S's,
into turn 14. To confirm, Kriautunas has got through, and here's the move for the lead then. Persons has been patient, has been waiting, and has gone through. Takes the lead away from Chapkauskas. Timer has now ticked to 0. So if we've got our information correct here in the box, it should be final lap board next time around, but that was a good one from Persons. Persons now has got to be careful. It's going to be slightly defensive, you would feel. There's been a change for third place. Yes, there has. Bagatrius has got through into third place. That also means that Bagatrius is now in the lead. Well, was already in the lead of the under-9s category. And but has now got a kart between himself and the next driver in that under-9 category. That is, of course, the number 46 of Andrius Maniusis. Out of the final corner then, there is the final lap board. And Carlos Persons knows that he's 1 lap away, but not if Chapkauskas pulls moves like that. A brilliant one from Emilis Chapkauskas down the inside. A bit later through the turn 1, turn 2 complex than we saw from Persons. Persons is going to have a go back though. Good defensive driving there from Chapkauskas just to hold the line around the outside. Here comes Kriautunas again in third place. And I tell you what, Andrius Maniusis is not done here for the under-9s category and third place overall. Chapkauskas is now trying to bolt away. It's going to be tricky from here on in. You'd feel for Carlos Persons to find a way back through, just because there's so many corners, not many opportunities to slipstream from here on in. He's not a million miles away though. Out of the final corner, is it going to be a first win of the day for Chapkauskas? It is indeed. Emilis Chapkauskas wins Heat 1 in Micromax. Second for Carlos Persons. And Remy Kriautunas in third place holds off the charging under-9s, the duo of Bagatrius and Maniusis, 4th and 5th overall, 1st and 2nd within class. Good drive as well from Leonid Zarakov, 6th overall, 4th of those not in the under-9 category. Kasparas Kazimakas in 7th place overall. That will also be 3rd in the under-9s. Good run from Kasparas there in the number 43. Jonas Gazinis, 8th. Decent points there for the start of things in a racing capacity here today. 9th for Gordy Dulev, and Jokubas Jozaitis completes the top 10. But a great win for Emilis Chapkauskas. He's one of the strong favourites in Micromax this year, given he is the number 4 seed from last year. And for the drivers that were ahead of him in last year's championship, Vaskelis, Jozaitis and Pitgavas, they have of course all moved up to the mini category. There's just a recovery for the number 49 of Oskaris Bakatis, who finished that one in 12th place overall. Let's just run you through the rest of the order. We got down to P10. Domas Norkus was P11. Oskaris Bakatis from the back of the grid P12. Ivo Os in 13th. Timas Rimas in 14th place. Timas Janseka P15. Rodrigo Torrens P16 ahead of Timo Babenko. Last of the finishers was Benedictas Grassis. Problems, unfortunately, for Lucas Stasionis, who I think retired on the very first lap of the race. So Lucas Stasionis will be classified 19th in that one. But a good first showing there of the day from the Micromax runners. Of course, they will go through all of their mandatory checks, go over the weighbridge, go into technical scrutineering. And their second heat of the day will be at 1:45 local time here in Lithuania. So local time at the moment, just coming up to 11:45. So a couple of hours before we see Micromax and Micro Under 9 back out on the circuit. Do send in your messages of support for the drivers. Let us know who you're supporting here today. But for those cheering on Emilis Chapkauskas very good start. 50 points on the board. That is exactly what the pole sitter was looking for. Coming up for the rest of this this part of the day, Junior and Junior Hobby will be out shortly for their first race of the day after their time of qualifying session earlier on this this morning. 8 minutes and 1 lap for the juniors through their heats, and it's the same format, 2 heats, and then their final, of course, later on today. The final carrying more points, higher weighting for the drivers here today. So that will be the big one in terms of getting the best of championship starts. I want to give it to these young drivers as well, the effort that they put in just to get the cart onto the weighbridge. It looks like it's easy driving conditions here today, but it is anything but. Again, if you're just joining us, very, very cold at the circuit here today. Start of the morning with sub-zero temperatures. As back in there, that's going to be the number 17 of Lucas Stacionis. That's the kart that didn't see the end of the race. And well, the good news is I'm not seeing any particular crash damage on that Formula K machine. So I wonder, this is me speculating to a degree, whether that is more of a powertrain and technical fault. Maybe the kart didn't start or faltered on the formation laps or the first lap. So Lucas Stacionis and the team behind Lucas will hopefully be able to get that one going again for the second heat later on this afternoon. The noise you can hear are the juniors getting fired up and ready to go. It won't be long before they're out on circuit once the timekeepers have given the message to get us going. 9 runners in Junior and Junior Hobby here today. All of them are full Rotax Max Junior competitors. So let's take you through the grid for this one. This is the first heat in the junior category, and it's Marius Mazinas who'll be on pole position in the 296. Great qualifying from Marius to take pole position by just under 0.2 of a second ahead of Marcus Jauk early this morning. Rodrigo Kakas has been quick today. Will start on the inside of row number 2 for this one and is joined on that second row by Ginas Rimkus. On the third row of the grid, we'll find Nemenas Volbekas and Laurenas Karalevicius. The first of the Karaleviciuses in this one. Second of them is on row 4. Tomas Karalevicius starts in the 233 alongside Nomantas Avrasevicius. And then the 9 runners in this one completed by Oskar Isgroga. Had some issues in qualifying, was only able to complete 3 laps. Everybody else completing 6 laps in the 5-minute plus, the 5-minute qualifying session. So we'll see if Groga can get some more pace out of the 266. Formation laps underway here for the first round of the season out at Aukštadvaris. But Marius Mazinas moving up the Rotax ladder. Very accomplished 2024 season in Minimax. The top 15 runners in the Rotax Grand Finals at the end of the 2024 season. And in my personal opinion, Mini to Junior, well, irrespective of what the engine formula is, but particularly here with the Rotax categories, Minimax to Junior Max is a very, very tricky and challenging step for a driver. Much bigger karts, of course, up to the full chassis size. You've got the bigger engine as well. Junior categories, the ones you always need your racecraft for as well. Let's see how things are going to go in this one. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway, and a good start for Mazinas. Not so good for Marcus Jauk. Marcus Jauk's going to be held out to the outside there, and I think it's fallen all the way down to 5th place. So very good start for those on the inside, and there's a problem there for Namanas Volbekas. Volbekas round,
and finds himself in the dirt. Will get back on circuit, but that was a simple case of 3 into 1. Did not go. And so that is not the kind of start that they would have wanted. The 272 of Jonas Rimkus on that CRG. We saw some good pace from the CRG this morning. Oh, there's more moments coming down the hill. That was a bit of a touch between the 288 and the 244. So that was the 288 of Marcus Yauk and the 244 of Laurynas Karalevicius. That's allowed the other Karalevicius through. So Domas Karalevicius in the 233 is at a very good start to this race. Is up the order by quite a way. That's up to 6th place, but it's Mazanas leading from Rimkus in 2nd place. Kakis has held 3rd. Yauk down to 4th. Avrasevicius in 5th. Domas Karalevicius up to 6th place. Laurynas Karalevicius down to 7th place. Oscar Groga in 8th place. And as we saw in the early stages, that moment through in turn 4, Nemenas Volbekas is down to 9th place, but still got a good amount of time to pull this one back. 6 minutes and 20 seconds of this 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat to go. There's your race leader, Marius Mazanas, leading from the front right now. Turn 4, immediately followed by turn 5. Pretty similar profile to turn 4. Now the driver's winded up through turn 6, which is another medium speed hairpin. Flat through turn 7, if the grip allows, immediately into turn number 8. This is when things start to get really tricky. Turn 9, one of those corners where the kart just screams it doesn't want to go left. The drivers obviously do. 10, then 11, down the hill once again through turn 12. Turn 13, and then immediately into 14. The last part of this course, quite appropriately this weekend, does have almost like a reverse feel to Suzuka, host of the Japanese Grand Prix this weekend. Meanwhile, battle for 2nd place, and that's a lovely, lovely move there through into 2nd place. And superb run indeed. Rodrigo Kakas moving up through the order here in this one. Mazanas really starting to build a gap out there. No other changes to report about. See the 244 there. Apologies, it's actually the battle for 5th place. So that was Domas Karalevicius going through past Normantas Avrasevicius. The second of the Karalevicius is just behind Laurynas in the 244. So Domas Karalevicius through into 5th place. Race leader has extended the lead to 0.958 of a second. Domas Karalevicius looking to break away now from Avrasevicius. Out of turn number 6. Here is your battle for 3rd place. Rodrigo Kakas on the Lando Norris, the LN chassis, with the blue and yellow underneath. It's of course an OTK product in the same family as your Tony Karts, your Gillards, and all of those products from Italy. Marcus Yauk on the CRG. Very competitive package. Down through these hairpins. And Marcus Yauk, and it's just a little bit further behind, but Kakas and Rimkus here, 2nd and 3rd places. So they have changed positions out there. The 272 down into 3rd place. We saw some good pace from Kakas earlier on this morning. Question is, can they chase down the 296 of Marius Mazanas? I've got my body kits correct. I think Marius Mazanas piloting the CS55, another one of the karts in the OTK family. Came out in the early part of last year into full racing competition. 1.2 seconds the difference between
Mazanas and Kakas right now. And Rimkus, unfortunately, just losing the pace at the moment. The gap's up to nearly 0.6 of a second. Last time around, 52.926 for Mazanas, 52.7 for Kakas. 2 minutes of this one to go. It's in the balance right now as to whether Kakas is going to be able to close in on Mazanas. If this race was 10-15 laps longer, I'd be saying yes, definitely that Kakas could close in, but at the moment just chipping away at a tenth or two at most. Fortunately for Kakas, I think at that pace he's going to run out of time, and Marius Mazanas is controlling this one nicely. It's not a CR, it's a CS55. No, it's not a CS55 front bumper, but it is a Gillard, so it's another one of the OTK family for Mazanas at the front of the field. There he is, coming down the hill now. Looking very well balanced. Kakas with a slightly tighter line there through the first part of the final part of the course. That was down through turns 9, 10, 11. 60 seconds on the clock. So over the line, I think we're going to have 3 more laps here. 2 on time and then the +1 lap. And Kakas is continuing to close in. 52.687 last time around to the race leader's 52.832. So Mazanas is in that range of gap now where at this rate he's still fine. He's not going to be under too much threat from Kakas, but if he makes one little mistake, one snatched break, one missed apex, Kakas is going to be right on the rear bumper of the 296. It's been a change for 7th place that we should note. Oskaris Groga, we asked the question, was there some more pace from the 266 after those problems in qualifying? The answer, yes. So good to see Oskaris Groga is up to 7th place. He's just got past Normantis Abrasevicius on that last lap, and has also found a way earlier in this race past Laurenas Karalevicius. We should note as well that there has been a bit of a recovery drive from Neminos Volbekas. You'll remember that that's the 211, the driver of the 211 that we saw half off the road on the first lap, and Volbekas has done very well to get back up to 6th place despite having that delay on the first lap. Good response last time around from Marius Mazanas. You can see visibly that the gap has gone out again. It's back up to 1.1 seconds. So maybe Mazanas was just holding something in reserve for the latter stages of this race. Time is now up. If I've got my maths correct, we should be seeing the last lap board this time around. If not, it'll be the checkered flag out of the final corner. Yep, it is the last lap board out for the drivers. And Marius Mazanas looking comfortable now. I talked about he was in that range of if he made a mistake being a bit of trouble. Well, he's done the very opposite. He's pushed on, used the tyres well, got the tactics of this one absolutely spot on. Rodrigo Kakas has raced hard, but he's not going to have enough speed to challenge the pole sitter for this first race victory of the day. Marius Mazanas through the first half of this final lap. Now we'll just focus on getting the apexes right down through 10, 11, 12, into 13. And on the Gillard's chassis, a very good first win of the day. Marius Mazanas takes the first heat in the junior category. Rodrigo Kakas races through to P2. Ginas Rimkus on the CRG takes P3. Marcus Yout, useful points there in P4. Domas Karalevicius with that nice move earlier on in the race will be P5. Neminas Volbekas had problems on lap 1, recovers to P6. Good drive from Oskaris Groga. Good bounce back after the problems earlier on this morning in TQ. Groga finishes P7. Normantas Abrasevicius was part of things, so a good part of that race will be P8. And Laurenas Karalevicius makes it all 9 drivers over the line to complete things here for the first heat in Junior Max. Very, very good stuff indeed. 50 points go to Marius Mazanas, who relatively wasn't troubled in that one. There was that mid part of the race where Rodrigo Kakas was coming on strong and recovering back through, but a very, very good run there for Marius Mazinas. Lifted off a little bit at the end of that one. In the end, it was a 0.7 of a second gap between himself and Kakas, but again, he had the race won. That penultimate lap and the lap before where he just pushed that little bit harder to edge that gap out. That was very, very wise race management from Marius Mazinas, and for a driver who's just moved up to the junior category, that is a very good sign indeed. Next time we'll see the juniors will be after the lunch break, of course. Their second heat will be at 1:58 local time here in Lithuania. The final will be at 3:49 local time. All of those timings, of course, are provisional. You can keep up to date with it on the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania website and, of course, here on your live broadcast. But a good race there for the juniors. We'll look forward to seeing them later on, of course. More racing to come. And you can hear, I think, the Minimax drivers are underway. Yes, they are. So we'll go straight across to the Minis for their first heat of the day. Let's quickly run you through the order for this one. It will again be 6 minutes plus 1 lap, and we'll have Jokubas Vaškelis on pole position in the 124. Alongside on the front row of the grid will be Oskaras Pitkavas. These two drivers who've both moved up from the Micromax category in 2024. Vaškelis was your champion, but Pitkavas was P3 in the final standings, so two very strong drivers there. Joris Stankevičius will be on the inside of row number 2 and joined by Patrikas Jočius. Jočius, the reigning champion in this category. Sali Vaitkate was very quick this morning, starts from the inside of row number 3 here and is joined by Jonas Pundis. Taurus Simnikas will be on row number 4, joined by Remy Kriautunas. Hans Klaus will be on row 9, joined by Elliot Travis. Over from the UK, very experienced driver is Elliot Travis in a number of championships, including the British Kart Championships, of course. So that is your top 10. Emilis Uridzaitis is on row number 6, is joined by Martin Lapins. Row 7, Ralph Rakaitis and Kater Spike on that one. Row 8, Vidunas Pictis and Benius Zalnerevicius in the 112. And we should hopefully have 18. I don't think we do have 18, though. So row 9 will be completed by Gabrielius Terentius. No start for Maida Ketvitaita, which is a shame. So once again, this will be 6 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers out in this one. 50 points on the line for a heat victory. At the front of things will be the 124 of Vaškelis, the 184 of Pitkavas. Are we good for a go on this one? No, I don't think we are. Green flag did not fall there. So yellow flags are out. I think that start was a little bit too quick for the officials' liking. So yellow flags are out, slow boards are out. That will indicate to the drivers that in due course, a moment's time, once they go over the formation line, that they need to form back into a 2x2 formation. And we will go for a second attempt at that one. So the race officials will be looking for a nice, calm pace that allows the full grid. Is a bigger grid, of course, here in the minis to come together and give everybody an equal chance out of that final corner. The good news for the drivers is this second formation lap has given them a little bit more time just to get some more heat into their tyres, into the brakes. The engines will have been
well warmed before this one. Out of the final corner, does the green flag fall this time around? Yes, it does. Away we go then for the time on the clock. And it's a good start for Jakubas Vaškelis from pole position. Oh, very close there in the midfield, running through turn number 2. And everybody keeping it on the road, which is good to see. And immediately can see Vaškelis trying to break away from the rest of the field. Early laps of this one are going to be very, very important for all drivers out there. You've got to make progress early on, particularly if you've started in the second half of the field. It's like the 199 of Stankiewicz has taken second place in the early stages of this one. No subclasses in this category, so everyone's in the same field. As through there goes Simnikas in the 101. That was getting past Patrikas Jocius there. So Jocius not having everything his own way at the moment in this category. Champion last year. Last time we saw this field, or this category, running at this circuit at Aukštadvaris was back on the 24th of August, and Jocius was P2 on that date. Right now, he's got to fight back from P5 in the order, but he's got one of them already. He's got through there into 4th place. So end of the first lap, Vaškelis leads from Stankiewicz. Radkute up to 3rd place. Simnikas was in 4th but has lost that to Jocius now. Klaus in 6th place. Elliot Travis has had a good start as well. It is up to P7. Martins Lapins, Oskaris Pidkovas and Remy Kriatoulis. That is your top 10, or at least was, because this is Minimax. Things are going to change pretty quickly. As we noted, Jocius is through into 4th place past Zimnikas, also on the move. A gain of 1 position up to 8th. Oskaris Pidkovas has got through past Martins Lapins. A bit further down the order, Ralph Rakaitis is up to P12. Has taken that position away from Emilis Ziodzaitis. And looks like Dunas Piktisash gained 2 positions on this lap. So good moves there from Dunas up to P14. Got past Spike and Zalnerovicius. Good scrap on your screens at the moment. This is all over 5th place. Zimnikas, Hans Klaas in there, Elliot Travis, and those purple, blue, and white colours on the race lid, which I always think look a little bit like Alan Prost's race lids back in the day. Oskaris Pidkovas just behind. In fact, Pidkovas looking down the inside of Elliot Travis. Travis holds to the outside and in the end has to give up 7th place. That was good racing from both drivers there. Pidkovas brave through the first couple of corners, got the move eventually done to turn number 3. Meanwhile, Hans Klaus going through, or is the move being done there? Because Zimnikas fighting back. Meanwhile, further up the order, this is the chasing back, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And what's good to see for the reigning champion is Patrikas Jocius has really got a turn of speed. As we'd expect, very strong driver, not just in this championship last year, but others. One of the highlights of the year was Jocius's run to P9 in the grand final at the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno last year. So we know that Patrikas Jocius has the speed to get through, has a little look there at Stankiewicz for 3rd place, but no opportunity at that point. Stankiewicz covered that off well, has lost a position to Salih Vardkute there now in 2nd place. It's a good drive from Vardkute. There's more of what we saw from the driver in the 198 earlier on this morning. That's a move for 3rd place. Through goes Jocius into 3rd. Stankiewicz ran a touch wide, and that was all the opportunity that the reigning champion needed to step through and take that position. 90 seconds to go on the clock. Out of the final corner. And that's a move for 2nd place. Through goes Jocius, making good progress here.
So the question now is, can Jocius close down Vaškelis? Vaškelis, of course, if it wasn't for a tramlines penalty, would have been even higher up the final order at Grand Finals last year. So in terms of race speed, we know that Vaškelis has got a good amount in the locker. But we have seen around this circuit, you can race manage. We saw that in the previous race. Now is going to be the time to see if Aukštadvaris Vaškelis can start to pull away. The gap at the moment is about half a second. This is going to be an important lap for this first heat. What has Patrikas Jocius got through this first part of the course to close in? Where is there going to be the best opportunity to overtake if that opportunity arises? He is continuing to close in here on Vaškelis. This is some really, really good speed from Patrikas Jocius. This is going to be a great story to follow across the course of this RMC Lithuania season. These two drivers, very competitive, looking for titles to add to their collection. Out of the final corner, there's going to be 2 more laps here, which in a way is not good news for Vaškelis, because that's going to be more opportunities for Jocius to try and find a way through. Vaškelis having to defend. Is there going to be an opportunity here for Jocius? Oh, and onto the grass goes Vaškelis. Through has gone Jocius there to take the race lead. Vaškelis, I don't think he's going to be too happy about what's happened there. He's managed to get back on the circuit. He's now going to potentially lose second place to Vadkate. But no, round the outside holds Vaškelis. Well, that was 2 drivers going wheel to wheel, racing hard, as through goes Vadkate there for second place. Stankevičius wants a piece of the action there as well to try and take third place away from Vaškelis. And well, for Aukštadvaris Vaškelis, all just come apart a little bit in the latter stages of this race. Through we go to take the race victory. It is Patrikas Jocius right at the end. He'll be happy with that one. Sauli Vadkate in second place. Aukštadvaris Vaškelis is good points, but not the result that Vaškelis would have wanted, having started on pole position and led that race for so long. Joris Stankevičius P4, Oskaris Pitkovas in 5th, Hans Klaus in 6th, Remy Kertunis in 7th, Taurus Nikas in 8th, Elliot Travis P9, Jonas Pundis P10, Ralph Rakaitis P11, Kater Spike P12, Martins Lapins P13. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. That was the false start to begin with. Particularly what was impressive for Patrikas Jocius was the way he fought back. This was on lap 1. He fell all the way down to 5th place. Was behind Taurus Nikas at that point. Just efficiently made his way back up through the field. This was the key moment, side by side. Vaškelis onto the dirt. Did very well actually to get that one back on circuit. Keep it pointing in the right direction and at least be able to take third place. The drivers into Parc Ferme. Green flag in the air though for the next race. As we switch to DD2 and DD2 Masters, let's take you very quickly through the grid for this one. Edgars Vilkan starts on pole position. Will be joined on the front row of the grid by Devin Sergadi. Maxim Shruko in third place. Oh, there's a problem there for one of the drivers. Gets back out onto circuit. Apologies, no, this is going to be seniors up next. So seniors and senior hobby with the 3 first digits. So let's go through the grid for senior and senior hobby. Timofil Vladimirov will start on pole position. Dovidas Gudlevicius on the front row. Linas Volonjvicius on the inside of row 2. It's joined by Elisei Stolchmane. Marius Kartiauskas is on row 3. He's joined by Armandas Sakalis. Marta Spike and Jonas Lyutkauskas. They're on row 4. Tomas Tomasonis and Kaius Petkus on row 5, and then the 11-strong field here in the senior category, completed by Vitalpis Dagilis. So for these drivers, all in the year of their 14th birthday or upwards, it will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap for these runners. Very close in qualifying this morning. There's several drivers in this one who would be backing themselves for a race victory. The field not in full formation yet, so I'll need to get that 2x2 order formed pretty quickly for this one to be to the liking of the race director and the officials out on the circuit. Let's get this one underway. We'll watch for that green flag to fall. Will indicate the start of 8 minutes plus 1 lap. 50 points up for grabs once again, of course, with this being a heat. Into those tram lines. Does the green flag fall? Yes, it does. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a very even start across the front row of the grid as Vladimirov trying to hold off Gudlevicius there. Gudlevicius really on the attack in the early stages of this one. All 11 runners are good, are through the first couple of corners. 387 of Vladimirov looks to have got the early advantage at the start of this race. One of the drivers moving up from juniors into seniors for this 2025 season. And it indeed is the 387 at the very front of the field. Looks like there's been a decent start as well for the blue and white 304 of Volonjvicius, last year's senior champion. I don't think would have been all too pleased with how qualifying went, but now into the races, this is where Volonjvicius can really start to make that experience, that extra experience, pay. Good move down the inside there from Gudlevicius. Well, we know the kind of performance that we can see from Dovydas Gudlevicius around this circuit. That was a superb overtake for third place. There's also an attack coming in there from Alicia Stelchamane for third place on the Sodi. And as things can often go in senior Rotax, attacked for third, didn't quite get it. In the end, loses fourth place to Marius Kartjauskas there in the 373. That's the red and white Viril ART machine, of course. End of the second lap, new race leader confirmed. Gudlevicius through and is clear by a quarter of a second at the moment. Bad news for Volonjvicius. It's a gap of nearly a second and a half has formed between himself and the race leader. So Linus Volonjvicius is going to have to really motor on now through the middle part of this race, try and close down that gap to two pretty quick drivers here this weekend. A bit further down the order, other things that have changed. Liutkauskas, Jonas Liutkauskas has got through into 7th place, so that's a move past Armandas Zakalis. Domas Tumatsonis has also gained on that last lap. I think he's actually gained 2 positions, up to P9. Unfortunately for Mikaltis Dagilis, lost 2 positions going the other way, is down to P11. Times last time around, pretty even across the board. Gudlevicius 51.47, Vladimirov 51.557, Volonjvicius 51.540. This is a bit of a tricky spot now for Volonjvicius. I was about to say was dropping the 2 drivers behind, but Kartjauskas has responded well. Right now, those 3 are Volonjvicius, Kartjauskas, and Stoltermane need to work together if they're going to stand any chance of winning this race. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go on the clock. Gudlevicius, after that bold move into the first of the hairpins, into turn number 4, leads this race. and is starting to break away from Vladimirov for the race lead. Just trying to give himself a bit of breathing space in the middle part of this one. Who else do we need to keep an eye on? Marta Spike has just done a 51.598, so keep an eye on the 366, potentially closing in on Domas Tumasonis and Armanda Sakalis for 9th and 8th places respectively. We're on lap number 5 of this first heat of the day for the senior category. So a reminder as well, we have got one runner in the senior hobby category. That being Domas Tumasonis. Domas Tumasonis currently circulating in the 52s. A gap between Tumasonis and Marta Spike is quite large at the moment, 6.2 seconds, but it is continuing to close on in. Marta Spike quicker at the moment, I think 0.047. And Videlevicius, I think, will be very happy with this right now. Lead is up to a second. Start managing the tyres, start managing the materials now for the rest of the 2.5 minutes, and just try to manage that gap around 5 to 6 tenths. Doesn't need to win by a country mile in this one. This is the first heat of the day, of course. Change for 7th place to report on. Armandas Sakalis has got through past Jonas Lietkauskas. Those two about 8 seconds off the lead at the moment. Not a huge amount of real estate behind Kaius Petkus, so that could potentially change things for P6 in the final quarter of this race. 2 minutes to go. Videlevicius leads. Gap back to Vladimirov now, 1.1 seconds. Both of them in the mid to low 51s right now. In fact, the top 3 are all on a 51.3 or a 51.4, which is good news for race pace thoughts for Linus Volonjvicius. The trouble is, that second gap that pretty much formed in the early stages of this race, it's not coming down for Volonjvicius, the reigning champion. So I think the third is going to be about as good as it's going to get for the driver in the 304 on that lap. There you see Vladimirov going down through the order, proudly displaying and running in his Latvia suit, from representing Latvia in previous competitions. And this will be a good start, I think, for Timofey Vladimirov. Technical base of changing from junior to senior, pretty similar. Obviously a bit more power. And depending on competition, a change in entire compound. It's the style of racing that junior to senior is often the bigger change with. To get on top of a different style of racing, maybe not as abrasive as in the juniors. Vladimirov is doing well here. May have to think about Volonjvicius, because just visually looking at that gap, it seems like it's coming down. It was 0.9 of a second, it's now 0.7. So yes, it has come down a little bit. Volonjvicius has got 2 laps here to close in on Vladimirov and try and find a way through. Into the hairpins. Gudlevicius has got this one in full control. 1.7 seconds clear. Gudlevicius is looking in very good form here, looking to potentially repeat the win that he had last summer at this circuit on the 3rd of August. A great run indeed. Vladimirov not done yet. On to the final lap then goes the race leader. What's that gap between 2nd and 3rd place now? It was 0.7. I think it's held around 0.7 actually. I think it's a good second half of the lap. In fact, no, it's not. It's come down. It's 0.4 of a second. So Vladimirov may have to do a bit of defending right at the end of this lap, because Volonjvicius has got under half a second, is in that potential area. Maybe the saving grace for Vladimirov here is the fact that this is a heat. I think if this was a final, Volonjvicius would be looking to push and take some more risks. But right now, with it being a heat, this is not where things will be ultimately decided here today. Change for 6th place. Sakalis has got through past Petkus. Tumasonis has also got through for 8th place overall past Lietkauskas. So some good finishes there for those two. It's going to be a win for Gudlevicius, and Vladimirov is just going to hold on for 2nd place ahead of Volonjvicius. Kartjauskas in P4. Alice Stolchamane comes home in 5th place. And those top 5 covered by less than 10 seconds. Kaius Petkus loses out in the battle for 6th place with Armandas Sakalis. A good second half of the race for Sakalis there in the 3.69. Petkus, as mentioned, P7. Domas Tumasonis, the single hobby runner, will be P8. Jonas Lietkauskas, P9. Marta Spike completes the top 10. Had issues in the first half of the race, but some good pace in the second half of the race. Was consistently in the 51s. When I was looking at the timing screen for the details on the 366, but finishes P10, and Vietautas Bagilis completes the 11 runners in this one. But it's the 331 of Dovydas Gudlevicius, who will be on top of the intermediate classification after the first heat, 50 points, and very nicely done there for Gudlevicius, trying to repeat the victory that we saw from Dovydas back last summer here at this circuit. Next time we'll see the seniors will be at 2:26 today. You haven't missed too much. Edgar Vilkan still your race leader. Maxim Churko in P2. Devin Sagadi P3. But there has been a change for 4th place, as you can see on your screens. Tonis Johannes Tumigas is through past Noyus Gerlitis into 4th place. This is positive stuff for Tumigas for that tricky start to this race. Is looking a lot quicker in the second half of this one. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go then. Where is going to be your closest battle on Circuit Bowl? Michaelis Mazinas is not too far behind this fight. There he is with the white body kit and the red NASA panel. Michaelis Mazinas already has the lead in DD2 Master. Has got that by about 3/4 of a second over Pritsay in the 5:19, just behind. But can Michaelis Mazinas find a way through, give himself a bit of a boost in the intermediate classification? Once again, it is 50 points in this category. 44 for second, 41 for third. Points cascading down per position. So everybody scores points of some description. There is Thomas Johannes Tumigas. P4 right now. 2 seconds, though, to find up to Zagardi. So I think that's going to be a bit much with the time remaining on the clock. Here's your fight for second place. Churko in the 4:35 and the 4:44 of Zagardi. What isn't good, though, for these two is the pace of Edgars Vilkans, who just seems to have, I would say, somewhere in the range of 2 to 4 tenths on the field, lap by lap. He's started to just bring that back a little bit now, but he's got a 3.3 second lead. Doesn't need to push too hard, doesn't need to take too much out of the tyres, and can look to bring this one home now. Just under a minute on the clock. We're on lap number 11, 10 completed so far. What can Maxim Churko do here to hold off Devin Zagardi? Very experienced drivers. Maxim Churko, the runner-up in the championship in 2024. And has been a race winner here at Aukštadvaris. Won here on the 3rd of August in last season, and then was second in the second part of that August midsummer double header of rounds to form part of the 2024 championship. Have got a double header again, of course. Round 2 will be back here at Aukštadvaris later on in the year. Time is up on the clock. Race leader is about 3/4 of the way through the lap, so yeah, there will be final lap board out this time around. I think, and Edgars Vilkans, it's just said this is the race management bit. He was setting lap times up in the 50.6s, the 50.7s. He's just tailed it back into the 51.1s now, knowing he doesn't need to push too hard. He's got that 3.2 second gap, is holding that 3.2 second gap. Top 4 all running in 51.0s, all 51.1s. So first Churko, Zagardi, Tumigas, they should be fine to run home 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. No changes in the battle for 5th place, which is the closest out on the circuit. Noyes Gerolaitis just ahead of Miklas Mazinas. Mazinas, I think, will be happy to at least be the DD2 master winner in this race. There you saw Edgars Vilkans heading through. This is going to be a comfortable victory for Edgars Vilkans. Takes the checkered flag, really backed it off at the end there, 52.252. So in the end, wins by 2.3 seconds. But the gap doesn't matter. The fact is that Vilkans has started this title defence in DD2 for RMC Lithuania in a perfect manner. Takes the race win. Very good race start. Had some challenges from Devin Zagardi in the earliest stages of that one, and then just tore off the first lap. He had a 0.8 second lead, built it up to 3.3, backed it off at the end. In the end, wins by 2.3 from the driver that he beat to the championship last year, of course, Maxim Churko P2. Devin Zagardi looking to move up from P7 last year in the championship. That's a good start for Zagardi in the 444 with P3. Thomas Johannes Tumigas had a bit of a slower start to that race, but recovered back through to be P4. Noyes Gerolaitis P5. Miklas Mazinas P6. And top in the DD2 Masters ranks, just ahead of Pritzay. Martinas Balchunas P8. Aras Jankevicius P9. And last but very much not least, Audris Kragas in P10. Drivers will go through the checks at the end of that one, of course. And for Edgars Vilkans, a very strong start indeed. Next time we will see the DD2s will be at 2:41 local time here in Lithuania at the Aukštadvaris karting circuit. That will be the time of their second heat and their final, the very last race of the day, at 4:52. Noyes Gerolaitis not looking too happy there. It's a decent result with P5. Was the second behind Thomas Johannes Tumigas, you can just see head there in the blue and white suit. But yeah, Lightis gives his cart a swift little kick, and another one, and nearly another one as well. So not a happy driver there at all. Some things to work on perhaps with the setup before that second race. Well, we'll switch attention over to the Nano category now. So these are development drivers, newer drivers, running on the Micromax platform. Let's take you through their qualifying results from earlier on today. And it was pole position for Taurus Bakatis-Villiers right at the end of the session. Did a 1 minute 3.711 to take pole position by 1.2 seconds ahead of Galvis Gadutis in the 17. Marius Norkus third on the grid for this one on a 1 minute 10.402. Rodrigo Lapins on the outside of row number 2 on a 1 minute 14.501. Mikhail Andrzejewski starts 5th on the grid, set a 1 minute 15.689 in the qualifying session earlier on today. And the last of the drivers to set a lap time earlier on this morning in 6th place was Vincentas Plictis on a 1 minute 28.870. Hopefully we will be seeing Ritis Tennis as well, number 56. Didn't set a lap time earlier on today. This is a semi-final. This is classed as a semi-final. It's 6 minutes plus 1 lap for the Nanos. After this, we'll be having another one of the Bambino baby practice sessions. The drivers heading around the circuit, just getting their reconnaissance laps in, their formation laps in. And looking forward to seeing what these new drivers to the world of motorsport can do. You'd say on balance, I think that the firm favourite is probably going to be Taurus Bakatis-Villiers, but we did see a much closer gap between first and second in timed qualifying versus what we saw in the free practice session earlier on in the morning. Driver's just coming to a stop at the top of the hill. I think I can see the number 20 of Marius Norkus there. Indeed we can. Third fastest driver in this category earlier on this morning. I think it might be Rodrigo Lapins. Yes, it is Rodrigo Lapins in that nicely liveried number 63 with the Tony Kart colours on. Race officials just looking to bring the pace of the field. Okay, so I can see that they're just trying to get Norkus and Lapins into the correct position. So they thought, hold them, wait for the field to come round, and then they can get into grid order. So there's your front row. Bakatis in the number 10. Gadutis on the outside of row number 1. We might go round again possibly for another formation lap here, because I think those drivers, yes, the red flag is out just to bring the drivers to a halt to get them in the correct order for getting this race underway, making sure that everyone is in their right spot after the timed qualifying earlier on. And good work from the drivers there to pay attention to the red flag, making sure that they know the rules. So yes, I think Marius Norkus is in the correct position on the left-hand side of your screens. The number 4 of Vincentas Pictis there just needs to be moved into the third row of the grid. The number 63 is now in the correct position in the green and white there on the outside of row number 2. So I think it's just where the number 79 is, which is being moved across now to the left-hand side, driver's left-hand side of the grid, and then Pictis will need to be on the right-hand side of the grid to get this one underway. I think, unfortunately, we won't see Ritis Tennis in this race. We're hoping to see the number 56 out in this one. Oh, sorry, no, we are. We are going to see the number 56. It's right there, right in front of us in the red suit and the white helmet. So that's very good news that Ritis Tennis will be out in this one. Apologies, I couldn't quite see the number 17 of Gelvis Gadutis behind the chap with the orange hat on there. So yes, we are going to have a full complement of 7 for this one. Now, I think we might send them round again. For now, they're all in the correct order. To send them round for another formation lap for this this Nano semi-final. Yes, the yellow flags are out, so we'll be going around again. Nice steady pace to then get this one underway. 6 minutes plus 1 lap to note. So with the speed that we saw from timed qualifying this morning, I would reckon we'd get probably 6 laps in this one with the +1 lap. And for a lot of the drivers in this one, I think they'll be looking for those lap times, looking to get a little bit quicker, looking for that progress. I say it's a tricky circuit here to start the season at Aukštadvaris. It's a tricky circuit for the older drivers, for the more experienced drivers, those in senior Rotax and DD2, particularly that cascade down from turn 9, down the hill through 5 or 6 corners. It's one of those classic sections that if you get one corner wrong, especially if it's one of the earlier corners, you can get the whole thing wrong. So for the drivers, I don't think they'll be worrying too much about overall position in this race. They'll just be looking at what they did in free practice, what they then did in timed qualifying, and a lot of them really improved across the course of that gap in the morning. Very, very tricky conditions with the low temperatures that we've seen here today. Fastest time was a 1:07.1 for reference in the practice session this morning. By the time we got to qualifying, we were into a 1:03 for Aukštadvaris. So yeah, just having a brief look through. Pretty much everybody went 3 to 4 seconds quicker in TQ than they did in free practice this morning. So for the drivers, they'll be looking to continue that kind of progress and get the learning and satisfaction from that. But I do believe we are now ready to go. Into the tram lines will go the 7 drivers. Wait for that green flag to fall, and away we will go for the semi-final in the Nano category. Good start for Aukštadvaris in the number 10. We'll look to use the pace advantage to break away in the early stages of this one. Rodrigo Lappens has gone down the inside of Gelvis Gadutis there for P2. And Marius Norkus trying to get down the inside there for 3rd place, but in the end has to settle for P6. So Aukštadvaris breaking away at the front of the field. I think the main intrigue is going to be this this discussion for 2nd place. As through comes Gadutis, takes 2nd place back away from him. I think that's Vincentas Pictus. Yes, it is. Very good start for Vincentas Pictus in the number 4 kart there. Into the second half of this first lap. This is where it's really, really tricky for the drivers to pick their line. Make sure they take as short a course as possible. Pictus there ahead of Marius Norkus in the number 20. Out of the final corner then to complete the first lap. Aukštadvaris leads by nearly 7 seconds ahead of Gadutis. Norkus up to 3rd place, Pictus P4. Oh dear, as round there has gone Andrzejewski in the number 79 rather. He's had a bit of a moment through turn number 1. And now the drivers can get into their stride. Just over 4 minutes remaining on the clock. As there through, that's a change of position. And it's Ritis Tennis. This is the driver that we weren't able to see, unfortunately, in time qualifying earlier on today. And Ritis Tennis has gone through. into, I think, at least 5th place. May have got through into 4th place as well. We'll monitor that as we go along. I think, yes, British Tennis has gone through into 4th place. It's got through past Rodrigo Lapins on that last lap as well. So Vincentas Pictis in number 4. CRG sticker kit gleaming in the sun here. As there is Rodrigo Lapins, who's going to be in 5th place now. And has got a gap on Vincentas Pictis of, I'd say, probably about 5 seconds or so. It's not quite updated through on our... it's up to 8 seconds now, the gap between Lapins and Pictis. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.091 has gone in from your race leader, Taro Villiers. So we're talking about drivers improving their pace in this race relative to TQ. Well, the race leader has done that. 1 minute 3.7 earlier on this morning. 1 minute 2 now for Bakatis as we approach the lunch break. Gelvis Geditis did a 1 minute 4.983, so Geditis has also gone quicker in this semi-final so far. 1 minute 4.028, and it's the same story for Marius Norkus. So that's another one that's that ticked the box of go quicker than you did in TQ. Actually, really drops the lap time now. 1 minute 8.414 for Marius Norkus. So great progress there from the driver in the number 20. There's your race leader, Taras Bakatis Villiers in the number 10. You can see the confidence that that Bakatis Villiers has got mid-corner. Just able to sweep through these turns. Some nice racing lines there from Taras. Taras comes round the final corner. What's this lap time going to be? Last time around was a 1 minute 9. And that's another new, well, not quite a new fastest lap of the race, but pretty close to the one that he did set at 1 minute 2.196. That's good driving as well from Bakatis. He's taking the time to do a measured overtake on Vincentas Pictis, who falls off the lead lap. But just going back to those lap times and how the drivers are progressing on here today. Marius Norkus is into the 1 minute 8s, which is fantastic stuff. So that's Marius going 2 seconds quicker than what we saw in timed qualifying. British Tennis, of course, is setting personal bests because we didn't see British Tennis in the qualifying practice. And the official practice, the free practice earlier on today, was in very, very cold conditions. So British Tennis going, I think, about 10 seconds quicker than we saw earlier on this morning. Yes, indeed, 1 minute 19 earlier on this morning. Rodrigo Lapins is now lapping in the 1 minute 14s. That's another great improvement. That's about 4 to 5 seconds than we saw from Rodrigo in the qualifying session. And Vicente Pictas, again, good to see. 4 to 5 seconds quicker in the number 4 than we saw in TQ. We'll also keep an eye on Mikhail Andrzejewski because that is closing in between the 4 and the 79 for 6th place. I expect to see Andrzejewski going through past Pictis on the current pace. On this next lap, it was just 0.066 of a second between them, heading into turn 1. Time is up though. Taras Bakatis Villiers has done a really good job here out of the final corner of this lap. Onto the last lap. There is the last lap board. And this should be a comfortable victory for Taras Bakatis Villiers. As I say, what I'm really happy to see is that everybody's hitting that target of before this race of go quicker than you've gone before here today. All of these drivers doing so well in the early stages of their motorsport racing careers. Baktis-Vilius is just going to go past Rodrigo Lapins here, or maybe not. Maybe just going to hold behind Rodrigo Lapins. Gap at the moment at the front hasn't really changed that much since the very start of this race. That's a really good pace from Gelvis Geditis to hold that gap under 8 seconds. So it shows that for Gelvis Geditis, Gelvis can find some more pace on lap 1. It's going to be a good weekend. There's a checkered flag, which is out to Taurus Baktis-Vilius. That's a race win. And in the end, Gelvis Geditis P2, less than 4 seconds behind. A 1 minute 4.12. And fair play as well to Baktis-Vilius, not going past Rodrigo Lapins. Rodrigo Lapins will still get another racing lap in here. And a bit more time and a bit more practice out on circuit. Coming through in a moment will be Marius Norkus, who will take 3rd place. And a new personal best lap time here today as well. Just coming through the final couple of corners now and have an advantage over Ritis Tennis, probably about 10 seconds. But good to see Ritis Tennis after the problems in qualifying earlier on today that meant the number 56 didn't set a lap time. P4 for Ritis Tennis. That's good progress once again. 6th place has been decided as well. Mikhail Andrzejewski did get through past Vincentas Pictus, and Rodrigo Lapins we've seen there as well. Did start the last lap on the lead lap, so will be classified in 5th place. Is now classified in 5th place. Mikhail Andrzejewski in 6th place ahead of Vincentas Pictus. And so that concludes the first set of races here. We're into the afternoon now in Lithuania for the opening round of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania here at Aukštadvaris. I do hope you've enjoyed the racing this morning. We've seen some intriguing stories, and there'll be more to come as the second set of heats gets underway for the majority of categories. That will be at 1:45 local time. We have got some track action if you're here at the circuit. We've got the babies out soon for their 12-minute practice session as they continue to learn. But there's a lovely shot of the Aukštadvaris karting circuit. You see actually there, that's a great shot to show how different the first half and the second half of these of the circuit is. The first half is your more typical kart circuit layout, deep hairpins and consistent radius corners. And you get through past turn 8 into 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and the whole characteristic of the circuit changes. In some ways it's more like a slalom ski course, and very tricky for the drivers to get on top of. But more action to come here from Aukštadvaris. As I say, it's at 1:45 local time, so about 45 minutes time if I've got my time zones correct, and that will be the second heat for the micros and the micro under 9s. 1:58 we will have the juniors back out for their second heat. 2:13 will be the turn of the minis. They'll be followed, of course, by the seniors and the senior hobbies at 2:26. 2:41 for the DD2s and the DD2 Masters for their second heat. Then we'll have the Nano final off the back of that semi-final that we've just seen. That will go off from 2:58. We'll then have a short break of about 20 to 25 minutes before we get the other finals going. The micro and the micro under 9 final will be at 3:30. The juniors final will be at 3:49. 4:11 for the mini final. 4:30 for the seniors and the senior hobbies. And then the DD2s will have their final, the big one, the headline race of the day, will be out at 4:52 local time. My name's been Andrew Mather. It's been very good, sorry, to be with you this morning and the early part of the afternoon. Enjoy the lunch break, and we'll see you in just under 40 minutes time.
Welcome back, everybody, to Aukštadvaris for the first round of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania for 2025. Andrew Mather on commentary duties for you here today. And getting ready for the second round of heats. Micro and Micro Under 9 will be first up for their second of their 6 minutes plus 1 lap heats. We'll have a look at the order as they came in from Heat 1 in a short moment's time. But the order, if you're just joining us this afternoon, if you've missed any of the action from this morning in the early part of the afternoon, don't worry, you can watch it back on the RMC Lithuania broadcast as and when you've got the time to do so. But the order of events for this afternoon is like this. Micro and Micro Under 9 first, Junior out second. Then it'll be the minis. So that's 13:58 for the juniors, 14:13, 2:13 local time for the minis, 2:26 for the seniors, 2:41 for the DD2 and DD2 Masters. And then the Nano final will be the first of the finals at 2:58. Once the Nano final is done, there'll then be a break of around 20 minutes or so before the rest of the finals. The Micro and Micro Under 9 final will be at 3:30 local time. Junior final will be at 3:49, Mini at 4:11, Senior at 4:30, and then the last race of the day, the last race of this first round for RMC Lithuania 2025 will be the DD2 and DD2 Masters at 4:52. It is windy, very, very windy here at Aukštadvaris today. The good news is we're now above 0 degrees. It was -3 this morning. We're now nudging 1 degree. It is cold, really, really cold for the drivers, for the teams, and for the officials out on circuit. So for all of them out there, I'm not out there. I'm in a warm room, so I can't complain at all about the weather today. But my heart does go out to everyone who's out on the circuit here today, including our camera operators as well, capturing all the action for you here for this first round of the season of RMC Lithuania. As we say, it's not going to be too long before we see Micro and Micro Under 9 get going. Here's the highlights of some of the action from earlier on this morning for heat number 1. Really interesting race we saw earlier on. This is some of the highlights from the other categories as well. The minis had a good race earlier on this morning. Very, very good battle back and forth between the competitors in that one. And Heat 2 will have later on this afternoon. That was the moment we saw Jakubas Raskelis off the road. This is some of the highlights from the older categories. These are the seniors for the first of their 8-minute plus 1 lap heats. This was a super move we saw in the DD2 ranks, a race that was pretty much dominated by Edgar's Vilkans, but some good battles nonetheless. Drivers are out on circuit for Micro and Micro Under 9. Let's go through the grid first of all for this second heat of the afternoon. Emilis Čapkauskas will be on pole position. Remy Krautunis will be alongside on the front row. Carlis Bersons will be on row 2 and joined by Aris Pascalis Bakatrias. Andrius Maniusis will be on row 3, joined by Leonis Zarikov. Gasparas Kazimekas will be on row 4, joined by Jonas Galzinis. Gordy Dulev and Lucas Stasionis due to go from row number 10. Stasionis didn't have a finish earlier on this morning, so points needed there for driving the number 17. Timas Rimas and Jokubas Jozaitis, they'll be on row 6. Dormas Norkus and Timas Dransieka on row 7. Rodrigo Tarins and Ivo Os on row 8. Timur Babenko and Benediktas Gracias on row 9. Oskaris Bakitis completing the field. Quick rundown of the order as they came across the line for this morning. It was Kaptuskas from Bertsons, Karatunis, Bagatrias, Manius Zarikov. That was you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I say the slight change in the order. Karatunis back up onto the front row. These positions, of course, set by timed qualifying earlier on today. There's the lovely shot from above the circuit here, showing the first sector
that sequence of hairpins, and then this really tricky downhill slalom part of the course from turn 9 at the very top all the way down towards turn 14. Drivers just trying to get themselves into position. If that green flag falls, we are racing, and it does. So away we go then for heat number 2 in micro and micro under 9. And a good start from the front of the field there. Very, very close in the middle of the pack as well. Through the hairpins for the first time. Looks like we've got all 19 runners circulating, which is good to see, especially for the likes of Lucas Stasionis after that retirement earlier on in the day. Well, one kart running in the grass a little bit there. That might have been the number 45, Leonis Zarikov, who started on the 3rd row of the grid, but it is the number 3 of Carlos Bensons, who's had the best start of them all there on the Energy Course machine with the Lewis Hamilton replica helmet in the old yellow and purple era for Lewis Hamilton's lid design, and it's propelling Bensons on pretty quickly in the early stages of this one. Remember, it's 6 minutes plus 1 lap once again. And now round to complete the first lap. It is Bensons from Chapkauskas. And Justis has had a good start as well. The 46 is up to P3. Kratunas in the number 99 is 4th. Kazimakas is up to 5th place as well. And Georgi Dulev has had a positive run in the early stages of this race, is up to P6. Under 9 competition that we'll be keeping an eye on as well. We'll come back to that because that's a change for the lead, as through goes the number 41 of Chapkauskas. So looking to replicate the results from earlier on this morning. Chapkauskas is looking to move away from the rest of the order now. Just to go back to the under 9s, number 46 of Andrius Manusis is the highest ranked under 9 competitor at the moment. In 3rd place overall, so good stuff there. As into the pits comes the number 66 of Benediktas. Grasis is out of this race and will get points, of course, for 19th spot. There's a kart that we've not seen too much of today, the number 43 of Gasparas Kazimakas. And the number 43, beautifully prepared machine, and going pretty quickly at the moment, is up into the top 5. 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock to go then. On lap number 3, this is the battle for the lead. Chapkauskas and Bensons moving away now from Manusis and Kriatunas in 3rd and 4th place. And Kriatunas has actually got up into 3rd place now, so this is a key lap for the driver there in kart number 99. Can they close in on this duo? Currently circulating in the 57.2s. As a comparison to what we saw this morning, fastest lap in heat number 1 was 57.0. That was by Bagatrias, who currently at the moment down in 7th place in this race. Not quite as much pace in the number 7, at least in the first half of this second heat that we saw earlier on this morning. Bit more progress down the field to report on. Lucas Stasionis is up into 13th place. He's got past Rodrigo Torrens for that spot. All of these drivers will make it through to the final, of course, but the results from this race and the one earlier will be combined and set the running order for the start of the final, which will be 9 minutes plus 1 lap later on today. Here comes Bensons down the inside for the race lead. Wants to take this one with 2 minutes to go, and does so. Nice move there by Bensons. Chapkauskas pretty compliant with things. Didn't try to defend that one too hard. Will be with a thought on number 99 behind of Kriatunas not wanting to let another driver into this battle for the lead, but Kriatunas is going to keep pushing on here. Pace is pretty good for the number 99. He's holding there in the 57.4s, and if Kriatunas could get some help from behind in the shape of Andrius Manusis, who is still your under 9s leader. Could be an opportunity here later on in the race. Lucas Stasionis has completed another move, has got past Ivo Os off of our screens for 12th place, also through an upper position for P6. Aris Pascalis Lagatraeus is through past Gordy Dulev. Dulev now has lost out 7th place as well to Leonid Zarikov, and Jonas Galzinis has also gained out there. He's got a place, is up into the top 10, is now ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis. Over 45 seconds of this one to go on the timer. I think we'll get this lap plus one more in on time, so it's effectively 3 to go for the Micro Under 9s. Did 8 laps in this morning's heat. No reason to think that there'll be any difference in this one. Track is looking quicker now. We've just seen our first lap time under 57 seconds here today in the Micro and Micro Under 9s. Andrius Maniusis has set a 56.959, so we could have a 4-kart battle for the lead of this race as we come to the end. They did get over the line with time on the clock. There is a move, an attempt of a move from Kriaučiūnas for 2nd place. Has not been able to get it done yet. He's going to have a look down the inside into turn 4. That is a lovely move by Kriaučiūnas up into 2nd place, but it has allowed Carlos Berntsons to break away at the front of the field. This is a great chance now for Berntsons to take the Heat 2 race win. He's got a lead of probably about 8 to 9 tenths of a second now. What can Čapkauskas do to retake 2nd place, or maybe work with Kriaučiūnas to close that lead gap back in, because they're only going to have one more lap after this one. Time has hit 0 seconds. Change for 8th place. Oskaris Bakutis is through past Gordy Dulev. So after a good start for Dulev, second half of this race has not gone the way of the driver in the number 42. Lead gap is up to a second. You've got to think that Berntsons has got this one won. Čapkauskas is thinking that. Čapkauskas steps down the inside and takes 2nd place back off of Kriaučiūnas. Gets the job done nice and early in the lap, which could be a wise move. Can be a bit tricky to overtake in the second half of this Aukštadvaris circuit. It's a mighty scrap going on for 3rd place now as Maniusis tries to find a way through past Kriaučiūnas. Now into the part of the course where it might be a bit easier for Remi Kriaučiūnas to defend. He's just got to make sure that he hits his marks. Kazimierz is not too far behind as well. In fact, I think Bagatrias has come through as well to join the party in on this one in the number 7. But Carlos Berntsons is going to come out of the final corner. He's going to see the checkered flag, and that is a race victory for Carlos Berntsons. When you want to get the momentum going in the afternoon ahead of the final, that is the perfect way to do so. Very assured start for Carlos Berntsons. And in the end, it's a win by 1.36 seconds ahead of Emilis Čapkauskas. Čapkauskas will be nicely positioned for the final later on today, of course. It's Berntsons and Čapkauskas who share the P1s, one apiece through the 2 heats. Remi Kriaučiūnas completes the 1, 2, 3. Andrius Maniusis P4 in that race. Something happened late on to Kazimierz, who fell all the way down to P17. So not good news there at all for Kazimierz. But yeah, P4 for Maniusis, and the win in under 9. 2nd place in under 9 went to Bagatrias, 1 place behind in the overall. Leonas Zarikov, P6. Good work from Leonas this morning. 4th of those not in the under 9 category. 7th for Oskaris Bakutis. That's really good work from Bakutis in the top 7. Georgi Dulev was able to convert the very strong start into a top 10. Finish P8. Jonas Galzinis and Jokubas Juozaitis complete the top 10. Quick rundown before we move to our next race, which will be the juniors. Lucas Stasionis, Ivo Os, Tomas Norkus, Rodrigo Torrens, Duma Babenko, Timas Rimas, Kasparas Kazimierz and Timas Janseka all finishers in that second heat for Micro and Micro Under 9. Should stress that those results are, of course, provisional. We will see the Micros and the Micro Under 9s again at 3:30 local time. They'll be first of our finals in the last segment of the day. For now, though, let's move on to Junior Heat 2. Drivers are out on circuit. The grid will look a little bit like this for this 8-minute plus 1 lap heat. Marius Mazinas on pole position. Very impressive so far today for the driver moving up to the junior ranks. Marcus Jout alongside on the front row. Rodrigo Kakas and Ginas Rimkus on row 2. Look out for Rimkus in the CRG. Nemenas Volbekas had a spin in the early stages of this morning's race for the juniors. We'll start on the inside of row number 3. Laurinus Karalevicius will be alongside on that third row of the grid. The other Karalevicius, Domas Karalevicius, starts on row 4. Is joined by Normantas Avrasevicius, and then the 9-strong field is completed by Oskaris Groga, who had problems in timed qualifying. Heat 1 order as they came over the line. Marius Mazinas, Rodrigo Kakas, Ginas Rimkus, 1, 2, 3 in Heat 1 this morning. Marcus Jout, Tomas Karalevicius, Nemunas Volbekas, Oskaris Groga, Normantas Avrasevicius and Laurinas Karalevicius. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way through to 9 earlier on this morning. If you did miss any of the action, don't worry, you can watch it back at your leisure on your Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania broadcast. But here's your field then. Mazinas has been in dominant form so far today on the Gillard chassis. What can be done here in this second heat of the afternoon? The green flag is waved and we are running for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Solid start for Mazinas there. Kakas in P2. I think Volbekas has had a good start as well in the 2:11, which is good to see, because by this stage of the first lap earlier on this morning it had all gone wrong for Nemenas Volbekas. It's a good result here to get back up the intermediate classification. Looks like the 5th place CRG of Ginas Rimkus. That's a fall in the order from where we saw the 272 start this race. Downhill then through turns 10, 11, 12, immediately into 13 and 14 go the race leaders. Green flags waving, just reminding the drivers where the marshal posts are. Mazinas is your race leader by 3.5 tenths over Kakas. Volbekas, good start up to P3. Marcus Jout in 4th. And Ginas Rimkus there in 5th place. So as for Volbekas, that is a gain of 2 places, I think, off the start. Oh, is that a kart going a little bit slowly? Might be. It's the 213 of Normantas Avrasevicius, who was 7th at the end of the first lap. I think there's been a problem on that first lap, unfortunately, for Oskaris Groga, because Groga is nearly 5 seconds off the back of the pack here. It's not the kind of pace that we would expect from Groga, so that would suggest that there's been something occur out there for the 266. End of lap number 2. Marius Mazinas still leads this one by just over 1/4 of a second from Rodrigo Kakas, who is the fastest driver out on circuit. 53.088 for Kakas. Marcus Jout is up to P3. Ginas Rimkus up to 4th, so Volbekas, after that bright start, falls to 5th place, but still solidly in that top 5, just ahead of the 2 Karaleviciuses. Domas leading in that duo at the moment, P6. On your screens is the 233 behind the 211. So the 211 running with the Karting Republic bodywork. That's the older Karting Republic bodywork you saw many times on the Euro scene last year. A little bit of an adjustment on the radiator flap for Volbekas, needing a bit more power, especially with Karalevicius looking down the inside. Good defence from Volbekas, but here comes the other Volbekas.
Karolevicius, rather. Lorinas Karolevicius getting up the inside. So a swap between Lorinas and Domas. And still Nemunas Volbekas holds position there in 5th place. Do one of the fastest parts of this course through 7, 8, up into 9. This is where the setup's got to be absolutely spot on. The drivers cascade down the hill now, tight through 10 and 11. Looking through on the approach to 12 and 13 in the final corner 14, where you just ramp the speed up and head once again onto another lap. Big lap that time around from Marius Mazinas, just by the way. The race leader has broken away from Rodrigo Kakas. He is now 1.1 seconds ahead, so may well go once again into race management mode. We'll stick with this battle for 5th place though. As Volbekas working really, really hard to keep both Lorinas and Domas Karolevicius behind. No other changes on circuit. This is the closest pack of karts. Everybody else is probably a second or so apart from each other, with the exception of Oskaris Groga, who's closing in on Normantas Avasevicius. That's you just saw that those two drivers flash through in the back of shot there. So Oskaris Groga looking to close in now. Was 0.6 of a second behind Avasevicius on that last lap. Is now a 10th and a half back in the battle for 8th place. Three minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go, plus the one lap, of course. Race leader looking pretty comfortable right now. 1.4 seconds clear of their nearest rival. Marius Mazinas away and gone, it would seem. Looks like Nemunas Volbekas, after it was around probably lap 3, things weren't going particularly well, seems to have re-found a rhythm. Going to make the adjustment there on the radiator flap. He's got his radiator flap on on their right-hand side, fully open, just to get a bit more of the cooling air into the powertrain. Karolevicius, meanwhile, Lorinas Karolevicius, that is. Like the radiator flap is closed at the moment, which would be the normal expectation on such a cold day. The air temperature low, don't necessarily need, in theory, as much of an airflow volume rushing in. If it's cold air, that's going to give you that performance gain and the cooling properties required. But for Volbekas, clearly he felt that a bit too much heat. He wants the full effect of the radiator flap being open there. Meanwhile, end of lap number 7. Race leader continuing to extend the gap. 1.8 seconds clear now. And, well, after we talked about Groga closing in on Avasevicius, now has been able to get through. So just on that last lap, Oskaris Groga has got through and up into 8th place. Don't think there's going to be enough time, really, for Oskaris to close in on this this trio here, because the gap is now 4.5 seconds to Domas Karolevicius at the back of this group for Oskaris Groga. But position gained, moving the right direction is Oskaris Groga. There is the 244 of Lorinas Karolevicius. There is Domas Karolevicius. Down through the S's once again. And as things have gone in this part of the race, I think for Volbekas, it's just about keeping things nice and tidy, no mistakes, to run home this P5. They have dropped off the back of Jonas Rimkus by some 6.3 seconds. Here's your race leader, Marius Mazinas. The early stages of this race put a bit of pressure perhaps on the young driver on the Gillard chassis there, 296. Once they got to lap 3, lap 4, lap 5, Marius Mazinas has really made things count, and there you can see the gap back to Rodrigo Kakas. Nearly 2 seconds now.
4 seconds remaining on the clock as race lead across the line there. So we'll get 2 more laps in for this one. 52.395 for Mazanas last time around, so that the pace is still pretty high here. Less than 1/10 of a second off the fastest lap, which Mazanas also, of course, holds in this one. That was earlier on, 52.321. Again, to compare to pace earlier on, about the same as what we saw from the juniors in heat number 1. So it would suggest that the track is into a stable phase after the very chilly starts this morning. Last lap board should be out this time around. And the race leader goes on to the final lap of heat number 2. As long as Marius Mazanas can find a way round, the circuit's not moved, he should be able to pilot his way around this 1.2 kilometre layout here for the first round of the season at Aukštadvaris. It's going to be 2 from 2 for Marius Mazanas. This has been a very, very productive run for a driver who in the end was 7th in this category last year, but this is a big move up, of course. He's running across Mini and Junior in 2024, now fully in Junior. Marius Mazanas is going to be a clean sweeper through the heats in Junior. 2 wins from 2. Very, very productive days so far for Marius Mazanas, showing the experience that they have around this circuit. Mazanas wins it in the end by 2.6 seconds from Rodrigo Kakas. Marcus Jauk P3, Ginas Rimkus in 4th. Nemenas Volbekas did hold on to a top 5 finish. And that is a very, very good result indeed for Mazanas, who, pending of course all of the checks at the end of this race, will be on pole position for the junior final later on today. So for the driver who was in the top 15 at Rotax Grand Finals at Sarno at the back end of last year in the final classification in the Mini-Max category, was P12 for Rotax Racing that day. This is a very, very good start to the season for one of the favourites here this weekend. Marius Mazanas wins it. Rodrigo Kakas P2, Marcus Jauk P3, Ginas Rimkus in the top 4 again, comfortably clear of Nemenas Volbekas, who fought off the challenge of both Laurenas and Domas Karalevicius. They were 6th and 7th. Oskaris Gloga finishes P8. A difficult start to that race for Gloga, and Normantas Avrasevicius brings home all 9 drivers who started in junior to the end in that one. One more race to go, of course, for the juniors, and it is the big one. Their final will go off at 3:49 local time here in Lithuania. Work indeed from all involved. Attention turn then to the next race out on circuit, which will be the second heat for the mini category. Really looking forward to this one. Arguably the most competitive race of the day so far was their heat number 1, which on the road looked something like this. Patrikas Jocius ahead of Sale Vaitkute, who's been very, very quick so far today. Jokubas Vaškelis, very strong performer in the Micro Max category last year, of course, was the champion. Went on to have a pretty good run in the categories later on in the year. I was one of the front runners on the road in the grand final, but albeit for a penalty, would have been on the podium at the end of the season. Vaškelis was in 3rd. Joris Stankevicius was 4th. Oskaras Pitkovas, another one of the drivers moving up from micro to mini this year, was P5. Hans Klaus was 6th. Remy Kautunis was P7, Tara Sim Nikas, Elliot Travis and Jonas Pundis, they were all in your top 10. In terms of the grid order for this one, again, this was set by timed qualifying earlier on this morning, so it'll be Jokeras Vaskelis back on pole position, Oskaris Pidkavas in second place, Joris Stankevicius P3 will be joined on the second row of the grid by Patrikas Jocius. He didn't have the greatest of starts in heat number 1, so it'll be interesting to see whether Jocius has learnt anything from the first heat in that one. Row 3 will be Saleh Vaidkote and Jonas Pundis. Row 4 will be Taras Zimnikas and Remy Kriatunas. Hans Klabs and Elliot Travis will be on row number 5. Emilis Duodaitis and Martin Zlapins on row 6. Ralph Rakaitis and Katis Spike will be on row 7. By Dunas Pictis and Vanius Zalneravicius start on row 8. And I do believe it'll be 17 runners in total, completed by Gabrielius Derentius. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see that the 104 made a kids for Taita. All drivers in Minimax, all in one category, so no subclasses to worry about in this one. A very, very competitive field based on what we saw earlier on this morning. This once again will be 6 minutes plus 1 lap. Results from this race combined with the results from heat number 1 to set the grid for the final. Under starters orders then. Grid looking well formed at the moment. They're past the red line. No more changes in the grid order. Waiting for that green flag to drop. Does it drop? No, I don't think it did. So if we see yellow flags out, yep, and hands up in the air, we will go round again for another formation lap. I think that one was a little bit quick. Little bit quick through the final corner for race directors' liking. Once again, a bit more time for the drivers to get heat into the tyres. You can hear the wind whipping through the circuit here at Aukštadvaris. Still pretty chilly out there for the drivers, but the racing is going to be anything but chilly, I think, over the course of this 6 minutes and 1 lap. Particularly, are we going to see another battle between Vaskelis and Jocius? We saw one this morning, of course. So down through the S's. Slow instruction given to the drivers. They'll separate into those tram lines and then hopefully get this one underway at second time of asking. Does the flag drop? No, I think it stays up again. We're going to go around again for another formation lap. I think that time the grid on the anti-pole side, there were some gaps there, particularly I think through from second to fourth place. So that will be why the race officials didn't wave that one green. So we'll go through the motions again and hope for third time lucky here in Minimax. And in fact, no, we're not, because the red flags are out here now. I wonder if this is going to be a point where the race officials gather the drivers for what I like to call a little bit of re-education. Quick briefing for the drivers to ensure that the next time they have an opportunity to do so, that they get this start right, because they've had 2 goes at it. I have to tend to agree with the race officials that neither of those starts looked to be what the field collectively needed. Now, what's being said here to those at the front of the field? So words being given here to Jokubas Vaskelis as to what the drivers need, or what the field need, to make sure that we can get this race underway, because it is quite a sweeping last turn. It's a turn that if the front of the field go a little bit early, you can get that field spread, which the officials are not wanting to see. They wanted to see two nice, close, contained tramline runs there for first, third, fifth, seventh, ninth, all of them to be bumper to bumper, and then second, fourth, sixth, eighth, 10th, etc., for them to be all bumper to bumper. Once they accelerate off of turn 14, not through turn 14. So another formation lap underway. And for Jokubas Vaskelis, this will be the third time lucky to get everybody in the right formation. Semi-speculating, of course, but I imagine that that's probably what the race officials were saying to both drivers on the first and third on the inside of the line there, of like, don't go too early, don't slam on the loud pedal until you're off of turn 14 and accelerating through those tram lines, not into the tram lines, as we've seen on those first two starts. So, third attempt at the start here. Jokubas Vaskelis in the 124 on pole position, the 184 of Oskaris Pidkovas on the outside there on that front row. Are we good for a start this time around? Yes, we are. Green flag drops and we are racing once again in Minimax. It's a good start for anyone on the inside half of the field. Anyone on the pole side has gained there. Straight through was the 199 of Stankevichus. Oh, there's at least two drivers off near the motocross track there. One of them, I think, was the 111 of Gabrielius Derenchus. Couldn't quite make out who the other driver was. But hopefully everybody's okay and can get back in the race. So it's a breakaway of 4 straight away. And crucially for Patrikas Yotchius, he is part of it. Last time around, he was being overtaken at this part of the circuit for 4th and 5th places in the first heat. Now he still came through to take that one on the road. So so there's going to be a bit of a job here for those in the top 3 to hold that 125 off. There, out of the race, is Emilis Yuzaitis. That's the 117 going no further. I think there's been a problem for Elliot Travis as well. Not seen Elliot Travis tick through, or now we've seen Elliot Travis tick through on timing, but Elliot is some 14.1 seconds off the field. And I can say from having watched Elliot race for many a year on the British karting scene, that a 14-second gap at the end of lap 1 is not reflective of Elliot's true pace. And meanwhile, at the front of the order, Jokubas Vaskelis leads this one from Joris Stankevichus in the first of those black and green machines. Soli Vadkate has had a good start as well. He's up to P3. Patrikas Yotchius there in 4th. And as a group, they are probably about a second clear of Jonas Pundis, who's had a decent start, is up to P5. Bit of a defensive move there from Vadkate into through turns 1 and 2, trying to hold off Patrikas Yotchius at this moment. This is allowing Stankevichus and Vaskelis to break away ever so slightly, not by a critical gap at this stage of the race, because we've still got 3 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go. But it is a useful gap to have, particularly in a second and final heat. Bit of news from further down the order. Change for 12th place. Kater Spike has got through past Venus Zalnerovicius as well. Vanius has lost 13th place to Martins Lappens. So Spike and Lappens through, both gaining a spot, solidly being in the top 15. We do need to keep an eye though on Elliot Travis, because Travis, yes, has been held up in the early stages of this race, but is now running again, and running pretty quickly in the mid-55s. Still as he were at the front of the field. 3 minutes of this second heat for Minimax to go. As Yotchius has a little look down the inside of
Vadkate for third place there. At the moment, you're just not seemingly able to move back up through the order. The kind of rate and efficiency that we saw from Patkas in the first race. Meanwhile, a little bit further down the order, there has been a change for 6th place. Oskaris Pitkova past Taurus Zimnikas for that spot. The red and white card that you just see pulling into one side there, that is a back marker. That I think will have been Gabrielius Deranchus just pulling over. No, in fact, Deranchus has just crossed the finish line. Might have been Zalner Avitius. Either way, good driving there by the back markers, making sure they don't get in the way of the leaders. Martins Lappins is through into 12th place, past Kate Spike. And we've also seen another change for 6th place. A good battle going on in the second group. Just see them at the top of your screen there. Taurus and Nikas has come to the fore in that battle ahead of Hans Klaus and Oskaris Pitkovas. Goes Pitkovas back down to 8th place. So good lead at the moment for Vashkelis and Stan Kevicius. Got about half a second and over Vadkate and Jotjes there in 3rd and 4th. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go on the clock for this one. Can Jotjes find a way through past Vadkate here for 3rd place? There's a good bit of speed there out of turn 4, but not able to draw alongside. It's quite a tight line into turn 5, the second of those narrow hairpins. 4 hairpins in all, 2 of them wider ones. 2 of them the narrow ones are 4 and 5. Change for 5th place. Taurus Zimnikas is through. You just see Taurus there on their own now in that 5th spot, but has got some good speed. It's just got past Jonas Pundis for that position. See Patrikas Jotjes really trying to find a way through. He's got to make a way through now, and there's contact between Jotjes and Vadkate. Damage to the front of Vadkate's kart. The Naso panel bracket completely shredded in that move, and that is not good at all for Vadkate. He's probably going to have to pull into the pits. If they could see where they're going, that would be quite remarkable. Because I say, with the mini drivers, once one of those NASA panels comes off, it can be quite the view blocker for them. But Jotjes was down the inside into turn 1, and fast part of the course here. As the battle further back, that is the. Just all around the 169 of Hans Klaus and Jonas Pundis and others. So 1 lap to go. Yes, timer did tick over past 6 minutes before the end of lap number 7. So Jokubas Vashkelis. Well, this is where it had all gone wrong for Vashkelis last time around, and it's looking better this time, but still Joris Stankevicius is right there in 2nd place and is looking for a cut back here out of turn 6. Has got it. Brilliant stuff from Joris Stankevicius. Staltramane, Marius Kartiauskas and Armandas Sakalis will start on road, complete the top 10, and it's an 11-strong field here for the senior category, completed by Tautas Dagilis. 1 driver in the senior hobby category as well, running as part of this category, which is of course the 377 of Tomas Tuasonis. And a quick recap from earlier as well. Heat 1 on the road result looked like this. Dovidas Godelevicius, really strong run from Dovidas earlier on today. 2.2 seconds ahead of Timothy Vladimirov. Linus Volonovicius in 3rd. Marius Kartiauskas and Alicia Stolchamane completed the top 5. This one again will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And as we've been discussing with the minis, the juniors and the micros, race results from this one
combined with the race result from the first heat earlier on this morning, will set the grid for the final later on today. Hopefully we'll get this one started at the first time. No, I don't think we will, because there's a big old gap between first and third on the grid. So same as we saw with the minis, this will need at least one more formation lap. If you enjoyed the broadcast so far today, and you haven't already done so, do click that subscribe button to the RMC Lithuania YouTube channel. And feel free to watch back the archive at your leisure as well, from all the races broadcast across the 2024 season. And commentary from the likes of Alex Goldschmidt and Yusuf bin Sahel in there as well. So heat 2 for the seniors. Looking for a go on the second time of asking. 387 of Vladimirov, the junior champion last year. Gudelevicius, very strong round this circuit. Green flag drops. We are racing in senior Rotax, and it's a good start for Vladimirov. Immediately takes the lead. Gudelevicius in second place. Good start as well from Elise Stolchimanis. I think I can see there is third place. There's a little bit of a unscheduled meeting in the rear of the field there. So a couple of drivers off the back of the field. And I think one driver has come to a complete stop. Gudelevicius having a look for the race lead. Gets the door shut in his face out through into third place has gotten Volonvicius. Stolchimani was a little bit wide coming out of turn number 6, and that was all the opportunity needed to go back through. It's the 377 of Domas Tumasonis who has stopped. I think that was on the exit of turn number 4. So Tumasonis will go no further in this one, but hopefully we will see the 377 back out again in the final. So Vladimirov leads, Gudelevicius in second place, Volonvicius up to third place, so back up to where Linus Volonvicius started this race. This is where we saw Gudelevicius go for the lead in the previous race, and this time Vladimirov is wise to it. Gudelevicius does the double back there. Beautiful move by Dovydas Gudelevicius to take the lead in heat number 2. Showed Vladimirov the dummy there. That was probably overtake of the day so far. That was absolutely fantastic from Dovydas Gudelevicius. He went right, he went left, he went right, he went left again. May have been a triple dummy from Gudelevicius. We'd love to see that again on a replay if we can. And now Vladimirov has got the challenge of the reigning champion Volonvicius in third place. Just to note as well, further down the order, Marta Spiker, I think was the other driver involved in the incident through turn 4 and lap 1, is back up and running again, and pretty quick. Has just set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 52.174. Vladimirov wise to any attempts by Volonvicius to repeat the move that Gudelevicius did one lap ago. Oh, a bit wide there for Volonvicius, who's very, very lucky in some regards to still be as part of this race. Ran very wide, out of 8 into 9, nearly joined the scenery on the approach to turn 10. And that, again, just shows how quickly races can change round this place, particularly through that second half of the course, because he's gone from being right on the rear bumper of Timothy Vladimirov to now being 0.7 of a second back and having the attentions of Elise Stoltimani and Marius Kartiauskas there in the 373. So plenty of fast machinery out on circuit at this present time. 5 minutes of this race to go. New race leader and now holder of the fastest lap is Dovydas Gudelevicius. 51.622 last time around for the driver who saw the checkered flag first in heat number 1, of course. And we'll look to build this lead now over Vladimirov. And this battle for third place on your screens right now. Voluntvicius, Stolcimane and Karčiauskas. Don't count out as Armandas Sakalis not too far behind as well. So third down to 6th, currently covered by less than 1 second. Sakalis there in the white helmet, Kart 369. In fact, you know what? Let's throw another one in there. Jonas Liotkauskas is only 3 and a bit tenths behind Sakalis. There has been a change for 8th place. And we should note, Kaius Petkus has got through past Vytautas Dagilis. So good stuff there from Petkus. Marta Spike trying to close in as well. I think Marta's going to have a good chance here of at least getting 9th place, possibly more with the pace that we're seeing at the moment from the 3.66. Another lap completed. Bit of a change as Volontvicius has broken away, only by maybe 2 kart lengths from Stolcimane and Karčiauskas. But that is a kind of gap that has now got Stolcimane perhaps thinking more about defensive positioning than going on the attack, because Karčiauskas is not going to be wanting to see Volontvicius breaking away at the front of the order. Maybe tempted to go for a move for 4th place here in the not too distant future. There is Elise Stolcimane, a well-prepared Sodi machine. Another one of the ones running the new KG NASA panels. Out of the final corner. Pace that time around, all of these 3 in the 51.4s, the 51.5s. They are actually closing in on Vladimirov. Not at an alarming rate, perhaps, for the driver in 2nd place, but still... Oh, Stolcimane sticks it down the inside. Well, on the defensive 1 lap ago, on the attack here on lap 7, that was a superb move by Elise Stolcimane to take 3rd place away from the reigning champion, Lenas Volontvicius. Brave, hard on the brakes, back end kicked out a little bit there. And there was nothing really that Volontvicius could do about that in the middle of the corner, apart from accept that that was a superb move by Stolcimane for P3. Now, is there going to be a return here into turn 1, onto lap number 8? Volontvicius will not have liked that. No racing driver likes to lose a position. Is there going to be a chance here in to the next hairpins? I tell you what, Stolcimane's pace off of turn 4, perhaps, and they are starting to break away from Volontvicius. Karčiauskas at the moment still just holding there in P5. That strong pace that we saw from Karčiauskas, what, 2 or 3 laps ago, seems to have gone. The pace is still decent, but not strong enough to seriously think that that Karčiauskas is going to be challenging Volontvicius for that 4th place in the remaining time. Just over a minute to go then. So on the clock, we'll have 2 more laps and then the +1 to bring us to the end of this race. Still no problems for Gudelevicius, who right now, yes, there's still that final to come, but would be looking pretty good to repeat the victory that we saw from Gudelevicius. One of the visits to this circuit last year, won on the 3rd of August as part of the 2024 Championship. Wasn't an ever-present, though. That's why, in terms of Gudelevicius featuring in the final standings, didn't feature that highly up the order, but can't doubt at the moment the pace of Dovydas Gudelevicius in that 3:31. 51.196 last time around. Fastest lap so far in this race is a 51.009. Gudelevicius has now got into that stage of the race where he knows doesn't need to push all out, can take things nice and calm. He's just dropped it to a 51.5. Doesn't want to take too much out of the kart and themselves before the final. Change for 8th place to report. Marta Spike, as we thought would happen, has gained some positions in the latter stage of this race, and Marta is up to P8. Got past Vytautas Dagilis earlier on in this race and has now got past Petkus as well, and changes afoot in the battle for second place because Stolcemane and Volodvicius have closed in to Vladimirov. Now, I'm not sure whether this is on pure pace or whether there's been a mistake. I think there's been a mistake for Vladimirov because Vladimirov did a 51.759 last time around. Now, yes, may have been backing it off a little bit like we saw with Gudlevicius, who has gone on to the final lap of the race. But if he did, it perhaps wasn't the best of tactics because Stolcemane is now going to be all over the back of the rear axle of the 387, and we know that Stolcemane is good into this part of the circuit. Is there going to be an opportunity here for Stolcemane to look into the outside? That's well defended by Vladimirov. Vladimirov having to defend again. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 running for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th places. Lot to be gained, lot to be lost in this squabble for all of these 4. Vladimirov trying to make that 387 kart as wide as possible now. Good that Levicius has gone. He's going to have this race won. He's going to have 2 heat wins on the spin. Can the Latvian hold on here for 2nd place? There is the checkered flag. The answer is yes. Good that Levicius wins it by 4.7 seconds. And good defensive work at the end there from Timothy Vladimirov means that the 387 comes in P2. At least Stolcemane with that great move into turn 5 will be classified 3rd in the provisional order. Volodvicius P4, Karchauskas P5, Sakalis P6. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. Some great racing across the course of those 11 laps. Back and forth for the lead positions. That was the key move from Gudlevicius. And then there was this one as well from Stolcemane to take 3rd place down the inside. Gets it stopped. Volodvicius tries to fight back on corner exit, but not to be on that occasion. Drivers heading into pit lane then. And Dovidas Gudlevicius can be very, very happy with the work so far today. 2 wins from 2. Maximum 100 points possible at this stage of the competition. Vladimirov P2. Stolcemane there P3. Volodvicius P4. Karchauskas P5. Sakalis P6. Liudkauskas P7. Spike, Petkus and Dagilis complete the 10 runners in that one. And if you particularly want to see the senior final, 4:30 local time is when you need to be tuned in for things here today. If you want your karting supplies, your racing supplies, head across to kartapart.com. Got everything you need to get yourself ready for your next race. More action to come here though at Aukštadvaris. Coming up next will be the 2nd heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. After that we'll have the Nano final. And after the short mid-afternoon break, the rest of the finals here this afternoon for round 1 of RMC Lithuania. Micro under 9 at 3:30, Junior at 3:49, Mini at 4:11, Senior at 4:30, and then DD2 and DD2 Masters at 4:52. Let's talk DD2 and DD2 Masters then. As I say, their 2nd heat coming up very, very soon. The order on the road looks like this from Heat 1 earlier on today. Edgars Vilkan's dominant performance, 2.3 seconds over Maxim Shevchenko, doesn't tell the full story. Vilkan's able to back off a lot at the end of the race to bring it home nice and comfortably. But that was your 1-2. Devin Sagadi in 3rd place, ahead of Tonis Johannes Tumagas, who had some problems in the early stages of the first heat. Fell back a bit, but recovered strongly. Very good in the second half of the race to be P4. Noyus Gerolaitis was 5th. Michaelis Mazinas was P6, and I think I'm right in saying, yes, was the top DD2 master runner in that first heat. Pritzay, the second of the masters, was immediately behind in set number 2. This determined by, of course, time to qualifying earlier on this morning. Edgars Vilkans has pole position and is joined on the front row of the grid by the 444 of Devin Sagadi. Maxim Zachurko starts on the inside of row number 2, is joined by Tonis Johannes Tumagas. Noyus Gaulaitis is on row 3 and joined by Pritzay. Marcolas Mazinas will be going from row number 4 in this one. Alongside will be Martinas Balchunas. The last of the rows, row 5, 10 drivers in total here for DD2 and DD2 Masters. The ultimate expression of Rotax racing machinery, Odius Kragas and Aras Jankevicius. So formation laps underway. Can Edgars Vilkans continue this great form that we've seen so far today? The start of the title defence. Did win the final the last time we visited here at Aukštadvaris. That was in mid-August. Took the win from Zachurko that day. Crucial preparations for everybody out there now. Just trying to get as much heat into the tyres as well. You can again hear the wind whistling across the circuit. Longer heat this one, of course, with it being DD2. This will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And drivers being instructed there to slow it down. Time to get into formation. Keep an eye on the 435 there of Maxim Zachurko. Looking for a quick start to this race. And the 405 of Tonis Johannes Tumigas as well. Wasn't the kind of start that Tumigas would have wanted in the first race. Let's see what we have in the second race. We're immediately underway. It's a very even start across the front row once again, but it's going to be advantage Vilkans. And Zachurko's got down the inside as well. So on that occasion, a good start from Devin Sagadi, but not as good as the one that we saw from Devin in the first heat. Michaelis Mazinas has had a good start as well. I think it's immediately taken the lead in DD2 Master a little bit further back in that battle between his 577 and the 519 of Pritzay. 6th place overall is that fight. Through the S's once again, Edgars Vilkans able to soak up the pressure in the early stages of this race, it would seem. Gap is 0.4 of a second to the nearest 10th, so not quite as big as what we saw from Edgars Vilkans in the first race. It really was the first lap where he got it up to 0.8 of a second, and then just stormed off into the distance as everybody else discussed who was going to be finishing P2. This might be a little bit different this time. Zachurko and Sagadi, 2nd and 3rd, maybe a bit more willing to work together at this stage to just see, can they put some pressure on Edgars Vilkans in the first half of this race. They were very close on pace through free practice earlier on this morning. As the day has gone on, up to this point, it's felt like Edgars Vilkans is just getting quicker and quicker and quicker relative to the rest of the field. Oh, there's an attempt at a move from Sagadi. Has to pull out of that one. It's again the kind of move that you can try in a DD2, not necessarily in a senior Rotax with the extra braking effort that can be made in these machines. This is an important lap, I feel, for Devin Sagadi because Wilkins is starting to get into that ominous rhythm. The gap's up to 0.6 of a second and growing, I feel. That was 0.6 at the end of lap number 2. Down through the S's once again. Good to see that Thomas Johannes Tumigas is definitely got a bit more pace at this stage of the race than what we saw in heat number 1. It's still this portion of things in heat 1 where Tumigas was struggling and lost pace, lost track position and lost time to the front runners. This time around, he's right there with Sagadi and Chichurko, and could be a bit of a menace for those two runners later on in this one. Gap at the front of the field is up to the best part of 9/10 of a second now. And to be fair to Chichurko, has kept the pace up himself. Right now, Devin Sagadi with no other real option but just to sit there in third. Out of the final corner, 50.987 for Vilkans, 51.2 for Chichurko, and Sagadi again for the second time in this race has a look down the inside through turn 1 and into turn 2, but hasn't got enough corner speed in the middle of T2 to find a way through past Chichurko without risking, of course, a quite sizable incident. Maybe needs to change the strategy and look for an overtaking opportunity elsewhere on this circuit. We have seen good overtakes through the hairpins, particularly through turns 5 and 6. Sagadi there, a little bit wide through the initial part of the S's in there, just by a kart length, but you start to see again the effect of losing balance in the middle of that run from turn 9 down to turn 14, what it can do for you. Sagadi's got a much better run this time, and no, again, not able to fully commit to the inside through turn 2. And Chichurko just breezes around the outside. Tumigas has seen enough. He steps down the inside, takes P3 away from Devin Sagadi, and that's a good move for me by Thomas Johannes Tumigas. He's seen Devin Sagadi have 3 goes at Maxim Chichurko to try and get through, take second place through the first couple of corners, and each time not be able to do so. This is arguably losing the chasing pack time to Edgars Vilkans. So Tumigas has gone, right, I'm going to go down the inside, I'm going to take third place, and I'm going to have a go, perhaps, at Chichurko when the opportunity arises. Down through the S's again. Good stuff here from DD2 and DD2 Masters. It's a proper thinking drivers division over the line. Vilkans currently in the 51.2s. Chichurko, Tumigas both in the 51.5s. That's impressive pace from Tumigas when you consider that for a couple of corners he was involved in some overtaking, which inevitably will have lost in some pace. Tumigas just checking over the shoulder once again, making sure that Devin Sagadi is not going to go for a move. And Sagadi right now, Sagadi not happy with things, has his hand up in the air coming out of turn number 6. Not sure what that was about. 4.25 minutes of this one remaining. Edgars Vilkans leads by 2 seconds. Nobody seems to be able to live with the pace of the reigning champion here in DD2 for Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. The question is, can Tumigas and Sagadi get back on terms with Maxim Chichurko, who is doing something similar to what we saw in heat number 1, getting quicker as the race goes on. That was a 51.3 that time around from Chichurko, 51.4 for Tumigas. So now the shoe's on the other foot. Has Tumigas got the pace to close in and take second place? Is he now arguably holding up Devin Sagadi there in 4th place? And we haven't mentioned Noyes Gerolaitis there in 5th place, but he's not gone unnoticed to my eye. 51.5 last time around for Gerolaitis, and if there was some kind of event, shall we say, between 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Gerolaitis right now is well positioned to take a very good result. Quick update in DD2 Master. Mikolas Mazinas is comfortable at the moment, 6th place overall, leading DD2 Master over Pritse in the 5.19. There's been a decent run as well for Odius Kragas, 8th overall right now. Just a further second or so behind Pritse, and is ahead of Aras Jankevicius. I think there has been some kind of issue for Martinas Balchunas because it's not the same level of pace in the 4.23 that we saw in the first heat. Just over 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this one to go.
a moment ago, it looks like Tumigas and Sagadi had reeled Shchurko back in, and Shchurko was having to defend. Shchurko seems to be back on top of things now. It's just holding Tumigas and Sagadi at that cart and a half length, maybe up to 2 cart lengths as they blast past pit lane. Tumigas on turn-in doesn't quite seem able to carry the level of corner speed that Sagadi and Shchurko are able to do so. I think that's costing Tumigas, unfortunately, in this part of the course. This part of the course, these 4 hairpins where you need the front of the cart to be able to turn on a dime, turn in and push yourself off of those corners. This doesn't seem to be where the Energy Course machine is at its strongest. So it's it's good here, down here through these S's. Tumigas is able to pull back in, so it likes the mid-speed corners as the chassis under Tonis Johannes in the 405. But this part of the course, where you need that braking performance and that ability to turn in, just look at the relative lines to Sagadi behind it. That's a bit better, but again, it just washes out wide on the exit of turn number 3. Means he can't get down the inside into 4. He's compromised for 5. And we stay in this order of Shchurko in 2nd place, Tumigas 3rd, and Sagadi in P4. Neolitis on pace, not quite able to be on terms with these 3. But again, he's at that kind of distance where if there was a mistake from one of them or a bit of a moment side by side, he'd be right there to pick up the pieces from any spoils that may present themselves to the driver there in the 445. 30 seconds to go. 2 more laps. And now there's a chance for Tumigas. He's trying to pull the same move that we saw Sagadi have a go at earlier, and it's the same result. Shchurko able to hold round the outside. You've got to say, it's good defensive driving from Maxim Shchurko. The classic defensive pincer move, where you give your rival the space to go down the inside, just turn in enough to not make contact or significant contact and arrest their exit speed off of corner. Very, very hard manner of defensive driving to get right, but Shchurko is doing it right now, and through goes Tumigas. Was there a bit of a touch there? Bumper to bumper. Shchurko tried to get it stopped in the middle of the S's and has lost track position now to Tonis Johannes Tumigas. Here goes Sagadi now. Gaulitis is having a look at Shchurko for 4th place. We're on to the final lap of this one. Tumigas checks over the shoulder and makes a mistake, runs wide. Through goes Sagadi, through goes Shchurko as well. And Gaulitis is having a look now down the inside. Tumigas, I think, just got himself distracted, checked over the left-hand shoulder to see where Sagadi was, just ran wide, it would seem, on that first look. David Sagadi, patience paying off, is going to take P2 here, but no trouble at all for Edgars Vilkans, who is going to sweep to another victory. It's going to be 2 from 2, and this one even more dominant than the previous one. Entertaining battle there for P2, that in the end goes the way of Devin Sagadi. Maxim Shchurko P3, Tonis Johannes Tumigas with a stronger run through heat number 2 there. Finishes P4. Noyes Gaulitis comes home with good points P5. Mikolas Matinas wins in DD2 Master, P6 overall. Pritze over the line in P7. And we're just waiting for a bit of a change for 8th place right at the end there. Aras Yankevicius gets P8. In a really close battle there right at the end. Only takes it by just under a 10th and a half ahead of Martinas Batunas. Odrius Kragas finishes a further 2 seconds behind. So Kragas goes from 8th to 10th at the end of that race. But it's another win for that driver there. Edgars Vilkans will go into the final on pole position and look to get the title defence off to the best possible start. Now, this may be an interesting parc fermé between the drivers. It's a good shake of hands there between Tumigas
and Shacheko. Devin Sagadi goes on to the weighbridge as well. Quick look at the state of the tyres there. Looking pretty good for everybody in DD2 and DD2 Master. It always interests me, this this part of the racing affair, particularly if you're in Edgar Vilkan's shoes, because he's probably assessing his own performance. He again backed off massively on that last lap, just to conserve. But I wonder if he knows. Oh, now is that a puncture there on the Sodi? That was a driver kicking the tyre quite strongly. It looked like it was giving way to me. That would be Martinez Mactunas, possibly in the 423. We'll come back to DD2 later on. The final race of the day at 4:52 local time, because right now we're going to move to what is our first final of this first round for Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania in 2025. It is, of course, the Nano final. So 7 drivers in this one, in this development class, using Micromax machinery, building up their confidence, building up their experience and their speed, without the pressures perhaps of a full Micromax field, because as we've seen in the Micromax category today, it's very competitive, it's very quick. Sometimes for drivers who are just starting out, better for them to run in a separate grid. I quite like this Nano category. Gives the chance for drivers to shine out each in their own right. We've been talking about lap times a lot so far today, so the story of the day so far for the Nanos. Very tricky conditions first thing this morning in the sub-zero temperatures, as the drivers will look to get formed up on the grid. And the good news is that every single driver who was in the first heat went significantly quicker than they did in timed qualifying. And timed qualifying was the same. They went significantly quicker than they did in the free practice. Now, the delta may not be as big in this final, simply because the track conditions, whilst are improving bit by bit, they're not massively different to what we saw for the semi-final for the Nanos earlier on today. We'll get on to the result of that semi in a moment's time. In fact, well, the result of the semi is effectively the grid, so we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone in this regard. Here is your grid for the Nano final, and Taurus Bakutis Villis starts on pole position. Gelvis Geditis alongside on the front row. Marius Norkus P3, Brightis Tennis P4, Rodrigo Lapins P5, Mikkel Andrzejewski in 6th place, and then Vincentas Pictus will be P7. Red flags are out. Now, I would wonder whether this is a repeat of what we saw earlier, where they'll bring the drivers round onto the starting grid and just take a moment to make sure and get them all in the right order, then set them off for a final formation lap. And a bit of a moment there as the drivers head on in. Now, the number 10 there with the white NASA panel, that's the one that we need at the front. Then the number 17. Then the number 20. Then the number 56, the 63, the 79, and the 4. So I think they're going to try and get this to be the order now. There is Taurus Bakitis Vilius, who you would say is a strong favourite for this race. It's been the fastest of these 7 drivers throughout the course of the day. So the number 10 will start on pole position. There's the number 17 being moved forward into P2. Marius Norkus there, P3 in the number 20. He's in pretty much the right position already. Then the number 56 of Rentis Tennis. Rodrigo Lapins in the number 63. Pretty quick number. With the Tony Kart livery there, will be on the inside of row number 3. Mikhail Andrzejewski, P6, and then Vincentas Pictus now very nicely set out number 4 with the CRG livery. Those will be your 7th, so they're in the right order now. This Nano final will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. nice and steady down through the S's. And we should drive through to the start of this one. For this development class, drivers just getting going, getting their speed up. Maybe one day they will step up into the micro category. So the youngest drivers in the field. Green flag drops, and away we go then for the Nano final. Good start for Taras Bakatis-Vilius. Takes the lead from pole position. Good start as well for Gelvis Geditis in P2. And again, we'll be keeping an eye on lap times for the drivers up and down the order to see if they can get their best lap times so far today. For Bakatis-Vilius, a 62.091 is the target. Geditis, the pace of Geditis by the end of the race was pretty much on par with Bakatis-Vilius in the semi-final. So 62.609 is the target for Geditis. Norkus a 67.796. Tennis a 68.6. Lapins a 72, or 1 minute 12, we should say. 1 minute 12.967. Andrzejewski is looking to break through from the 1 minute 12s as well, and Pictis a 1 minute 22. So those are all the target times for the drivers to see if they can beat those times and go ever quicker across the course of the day here at Aukštadvaris. There's your race leader, Bakatis-Vilius, 65.361 there on the first lap of the race. 1.8 seconds is the gap from Geditis, which is one of the bigger gaps that we've seen at the end of the first lap so far today. But for Geditis, that's a much closer gap at this stage of the race than we saw in the semi-final. So that's really good from Gelvis Geditis. As I say, that's what this Nano category is all about. It's about building the confidence. It's about getting the drivers the opportunity to find their rhythm, find their speed on a quieter circuit. It's a good idea, if you ask me. Down through the S's goes Taras Bakatis-Vilius. Good to see that, again, those lap times pretty much on par straight away. I think we are going to see some personal bests absolutely smashed in this final. And in fact, I thought one had already gone, but no, not quite yet. So we'll keep an eye on those lap times so far. No changes in position at the end of that first lap. So still Bakatis-Vilius leading this race. Geditis is P2, Norkus P3, Lapins Tennis. No, tell a lie actually. Vincentas Pictus has got through into 6th place at the end of that first lap, past Mikhail Andrzejewski. So Andrzejewski has now got back through into 6th place. And meanwhile, we're on the watch of some PBs. We've already got some coming in. So Ritis Tennis has already got a personal best for today in the number 56, so 1 minute 8.087 as we watch our race leader coming through the final corner to complete lap number 3. Rodrigo Lapins, I think, has set a PB as well. Yeah, in fact, has smashed the PB. Brilliant stuff from Rodrigo Lapins in the number 63. Has just done a 1 minute 9.720. That is the first time that we've seen Rodrigo under the 1 minute 10s today. That is a big turn of speed. Has already improved a lap time from the semi-final by more than 3 seconds. So a really good run there from Rodrigo. And isn't a million miles behind Marius Norkus. Hasn't Marius Norkus not quite set a PB yet, but no worries, he's getting there. Bit of traffic for the race leader to deal with. Blue flag out for Vincentas Pictus. Vincentas Pictus at the moment at the 124s, looking at trying to beat a personal best from the semi-final of a 122.726. Just to note that one. Through turn 2 goes the race leader. 5.6 seconds now in the lead. And, well, no, we've been talking about personal bests for those further down the order, but it's the same target, I think, for your race leader as well. Taurus Bakatis Villiers has just, well, not on that last lap, the lap before, but a 1 minute 1.620. So that's the best lap time that we've seen the driver in the number 10 so far today. I'm running with a bit of an Intrepid livery on that one as well. Love to see that. Intrepid, obviously not as big a part of the scene as they used to be. Love to see those colours back out. There's your driver in second place, Gelvis Geditis. 5.6 seconds behind, currently lapping in the 1 minute 4s. Looking to try and get the best lap time in this race down below a 1 minute 2.6 if possible. That'd be a really good way to finish the day, as well as finishing P2. 1 minute 3.2 is currently the fastest lap time from Geditis in this race. Let's see, this looked like a pretty tidy lap so far in this one. We'll bring you the update on that as and when we receive it. Timing just taking a little bit of time to work its way through. 2 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. I believe that was a 1 minute 4.4 last time around. British Tennis has set a PB. 1 minute 8.0. And I think we've had another PB as well come in from Mikhail Andrzejewski. Andrzejewski has gone 2 seconds quicker in the number 79 than we saw in the semi-finals. So, again, really good progress there from Mikhail Andrzejewski. Currently in 6th place overall to be down into the 1 minute 10s. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go then. And for Taurus Bakatis Villiers, it's looking like a routine run here now. It's well clear of the rest of the order. And is hoping to just bring this one home for the rest of the time in this final for the Nanos. Apologies for some of the little moments with timing. We are a bit further ahead than lap 4 in this race. So 7 laps completed in the semi-final early on today. So I expect that we're probably going to be up to around 9 or 10 laps across the course of this final. Still no worries for Taurus Bakatis Villiers. Leading this race quite comfortably at the moment. It's got a bit of traffic to deal with. And is the number 79 of Mikhail Andrzejewski, who's already set a personal best in this race. And may well be more personal bests coming in for the drivers across the course of this final. Well navigated through the traffic there by both Andrzejewski and Bakatis Villiers. Along the back stretch and towards turns 8 and 9. This is the part of the course where I think the drivers will be loving across the course of the day. It's getting quicker and quicker all the time. Blue flag to Andrzejewski. Timer has hit 0, which means that Taurus Bakatis Villiers is going to see the last lap board this time around. There is the blue flag once again to Andrzejewski. Just going to let the race leader go through. And for Taurus Bakatis Villiers, this is the knowledge now that 1.2 kilometres away from finishing this race. Apologies, I said, I think timing is just getting back up to speed now. Can I show you that it is Taurus Bakatis Villiers leading this race by some 16 seconds ahead of Gelvis Geditis. Up over the top of the hill. Just mark out the number 10 there with that Intrepid set of side pods on the livery and the white NASA panel. Gelvis Geditis a bit further behind
This is going to be a well-deserved win for Taurus Beketis in the Nano category. Takes the first final of the day. Across the line there goes Mikhail Andrzejewski in P6. And Gelvis Geditis should come round the final corner in a moment to take P2. And it looks like Ritis Tennis is going to take P3 as well. And what a performance by Ritis Tennis. Has gone some 3.5 seconds just on lap time alone. Best lap time alone quicker than what we saw from the number 56 in the first race. Myas Norkis will be P4, I believe. Rodrigo Lapin's P5. Andrzejewski, as mentioned, in 6th place. And Vincentas Prictis will be the 7th of the drivers home in the Nano final. But it is the number 10 of Taurus Beketis Vilius who is your first final winner of the day here at Aukštadvaris for round 1 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania in 2025. And that does bring us up to the mid-afternoon break. There's going to be probably about a just over 10-minute break here at the circuit before the micro and micro under 9 category are back out on circuit for their final. That will be at 3:30 local time. It's just gone past 3:15 local time here in Lithuania. The juniors will be afterwards. That'll be at 3:49. 4:11 for the minis, 4:30 for the seniors, and then 4:52 for the DD2 and DD2 Master Final. All to look forward to here on the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania YouTube channel. More from Aukštadvaris for round 1 of this year's championship in just over 10 minutes' time. Welcome back, everybody, to the first round of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania for 2025 here at Aukštadvaris. It's about 50 to 60 kilometers out from the center of the capital city of Vilnius. And we are getting ready for the finals here this afternoon. Less than a couple of minutes away from the first of those major finals, that of course being the micro and micro under 9 category. 19 drivers ready to go for the first final of the year.
And the decider as to who's going to take what's been a really competitive category here today. I think you've got a number of drivers who could take the overall win. And, of course, we're going to be keeping an eye on the under-9s category. The second final, for those tuning in for the juniors, they'll be at 3:49 local time. The minis will be at 4:11 local time, 4:30 for the seniors, and then 4:52 for the DD2 and DD2 Masters final. That's all the racing that we've got to look forward to here this afternoon. My name's Andrew Mather. Great to be with you once again. Been here throughout the whole day, through all of the heats and the Nano final and semi-final that we saw earlier on today. Here's your latest weather report. We're nudging 2 degrees now, so it's still very cold. But at least it's not sub-zero anymore. Wind has taken a little bit of a foot off the gas. It's now down to 19.8 kilometers an hour, but it's still very brisk. It's still very chilly for the drivers, and the formation laps are going to be important for getting materials, tyres, brakes, bodies up to temperature, ready for these longer races. For the younger categories, for micro and for mini, it's 9 minutes plus 1 lap. For junior and senior, it's 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And then DD2 and DD2 Masters for their joint race, that's the same grid, just to be clear. 14 minutes plus 1 lap. Green flag in the air then for the micro and micro under 9 final. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Emilis Chapkauskas has pole position in the number 41. Remy Kwiatchunas in the number 99 will start on the outside of row number 1. Andrius Manusis starts on the inside of row 2. It's an all under 9 row 2. So Aris Pascalis Bagatrius is also on that one. So that's the second row. Row 3, Leonas Sarikov and Jonas Gilzinis. Jonas Gilzinis in the number 71 and Zarikov in the number 45. They're both not in the under 9 category. Gordy Dulev and Oskaris Bakatis form up row number 4. Jokubas Jozaitis and Ivo Os go from row number 5. Gasparas Kazimekas is on row 6. Will be joined by Domas Norkus. Keep an eye on Kazimekas. There is some good speed for the number 43 carts in the early stages of heat number 2 earlier on this afternoon. Timas Rimas and Rodrigo Torrens start on row number 7. Carlos Bensons starts down on the 8th row of the grid. So I imagine some changes in the race results between the heats and this final, because we've seen the number 3 be at the very front of the field pretty much all day. But it's down there on the 8th row of the grid. It's joined by Lucas Stasionis, who had a retirement in heat number 1. Row 9 is Timo Babenko and Timas Janseka. And then Benediktas Gracius completes the 19 runners in this one. The first final of the year for the micro and micro under 9 categories for Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania 2025. Quick reminder of the drivers in the under 9 category. Maniusis in the 46, Bagatrius in the number 7, Dulev in the number 42, Kazimekas in the 43, Norkus in the 18, Stasionis in the 17, Janseka the number 16, and Gracius in the 66. So big opportunity here for Emilis Chapkauskas, arguably his closest rival so far today, starting down the order in 15th place. Closest rival on pure pace, that is. Vashkelis took both victories here at Aukštadvaris. The last time we were racing here in 2024, we're not going to go this time. Green flag not dropping. Yellow flag is out. I think the inside line, the pole side of the grid, were a little bit quick, a little bit eager out of turn number 14 there. But yes, a quick bit of history reminder. 2 finals here last year. Jokubas Vashkelis took both of them on his way to the title. Emilis Jozaitis was second in the first of the finals on the 3rd of August. And then one of the drivers in this race, Carlos Bessons, was third in the first of those 2 finals here at this circuit. Vaskalis, as mentioned, won the second of the finals on 3 weeks later on the 24th of August. And it was Oskaras Pudkavas, another one of the drivers who's moved up to Mini this year, second. And then our pole sitter, Emilis Čapkauskas, was third in the final the last time RMC Lithuania raced at Aukštadvaris. So Čapkauskas has got form round this place. Is there the speed in the 41 to get another great result, possibly even a win here today. Second time of asking then, drivers into the tram lines, which run all the way through turn 14. Are we going to get started? Yes, we are. Green flag drops, and away we go for the final here in Micro and Micro Under 9, the first final of the year for RMC Lithuania, and it is a good start for Emilis Čapkauskas there in the number 41. Good start as well for Andrius Maniusis. Anyone who was on the inside line on driver's left has had a good start. I think Kriatsunas has dropped to possibly even 5th place down the back straight for the first time in this one. Andrius Maniusis up to 2nd place, and of course leading in the under 9 category as well. Looks like the number 7 of Aris Pascalis Bagatrias has also followed through into 3rd place in the number 7. So straight away, under 9s looking really, really strong in the overall picture. Čapkauskas leads, Maniusis P2, Bagatrias in 3rd. Kriatsunas has got back to 4th place. There's a yellow flag out through the first part of the corner. Could hear some tyres screeching as well. I think there's been a problem for Jonas Gelzinis, unfortunately, because the number 71 is not being scored as going round. There's also a problem that was Rodrigo Tarins in the number 56 off the road in the energy course. So was in 8th place was Rodrigo, but I don't think they're going to be there much longer. May have fallen down to around 16th, 17th place. So longer race this, of course, for our Micro and Micro Under 9 drivers. Some of our youngest drivers, not the youngest drivers in this paddock, but still some of the younger ones, especially compared to the likes of the seniors and those running in DD2. Longer race means a more physical race for everybody out there. Through the first 2 corners they go. All of their heats so far today have been 6 minutes plus 1 lap. This being 9 minutes plus 1 lap, and you may think, well, 3 minutes, what's the difference? But when it's 3 minutes at the end of a big weekend, when you're a bit tired as well, and of course there's more points on the line. There's the pressure of 75 points being on the line for winning one of these finals. Those last 3 minutes can very much be the part of the race that tell the difference. We're not there yet, still 6.5 minutes of this one to go. So effectively, the other way of looking at it is the drivers have cleared off the time that they have extra over a heat. So if they can get into the rhythm of knowing how a heat race runs over 6 minutes plus 1 lap, there is a bit of logic there to say just apply the same as what you've been doing in the heats earlier on today. Bit of a defensive move there from Bagatrias just to make sure that there wasn't an attack from Kriatsunas there in 4th place. And now there's going to be an attack from the number 99. That's a nice move from Remi Kriatsunas. Apologies, down into turn number 5 and up to P3. Looking further down the order, coming up through the order, not a surprise that the new fastest lap of the race is held by Carlos Bernsols. So, having started a bit lower down the order, the number 3 is up to P9 now in this race. And it's probably, I would imagine the top 5 is on the cards for Bernsols at this rate. And if this top 4 do have a really big battle, in the remaining 5 minutes of this race, particularly if it goes over more than one lap. It's not completely out of the realms of possibilities that Benson's could still be on the podium here today, but Carlos Benson is going to need to work through the field with a pretty quick, ruthless streak of efficiency. Just trying to find a way past Kazimakis at the moment. Back at the front, though, Čapkauskas, as we've seen from Čapkauskas for pretty much all of the day, leading this one and dealing with the pressure of being at the front of the field in exemplary fashion. Andrius Maniusis is there in second place still, with Kriaučiūnas in third place. And this top three, I think, quite happy right now just to keep this train rolling on, because they've dropped Bagatrias out of this this group now. So, to a degree, they are looking to lock the podium positions in the overall stakes out pretty early, and then debate and fight and decide who's going to take 1, 2 and 3 later on in this race. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Berson's continuing to progress up the order. Berson's now up to 8th place, has got past Kazimekas, and Jordi Dulev has also gained a position on that last lap. Fallen down the order a tiny bit in the middle part of this race, but has just got 13th place back off of Ivo Os. So we're getting into the part of the race now that we were talking about earlier, the extra 3 minutes over the heats and how that can play into the minds of the drivers and the bodies of the drivers as well. Čapkauskas still holds the lead, but I thought there was going to be an attack coming in from Kriaučiūnas, and there was. Up into second place goes Kriaučiūnas, had just set the fastest lap of the race of 56.921, and has decided that now is the time to stretch things out and go for the race leader. So this is an important lap or two for Čapkauskas, because that move by Kriaučiūnas has allowed Čapkauskas to just get away a little bit, probably by 5 or 6 tenths of a second. Now, if Čapkauskas can hold that gap, he can bring the time down here and start to think about race victory. But if Kriaučiūnas can keep the pace up and close in to Čapkauskas, it's going to be a very different story. They're pretty evenly matched on that lap, 56.9s apiece. We should remember as well that Kriaučiūnas was doing some overtaking on that last lap, so inherently through that part of the course will have been a bit off optimum pace. This one is not done for the first final of the year in micro and micro under 9. Yes, Andrius Maniusis has lost a position on the road, but hasn't lost the lead in the under-9s category, to be clear. Our closest rival in the under-9s is immediately behind there in the shape of the number 7, Bagatrias. Gap is about 1.2 seconds. Change for 7th place to report in on. Bersons has got through past Urzaitis. That's another position gained for Carlos Bersons in the number 3. Tim Astran-Seika is also now back into the top 15. Ivo Os, unfortunately, losing a bit of pace in the latter stages of this race. So just over a minute to go then. Probably 2 more on the timer, and then plus 1 lap, of course, at the end of all of these races. So 3 more to go. If we've got the sums correct. Čapkauskas knows now that this is not going to be one of those races where he could just lead out from the front and bring it home nice and leisurely at the end. This is going to be one where a fight will decide who's going to win the first final of this new Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania season. Through into the S's go the race leaders, Čapkauskas and Kriaučiūnas. Maniusis not too far behind as well. Don't count out the potential of an under-9 overall victory here today. 25 seconds on the clock, so they will cross the line with time on the board. Plenty of it. It will expire on this lap. I guess the question is now for Kriaučiūnas, where does the move, where does the opportunity come up? You would think start of the final lap, because we've been talking across the course of the day
of how you can make moves in this part of the course. All of these hairpins, turn 3, 4, 5, 6, these are overtaking zones. You can overtake as well over the top of the brown down through the S's, but it's a lot tougher, especially as all of those corners flow from one into another, into another, into another. So in some way, getting the move done earlier in the final lap, not leaving it to the last possible moment, is on odds the best way of doing things. Chapkauskas has had a really good run though down through those S's. He's going to have a lead of about 2 kart lengths as they come over the line, but that's going to close in because this is where the power of the slipstream comes into effect for Kriachunas. There's one opportunity gone through turn 2. Turn 3 is next. I think Kriachunas will just wait for now. He wants to be right on the bumper. It's got to be a move. I think it's turn 6. It's going to be the best opportunity for Kriachunas to get alongside and get through past Kapchauskas. He's closer than he's ever been. He's going to go for the move. It's turn 6, side by side. They're going to be side by side again off of the corner, rubbing wheels a bit there, and through goes Kriachunas into the lead of the race. Don't count out Manusis and Bagatrius as well for this race win. They're also contesting the under-9 trophy in these last few corners. Has Chapkauskas got a response here? The gap is edging out now for Kriachunas through the final couple of corners, and it's going to be a win for Remy Kriachunas, who takes the first final of the year in the micro and micro under-9 category. Chapkauskas in P2. Andrius Mianusis takes 3rd place overall and wins in the under-9 category. A great drive there. Aras Bagatrius in P4 overall will be on the podium in the under-9 category. P2 for the number 7 in class. Leonid Zarikov, P5. Good steady race there from Zarikov. And then in 6th place overall, Carlos Bernsons, who would have loved to have been a part of that battle for the race win, but wasn't to be here today. Oskaris Bakitis comes home P7 overall. In P8, we find Kasparas Kazimekas, who will also be 3rd in the under-9s. So a good run there from Kazimekas after the difficulties at the latter end of heat number 2. To get a top 3 in under-9s. Jokubas Iozaitis and Domas Norkas complete the top 10. Lucas Stasionis in 11th place ahead of Timo Babenko. Gordy Dulev, Timas Rimas and Timas Dranseka all in the top 15. Ivo Os, Rodrigo Torrens and Benediktas Grasic complete the 18 runners. One retirement from the very start of the race was Jonas Gelzinis. But there are the celebrations for the drivers and the applause from parents and mechanics and supporters alike. A really good race there to kick things off for the finals session here for round 1 of RMC Lithuania 2025. Aukštadvaris has already had a very good run there for the micros and the micro under-9s, and in the end it was decided by 0.1 of a second. I do believe that we will have the awards immediately after the race as well, as we have a little site there of just some of the hard-working marshals and officials out on circuit. It has been a bitterly cold day. It's been fresh, it's been sunny, a few clouds in the sky, but the temperature has been very, very low indeed. So good to see that everybody is in warm spirits and wrapped up warm as well, not too chilly out there with 4 races to go here today. If you missed any of the micro and micro under-9 racing here today, don't worry, you can watch the heats back at your leisure on this same broadcast. Do make sure that you've clicked that subscribe button as well for RMC Lithuania to follow the rest of the season. But very good win for Remigius. Kriachunas takes it by 0.1 of a second, and he thought it through as well. Didn't try and do things too early. Knew that there was going to be an opportunity through one of those 4 hairpins in the first half of the last lap, and timed it to perfection to get it through
turn 6. It was very close off of turn 6, of course. Czapkowski's fought for it all the way. I think that's going to be a pattern that we may see across the course of this afternoon of drivers, if they're in that position of P2, right behind the leader on the final lap, they're going to go for it on the exit of, on the entry either to turn 5 or the exit of turn number 6. They're in the pits, they're in the pre-grid, are our runners in the junior category. They are due to go in 1 minute's time for their final. This will be a 12-minute plus 1 lap final. And for all the drivers, good opportunity to start their seasons in the best possible manner so far for the juniors. It's been a very competitive run for Marius Mazinas. There is the green flag. Drivers out onto on the track for the formation laps ahead of this junior and junior hobby final. Let's take you through the running order of 9 drivers in this one, all of them in the Junior Max category, and it will be Marius Mazinas on pole position, looking to complete this perfect day of pole position in TQ earlier on today. 2 heat wins. Can Marius complete the clean sweep and get the final as well? Alongside on the front row, will be Rodrigo Kakas. Marcus Jauk and Jinas Rimkus will be on row number 2. Nemenas Volbekas has had a very, very up and down day. Will be on the inside of row number 3 for the start of this one, and joined by Domas Karalevicius. Oskaras Gorga had a difficult start to the day in qualifying, but has fought back quite nicely and is on the inside of row number 4 for this one, with Laurenas Karalevicius for company. And then the last of the 9 runners in this one will be Normantas Avrasevicius. There's a quick view from above the circuit. This 1.2 kilometre layout of the Aukštadvaris karting circuit. And I think the big question is can anyone get ahead of Mazinas? Because Mazinas has been running races so far today in a typical fashion of get a good start, not necessarily completely bolt away from the rest of the field in the early stages of one of these races, but once he gets into the middle phase of the race, that's when we start to see the gaps grow, and Mazinas really take these races by the scruff of the neck, as it were, and take full control. If someone like a Rodrigo Kakas or a Marcus Jauk or Jinas Rimkus can get ahead of Mazinas and control the pace, the 296, that could be a very different story. The one thing we haven't seen Mazinas do so far today, hasn't needed to do it so far today, is overtake out on track. Green flag in the air. Does it drop? No, didn't think it would drop there because the pace at the front of the field a little bit too quick to the liking of the race officials. So as such, they will go round and have another lap. And again, a bit more opportunity for the drivers in these bitterly cold conditions to get things up to temperature. There is Marius Mazinas on the Gillard chassis. One of the many OTK products on the market. There is another one of them. Rodrigo Kakas in the LN chassis immediately behind. I'd keep an eye on Jinas Rimkus, though, on the CRG. Potential to have a good race here. This is immediately looking like a more controlled run to the line. Mazinas was at Grand Finals last year. Is this the start of his run to it again in 2025? And away we go. Very good start for those on the anti-pole side of the grid. But in the second phase of the start, it is Mazinas who takes advantage and takes the race lead. Through turn 3 and turn 4 they go. Well, Rodrigo Kakas tried to give that as much as he could to get ahead in the early stages. 2 drivers were a bit slow on the entry to turn number 6 on this first lap,
but could that be the key moment straight away? Then Marius Mazinas has held the lead off the race start. It's the 2:88 of Marcus Jauk in the green and black machine, who has got up into second place. And Marcus Jauk has been a feature at the front of the field throughout the course of today. So no reason to suggest that the pace will drop off for Marcus Jauk across the course of this race. Mazinas, as Mazinas was running between categories last year, did a lot of racing in the junior category in RMC Lithuania last year, was 7th in the final standings. But of course, when it came to the grand finals, was racing in, or got a ticket to race in Minimax last year, on the way to a very commendable finish in the final. That is a problem for the 266 of Oskaris Groga. So a shame for Groga, who has come to a stop. And that will be the end of things for Oskaris Groga. That is a real shame, because Groga, it's kind of bookends the day of problems in timed qualifying that limited the number of laps that we saw from the 266, and technical issues again at the end of the race, or in the final race of the weekend, means we won't see the 266 do more than 2 laps in this one. Does mean that Avrasevicius is back up into P7. We didn't note at the start of the race that there were 2 drivers involved in a bit of a contretemps, shall we say. The other one was Nemunas Volbekas. Volbekas fell down to 9th place, so a bit of a repeat of what we saw in heat number 1 for Volbekas. Had an opportunity to race in the top 5, did take that in heat number 2, but what is not going to be so here in this one is down in 9th place. Bit of field spread at the very front of the order. I do wonder now, is this the stage where we start to see Marius Mazinas start to pull away? He's been managing the gap. It's at about half a second at the moment. We've got 9 minutes of this race to go, so we're still not even at the point of going, well, this is the length of a heat to go for the drivers out there. And Marcus Jauk has just set the fastest lap of the finals so far, a 52.659, a little bit quicker than Mazinas. So Mazinas on a 52.727. And again, is this a case of Mazinas just conserving tyres right now, just holding something in reserve for when Marcus Jauk catches, if Marcus Jauk can catch, of course. At the moment, it's very much down to Marcus to chase down, and that'll be the 288 using its tyres, using its materials a little bit harder perhaps than Marius Mazinas, and there that is the set of tactics that Marius Mazinas is playing here. You would think that he would start to bolt away, and I think we have just started to see a little bit of that, because that was a 52.5 last time around for Mazinas, a 52.6 for Marcus Jauk. Rodrigo Kakas still there as well in 3rd place. Jonas Rimkus in 4th, and it really has been those 4 clear of the rest of the field so far here today. Pivotal laps this for this final, for the story of this final, of how close it's going to be. What can Marcus Jauk do here about the pace of the double heat winner from earlier today? That was a good lap from Mazinas, 52.372. So he's just starting to edge this gap out now, back up to 0.6 of a second. Saw the stranded 2-on-1 of Volbekas at the side of the road there to confirm Volbekas is out of the race. Groga is out of the race. So we're down to 7 runners in this one. Good scrap going on between the Karalevicius duo, just to note. Domas ahead of Lorinas for 5th place. Those 2 about 5 seconds off the back of the pack. There was a quick sight of Rodrigo Kakas, who's at the moment on for a podium here. Down the pit straight once again. This time Marcus Jauk a little bit quicker. We're talking half a tenth here and there between these two. That's why visually it doesn't seem
like the gap is changing. It's just very slight at the moment. Down to 5.5 tenths is the lead for Mazinas over Jauk. It's been a good performance from both of these drivers. Out of turn number 6, there is that battle between Domas and Lorinas Karalevicius that we mentioned a few moments ago. And, well, it's not over yet. This is a very entertaining squabble for 5th place. Down through the S's once again. Domas with the livery of the Lithuanian colours there, or at least 2 of them. A little bit of yellow in there. Yeah, I'd say that is Lithuanian colours with the black background, and then the cosmic colours of Lorinas in the 244. In the game of trading half tenths, it's gone the other way again at the very front of the field, just to report. It's back up to 6 tenths of a second exactly for Marius Mazinas ahead of Marcus Jauk. Still a good amount of time to go in this one. Over 5 minutes plus 1 lap. At the moment, these two on your screen running in the 53.1, so they're leaving Normantas Avrasevicius behind. The gap back to the 213, about 6.3 seconds right now. Leaders complete another lap, and once again for both of them, it's in the 52.2s. It's an intriguing battle. This it's not the most dramatic in terms of side by side, pod to pod, wheel to wheel racing. It is one of those that will be increasing the pressure on both drivers to not make a mistake. Say with these windy conditions, very, very easy indeed, especially mid-corner when you're almost working across the wind to get a bit of a sideways moment happening. It's a bit wide there from Domas. Lorinas may have an opportunity here, but again, it's just caught Domas in the difficult part of the course to make an overtake work. Pretty much one single line, especially at the end of a day of racing where conditions have been dry throughout. We've had no rain. You can see that that line rubbering in now. Domas with a better exit out of turn 14 on that occasion. Lorinas with some good straight line speed. But not so much that there's going to be an opportunity through the first 3 or 4 corners of this lap. Towards turn 5. Lorinas good on the brakes, but that would have been a bit of a mission from all the way back there to try and move on Domas. So they'll hold position, 5th and 6th places for now. We are on the 10th lap of this one. Still, that gap between the 2 leaders just seems to be holding at 0.6 of a second, well, 0.599 of a second to be exact. They've got good pace over Rodrigo Kakas in 3rd place. Marius and Jauk in the low 52s. Rodrigo Kakas in the mid 52s, well, a 52.3 last time around. And that may be the key lap that's just gone in there from Marius Mazinas. It was another 52.1. It was a 52.197. It's the fastest lap of the race so far, but crucially, it's got the lead gap back up to 3/4 of a second, which for me might just be a little bit too much for Marcus Jauk to overhaul today. If it was around 0.4 of a second, that's the kind of gap where you're keeping the race leader honest. But to be honest, now at 3/4 of a second, Mazinas can afford to take the odd corner here or there, a little bit touch wide. He'll start to relax. He'll start to know that as long as he can drive clean between now and the end of the race, he doesn't need to drive to his absolute limit. Still Domas ahead of Lorinas in the battle between the Karalevicius drivers. 2:33 ahead of 2:44. Not talked about Rodrigo Kakas for a while, but Kakas is still there in 3rd. In a comfortable position, 2.7 seconds ahead of Ginas Rimkus. So I don't think it's going to be a podium today for Rimkus. All of these drivers are in the same category, of course. Still to be decided, this battle for 5th place. I think this one will go to the last lap, which will be in a couple of laps' time. We're on to 1 minute and 15 to go. And yeah, I think the critical blow has been hit by Marius Mazinas in a similar fashion to what we've seen across the course of today. Gap's now up to 0.9 of a second. You just saw the green and black of Marcus Jauk flash through the front of shot there. And it has still been very good pace from Marcus Jauk, consistently in the 52.2s across the course of this race. But Marius Mazinas, as we saw here last year as well, Mazinas won both junior races here at Aukštadvaris in the 2024 season. He's very, very good round this circuit. The record book shows that. And despite Marcus Jauk has just put in a personal best last time around, Rodrigo Kakas has put in they're all in the 52.1s, but this is the thing with this kind of racing, particularly in junior Rotax. It's the fine margins. It's the, as we were talking about earlier, the half-tenths here and there across the course of a final, and the metronomic running of Marius Mazinas is what's going to make the difference here today. Timer ticks over to 0. Last lap board will be out this time around at the end of lap number 14 to set us off for a 15-lap final. And as long as Marius Mazinas can drive a nice, clean lap with decent pace, that was a 52.2. It extends his lead to more than a second for the first time in this race. Mazinas has seen the gap as well. He knows what is in hand here. Got to give it to Marcus Jauk. Marcus Jauk kept Mazinas very honest indeed in that first half of the race. Kept the gap at about 0.6 of a second. Kept it within range that Mazinas knew that one mistake, whilst having to push on hard as well, would have made the difference here today. But he's held firm. Marius Mazinas down through the S's for the 15th and final time in this final, for the first final of RMC Lithuania for 2025. Just a couple of corners to go. Out of the final corner. Victory for Marius Mazinas. Takes round 1 of RMC Lithuania here at Aukštadvaris with a superb performance. Timed qualifying pole, both heats, and now the final. The perfect day for Marius Mazinas, who in the end wins by 0.991 of a second. Marcus Jauk, after that great start, takes P2, and Rodrigo Kakas completes the podium here today. Ginas Rimkus comes home in P4. In the Karolevicius battle, it was Domas who took 5th place ahead of Lorinas, and 7th place as well for Numantas Avrasevicius. Points on the board for all of those drivers. 2 retirements from that race, both on lap number 2. So they completed the first lap. They did not go any further than that. Oskaris Skoga and Nemunas Volbekas. Disappointing day for Volbekas. 4th in the championship last year, of course. Still more opportunities to get points on the board and improve on that P4 from last year, but that is not how Nemunas would have wanted to start this season. So the drivers head into pit lane then, and for Marius Mazinas in this quest to potentially return to the Rotax Grand Finals later on in the year. Still a long way to go, still many races to run, but that is the first part of the puzzle done in a very accomplished manner. That may have looked easy, that may have looked simple on a lap chart point of view and at home, but I'm sure behind the wheel it was anything but. Especially with the pace of Marcus Jauk in the final there. That was a good run from Marcus. Just probably needed another 10th per lap. So if we look at the best lap time, it's 52.029 for Mazinas, 52.187 for Yauk, 52.141 for Kakas. And it was that. It was a 10th here or there for second and third place. Their pace was good, but just not quite as good as Mayas Mazanas, and that has been the story of the entire day for the juniors. If you missed any of their racing today, once again, don't worry, you can watch the heats and the timed qualifying back at your leisure on this same broadcast from earlier on today, all across on the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania YouTube channel. 3 more races to go here today at Aukštadvaris. The mini final will be up next, and I've got a real feeling that this is a contender for race of the day. We've seen some very close battles across the course of the heats this morning and the early part of this afternoon. Time qualifying was very, very close as well. And to see the recovery van heading back to the paddock. That's why we've just got a little pause at the circuit here. But for the minis, a bit of on the history front. Last time we were here, it was Stankevičius taking the Stankevičius taking the win on the 3rd of August. Patrikas Jocius P2 and Tautividas Dagis in 3rd place. That was the 3rd of August meeting. The one 3 weeks later, Vaskelis, Jocius, and Stankevičius were your top 3, and some of those names that we're gonna see again in this next one. There are the drivers in dummy grid, and as a reminder, it will be 9 minutes plus 1 lap. It was 5 minutes at the very start of the day, of course, for TQ, and 18 drivers ready to go. You can see the board there being shown to the drivers. That'll be was the 3-minute board, I think. Time has just ticked over to 1 minute to go now for everybody out there. We'll take you through the grid once they're out on circuit. And there goes the recovery van back to its position. Hopefully not needed for this next race. Looking for an entertaining run across the course of this one, and say a bit of an international flavour to this field as well. We've had drivers from across the Baltic states here this weekend, from Lithuania, of course, from Latvia, from Estonia. We've even got drivers from the United Kingdom in this one. But some of the supporters gathering around the circuit to watch this one, and I genuinely mean it in that this could be race of the day, just for how close the heats have been this morning. No disrespect to the seniors in the DD2s, they've been more tactical affairs. This is going to be a full-bodied battle across the course of these next 10 minutes or so. Let's take you through the grid for this one, the first final of the year in RMC Lithuania for Minimax, and it's Joris Stankevičius on pole position, looking to repeat the victory that they had here in the summer as part of the 2024 season in the first of the meetings held here at this circuit. The second final winner here in the month of August is alongside him on the front row. Jokubas Vaskelis starts on the outside of row number 1. Sauli Vadkute starts on the second row, is joined by Patrikas Jocius, the championship winner in Minimax RMC Lithuania in 2024. Oskaras Pidkavas, one of the drivers promoting up to a full season in Micro to here in the Minis. Pidkavas starts P5. Hans Klaus starts P6 alongside on that third row of the grid. Taurus Zimnichas starts on row 4, is joined by Rami Chiakunas. We've already seen a win for Karyatunis so far today. Is there going to be another one here? Would be an extraordinary one from that position on the grid, but you never know in a race like this. Jonas Pundis starts on row 5, is joined by Ralf Lakaitis. That completes the top 10. Kater Spike is on the row 6, is joined by Martin Zlapins. Row 7, Vaidunas Pitkas is joined by Elliot Travis. Row 8, Emilis Yozaitis is joined by Vinis Zalnerevicius. And completing the field of 17 runners in this one, it is the 111 of Gabrielius Derenchus. So the drivers coming round and through the final few corners. Everybody ready to go for this 9-minute and 1 lap final. Has all the makings of a very, very close race indeed. Stankiewicz and Vaskelis on the front row. Vaitkute and Jocius on row number 2. Who is going to take the first final of the year? The flag drops and away we go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a very good start for Stankiewicz, and Jocius coming through as well. There's a bit of a moment for Jocius there in the 1:25. So already a bit of drama in the early stages of this Minimax final, but everybody looks okay. Everybody looks stable and still running in this one. Into turn number 6 they go for the first time. It is going to be Joris Stankiewicz leading over the top of the brow of this circuit. Patricus Jocius, that is the fastest start we've seen from Jocius so far today. Didn't have a particularly good one in Heat 1. Heat 2 was okay, but that was a lightning start for the driver there in the 1:25. Down the hill they cascade. We'll count them through at the end of this first lap. This one will stay close throughout the course of things, and Stankiewicz, who had more than a half-second lead in the early stages of this one. It was 0.3 of a second. That's completely gone now, as Jocius is all over the back of Stankiewicz here for the race lead. Soli Vaitkute is still there in 3rd place. Jokubas Vaskelis in P4. Klaus Hans is still there in P5, and a change for the lead. There goes Jocius into the race lead. Now that's the kind of overtaking efficiency that we saw from Jocius in the very first heat of the day. Didn't quite see it in heat number 2. Had that moment with Soli Vaitkute across the course of heat number 2. But this is the perfect place. This is exactly where the reigning champion wants to be in the early stage of this one. Control the pace, control the race from the very front. There's a move for 3rd place. Down the inside goes Jokubas Vaskelis, who has set the fastest lap of the race so far. That one was all about track position. Getting back up to 3rd place, disposing of Vaitkute there, and making sure that these front 2 don't start to gallop away. Jocius and Stankiewicz, we know, have good pace here today, and we know that they've got the ability to do some overtaking as a change for the lead once again. Through goes Stankiewicz back to the front of the order. Well, we said this had a contender for race of the day potential, and it's already delivering. No waiting around, no, we'll play the long game, we'll take it down to 90 seconds to go and then start fighting for the race lead. These young drivers are going to do it across the course of these 9 minutes. Bit of a look there from Vaskelis for 2nd place on Jocius. Jocius able to hold on to it. Vaskelis pulls out of it on that occasion. Changes further down the field, just to note. Emilis Juzaitis is up to P9. Elliot Travis is getting on with things. He's up into P10 now, up into the top 10 for the British-based driver. Cater Spike P12, Ralph Rakaitis P13. Vaidunas pictures are all on the move. I think there's been a problem out there for Taurus. Zimnikas, unfortunately, the 101 is down to P17. Lost some 13 seconds or so on that previous lap. So that is Zimnikas out of contention for a top 10 here today. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, 1, 2, 3. Clear of the field, but not necessarily for long, because there's some good pace there in the second group. This at the moment led by Soli Vaitkute in the 198, Klaus Hans in the 169, and Oscar Pidkovas 3rd in the Micromax standings at the end of 2024. That group there, 4th through 6th, keep an eye on them because they've got the potential here, if they can keep working together, if they can stay organised, of making this 3-kart battle for the lead a little bit more of a busy affair out there. Change for 10th place. Jonas Pundis has got through past Elliot Travis. That was at the end of lap number 4. And Pundis will look to move back up through the order. It's got 1 second to find to close up to the back of Emilis Giuditis. Down through the sweepers, through the S's once again. And got to say that Joris Stankiewicz is doing a very, very good job of leading this field at the moment and asserting his authority on this race. Patrick Kasiocic, just see there, gives a little nudge in the back there, a little bit of a dump bump draft, and he's going to move down the inside and go through. That was through turn number 3. Patrick Kasiocic is your new race leader. And I wonder, was Stankiewicz expecting that little bump on the entry to turn number 2? Did he have full control there? Has he got the speed to reply back? So Jocic back to the front of the order. But we did see that earlier on in this race, that Jocic, when taking the lead, looking to break away from the field, wasn't quite able to do so. And Stankiewicz came back about a lap and a half later. We've still got 3.5 minutes to go. And this is similar to what we talked about with the micro final as well. All of the racing so far today, the qualifying as well, it's been sessions shorter than 6 minutes. Now we go longer than that. Change for second place. Vaskelis with a nice move down the inside of Stankiewicz takes P2. But this is where these drivers, if they're going to get tired at some point today, this is the point at which it will happen. 3 minutes to go, 3 minutes and 5 seconds to be exact, plus the 1 lap. What have they got in the locker? What has Vaskelis got in the locker? Has led a lot of laps so far today, had a super timed qualifying and had some good early runs in the heats, but wasn't quite always able to follow things through to the end of those heats. Has now got to chase down last year's champion, Patrick Wojciech. The gap at the moment, I would imagine, is going to be somewhere around 4-5 tenths of a second. Yes, 0.448 of a second. So it's doable. I've got to feel that on this lap, Vaskelis has got to be closing that gap down to around 0.3 of a second. If he doesn't, I think it's game over for Vaskelis in terms of the race win, because Patrick Kasiocic can then just start to, like we saw earlier with the juniors, race a bit more relaxed, race a bit more calm, start to bring this one home with 2 minutes to go on the clock. Change for 7th place. Kwiatunas has got through past Lappens for that 7th place. That's the 119 through past the 118. Tarasim Nikas, after that problem earlier on, lost about 13 seconds in the early stages of this race, has at least got back into the top 15 now and is through past Darren Chis. That is the rest of the order. Here's a move, at least an attempt for one by Stankiewicz, but not able to make it through. And I do think this might be game over now, because Patrick Kasiocic is more than half a second clear, is not looking like he's slowing down, is reliably in the 54.3s. You've got to say for Jocic, it was all off the start. That lightning start that meant he's just that little bit further up the order than we've seen for Jocic so far today has meant that at this stage, with 60 seconds to go, where sometimes he's still been working his way through and gets to the very front of these orders, he's already there and he's cleared off to a gap that I was about to say was couldn't be pulled back. But this has been a very good lap from Vaskelis. Very good lap indeed, a 54.2 to a 54.5. This race isn't done. This race isn't done yet. We've got 2 laps to go. The gap is back down to 0.345 of a second. If Vaskelis can go and do another lap like that, that was the fastest lap of the race so far. If Vaskelis can put another one like that in on the penultimate lap of the race, we could still have a bit of a grandstand finish here in Mini. Down the hill once again. This is where Vaskelis on the previous lap was really, really good. Had the rhythm down through these corners. It's going to be the same story that we talked about earlier with the micros. If you're going to make a move, you've got to be ready to do it in the first half of the lap through one of those 4 hairpins. And Vaskelis has got a chance here. They finish
the penultimate lap of the race. The gap is down to 0.168 of a second. Vaškelis did throw in another 54.2 and has got right to the rear bumper now of Patrikas Wojciech through the first of the hairpins. Oh, didn't get a good exit off of turn number 3. That may be it now. Wojciech is off of turn 5 and off of turn 6, still in the race lead. Crucially, several kart lengths out front. I'm not quite sure what happened there for Vaškelis, but the speed just left the 124, it seemed, coming off of turn number 3. It's been a brave effort from last year's Micromax champion in RMC Lithuania, but down the S's. It's been a great race, and it's going to be a big victory for Patrikas Wojciech, who takes round 1 of RMC Lithuania for 2025. A fantastic result under big pressure. He was second here twice at Aukštadvaris in 2024. He'll stand on the top step here today, and he wins it by just under 0.4 of a second ahead of Jokubas Vaškelis, two drivers who featured heavily at Rotax Grand Finals in 2024, and who's to be saying that they won't be heading back there again later on in the autumn once they've got through the entirety of this season. Good run to third place for Joris Stankiewicz as well. Not quite able to repeat the victory that we saw here back at the start of August, but he is on the podium again, which means he's been on the podium 3 races in a row in Minimax round this place. Sauli Vadkate, good run there to P4. Oskaras Pidkavas, I think, can be pretty happy with P5. Another one of the drivers stepping up from micro to mini for this year. P5, good effort from Pidkavas. Klaus Hans in 6th place. Rami Karatunas in 7th place. Martins Lapins in 8th. Emilis Juzaitis in P9. Jonas Pundis did hold out for the P10, the last of the spots in the top 10. Elliot Travis P11. Kater Spike in P12. Ralph Rakaitis in 13th. Vadunas Pictus in 14th place. Tara Simnikas, unfortunate, deserved more than P15, I think, here today, but in the end, P15 is the result for the 101. Gabrielius Derenchis in 16th place ahead of the last of the finishers. All 17 drivers who started that race finished it, the last of them being Vanius Zalnerovicius, and the whole field covered by 34 seconds, which for a first race of the season, drivers maybe getting a bit of the race rust off at this level is not bad indeed. A very high quality race there, a race of international quality to kick things off for Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania in the mini category for 2025. But it's Patrikas Wojciech who is your winner here today, and a few of the drivers just having initial debriefs with parents and mechanics after that one. There is the 111 of Derentius. Difficult day, P16, but a lot can be learned. And the drivers helps as well by the fact that round 2 of this championship is back at this same circuit in the not too distant future. So yeah, there's plenty of data to look over and look to come back next time even stronger. Drivers heading onto the weighbridge. Up onto the kart stand goes one of the front-running karts. Now onto the weighbridge goes the 169 of Klaus, 119 of Kriatunas, P7. Been a good day for Kriatunas. And as ever, if you've missed any of the heats so far today, you will be able to watch them back in due course on this same broadcast. You make sure that you give it a like and a subscribe as well to the RMC Lithuania channel for more content, more videos, and more live broadcasts in the weeks and months to come. 2 more races to go here today. The senior final will be up next, and then, of course, the DD2 and DD2 Masters final. Plenty
to look forward to here to round out this Sunday, this first RMC Lithuania Sunday of the year at Aukštadvaris. And the two races yet to go as well will be two longer ones as well. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the seniors, and then 14 minutes plus 1 lap for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters. So the senior race coming up in less than 2 minutes' time. The DD2 and DD2 Masters coming up at 4:52 local time here. A quick sight over the circuit, and is that, I was about to say, is that the wind dying down ever so slightly, and then woof, it came back again I say it is whistling around a bit and changing direction, which as we go on for these last two races, this is where it can sometimes be a bit of a problem. The older drivers, bit taller, bit bigger, more body mass for the wind to catch and push them wide, particularly as they go over the brow of the circuit there. You can see with the direction of the flags that it's almost blowing across the circuit from T1, T2, all the way up to turn 9. And we talked earlier about how turn 9 is a tricky corner from a kart dynamics point of view. It's a corner that in normal conditions, just with the angle of attack of the corner, the kart doesn't really want to go around there. It doesn't want to go left, 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 and a little bit more left. And then you've got that wind blowing across the circuit as well, making things very, very tricky for the drivers today. There in the pre-grid are the seniors, 11 of them, 1 minute board in the air to the drivers. And the question is, can anyone stop the run of Dovydas Gudelevicius? This driver has been very strong here today. He has recent history around this circuit as well. Won here on the 3rd of August, round the first of the two summer rounds here at Aukštadvaris for the 2024 championship. So he is going to be the heavy favourite for this one. Let's take you through the grid for the senior and senior hobby final. On pole in car 331, it is, of course, Dovydas Gudelevicius. Alongside on the front row, Timothy Vladimirov, last year's junior champion, stepping up full-time now to seniors in this weekend's agenda. That's your first row of the grid. Elise Stolchamane, she's brilliant in the second heat. A cracking move to take 3rd on the grid for this one. 5th in the junior championship last year. Keep an eye on Elise Stolchamane in that Sodi kart. She's looked very, very quick so far today. Alongside on that second row of the grid is last year's champion, Linas Volonjvicius, in the 304. Has work to do there from the outside of row number 2. And we've seen quite a few races today. Being on the outside of these grids isn't necessarily where you want to be for that first run into T1 and T2. Row number 3 looks like this. Marius Karciauskas and Jonas Liutkauskas. Row 4 are Mandas Sakalis and Marta Spike. Row 5, Domas Tomasonis and Karius Pretkus. And then the last of the 11 runners in this one, Vidautas Dagelis. We should note as well, one runner in the senior hobby category is, of course, Domas Tomasonis. So to take top plaudits in that one, he just needs to get round, do some laps, and not get disqualified. Things of that nature. The drivers on their formation lap now. Start of this race is going to be very, very important indeed. I'm going to be interested to see whether we see a quick start again from Elise Stolchamane there, 3rd on the grid. Marshall just reminding the drivers to keep it nice and steady. They're in formation. They're into the tram lines. When the green flag drops, we will be racing, and we are racing for the senior final here for RMC Lithuania round 1 of 2025. It's a good start for some out there, not for others, as that is the 369 of Armandas Sakalis, who's gone round at turn 2. Will get back into the race, but falls all the way down to P11. Meanwhile, back at the front, Gudelevicius leads this race.
Stolchamani in the Sodi kart is up to P2. Vladimirov down to P4, actually. So Vladimirov lost out to both Stolchamani and Volonjvicius in the early stages of this first lap. But here we go, down through the S's for the first time. Can anyone get on terms with Dovidas Gudelevicius? Kind of similar a situation to what we talked about with the juniors. If someone can get ahead of that 3:31, there's more than a chance that we could see a bit of a surprise result here today. But Dovidas Gudelevicius' race management has been so good here today, getting ahead and disrupting the flow of the 3:31. It's really the only way I see this being won here today. I don't see it necessarily being a case of a driver chasing down, hounding down Gudelevicius if he's got a lead of half a second or more, because simply the pace that Gudelevicius has in the back pocket today seems too much for the rest of the field. And the worry for the rest of the field is that that gap is already up to around half a second, potentially more. End of lap number 2, 51.5 for Gudelevicius, 51.6 for the two immediately behind and Volonjvicius. Does Volonjvicius go for a move in the early stages of this? Or does he give Elise Stolchamani another lap to see if she's got the pace to start to close down the race leader? We're going to find out in the next lap and a half or so. Through the sweepers of turns 7 and 8. Brilliant corners, particularly now that the circuit is rubbered in. Keep an eye on Marius Kachauskas, 5th place at the moment in the 373, the second of those red and white machines on the Birrell ART. Out of the final corner, Stolchamani tucking into that aerodynamic position. Here comes the move from Volonjvicius, and I thought that was going to be the case. So the reigning champion has given Elise Stolchamani one lap to see if she's got the pace to close in to Gudelevicius. The answer was no. There's an almighty ding-dong going on for 3rd place. Vladimirov went down the inside of Stolchamani into the first of the tight hairpins, and then Stolchamani returned the favour on the second one. That's all about Stolchamani holding 3rd place on the road and going, no, I have got the speed to be here in P3, and no, just lost a place to Volonjvicius for P2. But don't start shuffling me further back. It's off the road. Here's Vladimirov. That was a moment with Kachauskas coming down the hill. So Kachauskas back up to P4, but then loses that as Vladimirov goes across the grass. 8.5 minutes of this race to go then. Has the key moment in this final already occurred? Because whilst Volonjvicius is up to P2, and I think it was the right choice for Volonjvicius to go through, because that gap to Gudelevicius was growing. With overtaking, it's grown even more. It's now up to a second. It's going to be this lap that really tells us, has Volonjvicius got the kind of pace? And right now, I'm going to be honest, I don't think Volonjvicius does to close down that gap. This is where Gudelevicius has been so strong across the course of the day so far. There is a quick sight of the 366 of Marta Spike, who had really good race pace in race number 2. Had some ill fortunes, fell a little bit further down the order, but we've seen a lot of overtaking from Marta so far today. It's got the single senior hobby runner in front of them, Thomas Timosonis. 7 minutes of this race to go. Down the hill once again. Bad news for those wanting a close battle at the front. As I say, it was the right call for Volonjvicius to go through for me tactically past Stolchamani, because Stolchamani was not closing in on the race leader. But again, we're in that phase where Gudelevicius is just able to put a 10th here, a 10th there on the rest of the field. The lead is now up to nearly 1.4 seconds. This is a good fight on your screens. This is for P10. Vytautas
Dagilis is just ahead of Armandas Sakalis. So remember that Sakalis had the problem on lap 1, was ending up facing the wrong direction out of turn number 2. So Sakalis trying to find a way back up through the order. But Dagilis perfectly within their own rights to hold on to P10. Oh, it's just run a little bit wide there through turn number 6. That's going to allow Sakalis down the inside to retake the position. Meanwhile, this is a little bit further up the order. This was the Tumasonis and Spike battle that has now caught up Jonas Liutkauskas. So it's now 3 karts fighting, 3 drivers fighting over 6th place. A great response from Tumasonis. Tumasonis will have slightly fresher materials. Tumasonis had a retirement earlier on in the day and is putting it to good use, it would seem now. But Jonas Liutkauskas, I think he's got the hurry up. 52.496 last time around. It's not the best lap that we've seen so far in this final from Liutkauskas. So is there going to be a change of positions here? 2.8 seconds up the road is the start of the fight for 5th place. Just to note as well, Kartiauskas has got back through past Vladimirov. I just wonder if the Vladimirov challenge is starting to fade a bit. The pace doesn't seem to really be there. The pace is definitely there for Kartiauskas. Kartiauskas down the inside of Stolchamane, and that is good at the moment for P3 for a spot on the podium for Marius Kartiauskas. And nothing really that at least Stolchamane could have done about that one through turn 1. Must have got a really, really strong punch out of turn 14, did Marius Kartiauskas. But at least Stolchamane is not going to take that one without a fight. He's going to try and fight back here. He's got to be patient through this part of the circuit as they run downhill through this sequence of corners into turn 14. Gudelevicius has surely got this race in full control now, nearly 2 seconds in the lead. Volonjvicius looking to follow home. Would be a repeat of the 1-2 that we saw here on the 3rd of August, or the previous visit to this circuit, or previous part of a double-header, similar double-header at the start of the season for 2025, of course. Volonjvicius in the last 2 finals at the circuit has been P2. It's looking to make it 3 in a row at least, unless Volonjvicius can find some pace later on in this race. No way through for Stolchamane at the moment. She's been following Kartiauskas for the last 2 laps. 51.3s for both of these two. 51.2. I tell you what, the pace for Gudelevicius. 50.8. It's just a cut above the rest of this senior field here today. Change for 7th place that we should note. Marta Spike in the second of those Sodis has got through past Tumasonis. Tumasonis down into 8th place. Sakalis, we did see getting through past Dagilis, and has also carried on up the road. I think there's been a problem out there for Kaius Petkus, because Petkus is now not circulating, or not registering as circulating anymore. So now Sakalis up to 9th, Dagilis up to 10th, Petkus out of the race, no longer running, is there in P11. 2.5 minutes of this race to go then. And of course the +1 lap. Davidas Gudelevicius looking like that the path is present to take a clean sweep here today in terms of the heats and this final. Here is a good fight. Down the inside. Marta Spike. This is for 6th place. A good speed around the outside for Jonas Liutkauskas. That's going to be a bit tight through 7 and 8. Whoa, that's brave stuff from Jonas Liutkauskas, who was still alongside on the run out of turn number 6, had good power out to the 4th of those hairpins, and then swept around the outside. Marta Spike had to give that one up. on that occasion. It's not going to be done, of course, for this battle. Over the line again to start this lap number 13. That was some brave stuff from both Jonas Lietkauskas and Marta Spike through turn number 4 once again. Marta Spike into turn number 5. Will she go for another move into turn number 6? Is definitely shaping up for it. No, thinks better of it. Just pulls out of that one. Lietkauskas now trying to use that same speed that we saw one lap ago. This is a good fight. Really, really good fight for 6th place. And Tuasonis there. 8th overall. Pretty comfortable ahead of, well, I say that. I was about to say they were comfortable over Armandas Saklis, but Armandas Saklis is currently in the 51.8s. These drivers are all in the 52 zeros to 52 twos. And Saklis is only 3 seconds behind. So if they fight too hard, they could lose out positions here. That's a much better move from Marta Spike earlier in the lap. Gets down the inside into turn number 4. Gets the move done for 6th place. And I don't think there's going to be anything that Jonas Lietkauskas can do from that position. No, it's not going to be alongside coming out of turn 6 this time around. Through goes Marta Spike into the top 6. Time is up. Leader, though, is already over the line onto lap 15. So I think this one is going to go to 16 here. Is there going to be an opportunity for Damas Tomasonis to get through for what would be P7? What's the gap back to Saklis? I think they're going to be okay. Saklis has been closing in at half a second a lap, but is simply going to run out of laps here. You would think the gap is 2.5 seconds between 8th and 9th places on the road. Leaders coming down the hill now through the last few corners on what will be the penultimate lap of the race. Damas Tomasonis continues to try and find where the pace advantage is for the 377 over the 303. Might have a chance, you know, down into the next run through the hairpins. What will be the final run through the hairpins, of course. We are on 1 lap to go. There is the last lap board. Is there going to be a move for 7th place late on for Damas Tomasonis? Into turn 3, a bit wide there for Lietkauskas, but we've got to concentrate on this driver here, and Dovydas Gudalevicius, who has been in dominant form throughout the course of today in a racing capacity, took both heat victories and is going to take this final as well, is going to win here at Aukštadvaris. It is Dovydas Gudalevicius who takes round 1 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania for 2025 in a superb effort, 3.7 seconds clear of reigning champion Linas Volensvicius, who did make the key move for P2 at the right time, broke away from the rest of the field, and in the end takes P2 by 4.5 seconds over Marius Kachauskas, who wraps out the podium. Good result for Elise Steltramane there in 4th. Timothy Vladimirov might be a bit disappointed with the final result. Didn't have the pace there along the course of those 16 laps, but does at least take a top 5. 6th place, really entertaining battle across the course of that race. In the end was won by Marta Spike. 7th for Jonas Lietkauskas. 8th for Damas Tomasonis, who gets to the end of the race. Good effort there by our single senior hobby runner today. Armandas Saklis race really spoilt for Armandas right at the very start of things, spinning round, and in the end finishing 24 seconds off the race leader, but in P9, completing the 10 finishers, was the 361 of Vytautas Daglis. So that sees the end of things for the seniors. Very much look forward to seeing them racing again in latter rounds, of course, of this season. Round 2 is not that far away. The 11th of May, back here at Aukštadvaris for round number 2. We have got one more race to go here this afternoon. And it's one of the big ones, one of the ones we always look forward to on a Rotax Max Challenge weekend. It is, of course, DD2 and DD2 Masters. And yes, again, an early favourite, a heavy favourite for this one. Can there be the perfect run through the opener for the title defence for Edgar's Vilcans? We'll see in due course. Just a little bit of work being done on the circuit to make sure that everything is safe and ready to go. There's a quick sight over the top end of the circuit here at Aukštadvaris. That run from turn 3. See that wider double apex curve, continuing right-hander immediately into those hairpins of 4 and 5, and then a slightly wider hairpin through 6. That's where we've seen the majority of the overtaking here today, particularly in the latter stages of these races. 7 and 8. Very fast corners, particularly in DD2s, but you've got to get it stopped very, very quickly. That tricky turn 9, it's a devil for some drivers. You can see how much rubber's been laid down on the latter part of turn 8 that goes all the way through and immediately runs into T9. You've got to get on the brakes, get the kart stopped as quickly as possible. Through turn 10, 11's another tricky one, running down through 12. Little kink there through 13 and 14. Really is a circuit, well, I'd say of two halves, but then you've got your fast section through the pit straight, T1 and T2. That's where if you've got your power settings right, you can set yourself up for a good run through, again, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's where we've seen a lot of the overtaking across the course of the day. So waiting on a few minutes before we have the start time due for DD2 Masters. Local time here, 4:49, or just coming up to 4:50. The last race of the day due to go off at 4:52. If you've just joined us, don't worry. You can again watch any and all of the racing here today at Aukštadvaris back at your leisure. And do make sure that you've subscribed to the RMC Lithuania channel. If you've enjoyed the commentary as well, I've been Andrew Mather. Find me on Instagram at Andrew Mather Commentary, and the wider group of commentators based here in the UK at _MM across your social medias. A big thanks as well to the team here today for their efforts, to Christa's, to Edgar's, to Marty, to everyone involved in bringing the broadcast to you here this afternoon. Do hope that you have enjoyed it. And we've got one more race to get our teeth into. You can just spot down there in the dummy grid the 10 drivers ready to go for the DD2 and DD2 Masters final. 7 of them in of the age brackets across the standard DD2 field. One of them being a hobby runner as well, and then our 3 Masters as well. Age categories for these two: anyone in the year of their 15th birthday and upwards is eligible for DD2. And for those slightly older of us, it's year of 32nd birthday for being eligible for the Masters category. And this part of the world have got a good record in DD2 as well. Most recently in DD2 Master last year at the Grand Finals. Not here this weekend is Martinas Tankevicius, but we did see the flag of Lithuania on the podium at the Grand Finals in 2024. Will we see another one of these runners up at the sharp end in 2025? All of us in the karting world very much looking forward. It's going to be, it always is, a great event, the Rotax Grand Finals. But this year, off to Bahrain in November, if I'm correct in saying. Long time away, long way away in the course of this international karting season. But back here at the national level, here in Lithuania, we have seen the green flag. DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers are out on circuit. Let's run you through the grid for this final race of the day.
And it's Edgars Vilkans on pole position, looking again for another clean sweep. We've seen it be achieved so far today. Can Edgars Vilkans complete the first part of this title defence in perfect fashion? Trying to stop him, alongside on the front row of the grid, is Devin Sagadi in the 444. Maxim Shachurko has looked pretty quick so far today and will be on the inside of row number 2 for this one, joined by Tonis Johannes Tumigas, who seems to have resolved the early race pace issues that we saw in heat number 1. It was a good run through heat number 2 for TJT. Noyes Geolitis is 5th on the grid for this one, and joined by the first of those DD2 Master runners, Mikolas Masinas. We've already seen a Masinas win here today, of course, in the junior category. Can we see one here in DD2 Master? Pritse, the second of the Masters, is 7th on the grid, is joined by Aras Jankevicius. That's your single non-master hobby runner in P8. Martinas Balchunas had problems in the second heat of puncture, I remember correctly, or a flat tyre, which means that the 423 is a little bit further down the order. And then the third of the Masters, the second of the hobby runners, Audrius Kragas, is there, completing the field of 10 drivers for this, the DD2 and DD2 Masters final, first round of the year for Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, here at Aukštadvaris, the first of these 2 rounds in the spring for drivers here in this part of the world. So here we go then, 14 minutes plus 1 lap. Drivers are into the tram lines. Does the driver fall? Yes, it goes down as the green flag, and we are away and racing for the DD2 and DD2 Masters final. It's a clean start. It's a good start for Vilkans. It's a good start as well for Shishchirko, battling for P2 with Sagadi there and able to get ahead. Sagadi defensive in through turn number 5, as there was an attempt there and a successful second attempt by Tonis Johannes Tumigas. So Tumigas is up into P3. This could be the opportunity for both Vilkans and Shachurko to break away at the very front of the field. Shachurko, who has a good record here at Aukštadvaris, was second the last time we came here on the 24th of August last year. The winner, you can guess who, Vilkans immediately ahead. But the round 3 weeks before, it was the other way round. So again, shows that it can be done. Edgars Vilkans is human, can be defeated. Maxim Shachurko is in the best possible position to do so now. There's only a quarter of a second behind at the end of that first lap. Other changes, as mentioned, Tonis Johannes Tumigas is through into third place past Devin Sagadi. Noyes Gerolitis has held 5th place. There's been a change in DD2 Master as well. Pritse has got through past Mikolas Masinas. They're still there, line astern, 6th and 7th places, but that is a change from where they started. Pritse through and into the lead of the subclass for those 32 years of age or older. End of lap number 2. And it's still at the front of the order, Edgars Vilkans, but immediately we're starting to see form that will send a shiver down the spines of every other driver in this race, hoping upon hope of somehow beating this man here today, because Maxim Shachurko is still there, but has gone back to 0.5 of a second, so has lost pace now with Edgars Vilkans. This is the battle for third. Tumigas and Sagadi. Oh, Sagadi getting all crossed up there, and I wonder, was that the wind? Was that the wind just unsettling Sagadi there, coming down across the hill where the cart likes to go a little bit light? Sagadi did very well to hold on to that and not lose position to Gerolitis behind in the 445. Tonis Johannes Tumigas can just start to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief now. It's got a bit of a gap holding there in third, but again, that just shows how tricky things can be here in this category. It is the top category, the fastest category of Rotax racing. And in these conditions as well, where tyres can still be a bit peaky. Yes, it looks sunny. Yes, it looks lovely, but the track temperature is still going to be pretty low.
The air temperature is very low. It'll be the only parts of the karts that are liking this are the engines, because it's nice cool air running through the radiators and the cooling parts of the powertrain systems. Everything else is going to be right on the edge. Over the line. New lap from Vilkans, and it's the fastest one of the race so far, and that is a big one. 50.855 for Edgars Vilkans, and it just moves the lead gap now back out to 0.7 of a second. Last time around, Shevchenko had chipped away a little bit at Vilkans' lead, but this is what Edgars Vilkans has been able to do pretty much across the course of the whole day. Whenever anyone shows a bit of performance better than his in the 469, Edgars Vilkans just comes back with a reply to go, well, that's what I can do. And he's got this race under control. He's not in true dominant form right now, but he is very much in control of it. And I just wonder whether we will start to see Vilkans start to break away now. It's up to 0.8 of a second. Meanwhile, Zagadi is coming back at Tumigas here. It's been a good recovery from Devin Zagadi. Gap down to 0.2 of a second. Very close there through turn number 3. In and through this next sequence of the hairpins. Edgars Vilkans continuing to extend out front. Tonis Johannes Tumigas doing a really good job at the moment of soaking up all of this pressure from Devin Zagadi. You got to feel that with the pace that Zagadi and the brain smarts that Zagadi has had so far today has raced very, very cleverly across the course of the heats, and this being a longer race, there's plenty more time to play around with things here. And you would back Zagadi to find a way through past Tumigas with 8.5 minutes remaining. Vilkans continuing to control things. It's got the lead gap up to 0.9 of a second. The other problem for Shevchenko is he's on his own. He's not really got anyone right there able to help him. He could really do with Tumigas and Zagadi being a little bit closer. Obviously not to be in a battle to overtake. He doesn't want to lose his second place, but ultimately, if he wants to win today, he needs helpers. He needs friends out there on circuit to pull the leader back. Other problem for Shevchenko, though, is Tumigas. I don't think he's in any mood of letting Zagadi through here. This could be a bit of a battle across the course of the remaining 7 3/4 minutes for third place. They're not going to be closing in on Maxim Shevchenko at the moment. Quick update on the DD2 Master. It's still very close between Pritze and Michaelis Martinas. That's the 519 and the 577. Pritze still has the lead in DD2 Master, having taken it right at the very start of this race. I didn't see exactly how it's happened, but it could be something as simple as the run down to the inside of turn 1, turn 2, and that's the how to do it from Devin Zagadi. Well, we saw Devin Zagadi try and pull that move 3 times on Maxim Shevchenko in heat number 2. That time on Tumigas, it worked, and it's good for third place now. Through turn number 6, Tumigas is going to have a go, maybe, into turn 7. No, I didn't think he would stay with that one. That would have been very brave indeed to try and run through the flat corner of turn 7 and into turn 8 side by side in a DD2. And thinks better of it. Still plenty of time in this one to go. Still plenty of potential opportunities to get back through into third place. Now, let's see, with Devin Zagadi unleashed, is there enough pace in the 444 to close in on Maxim Shevchenko? Because through all of that phase, that defensive work from Tonis Johannes Tumigas, a 3-second gap has emerged between second and third places. I think the odds of that 3-second gap being reduced to nothing and being overturned. I'll be honest, very, very long odds on that happening. That's not going to stop Devin Sagadi from trying. Devin Sagadi, he was P7 in the final standings of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania's DD2 standings last year. So has got good form, got good experience at this level, but has been one of the shining stars of this weekend. But no star shining as brightly as Edgar's Vilkan's. Quick update on the lead. 1.337 seconds now, and a bit of a similar story to what we've been saying with some of the other categories here today. It's not over the whole lap absolute chasm between the race leader and the rest of the field. It's half a tenth to a tenth per lap, but it's just so regular. I'll use that word again, metronomic, so on point every single lap that there's nothing that Shachurko can do about it. I do want to raise attention, though, to the rear bumper of Tonis Johannes Tumigas. I hope there's not a problem there for the 405, but it just looks like the rear right pod. That's the one that's with the colour tape. Yeah, that's a problem for Tumigas. His rear bumper's coming off. It's dragging on the ground. Now you see the coloured taped up part. That's a feature that was brought in by the CRK FIA regulations last year, and it's to aid for this very circumstance. It's to aid the officials out on circuit to see, is the rear bumper coming off or is it a trick to the eye? There you see it. Great pickup by our camera operators, and you can see the rear bumper moving around. Now, I'm not saying that it is going to get pulled in, but normally when you start to see that kind of motion, and the fact that it's getting worse normally means that that kart isn't going to be allowed to run out on track for much longer. But we'll keep on top of that situation. This is an intriguing battle. This is your DD2 Masters lead battle between Pritzay in the 519 and Miklas Masinas in the 577. Pritzay, winner of the championship last year. Miklas Masinas, P2. Right now, they are in exactly the same order that they finished the championship and that they finished the 2 rounds held here at this circuit last year. So, can Miklas Masinas find a way through? Already seen a good result for Masinas here today. That was in the junior category if you missed it earlier on. And on the balance through the heats, you would have said that Miklas Masinas has had the edge in DD2 Masters so far. That's what can be different in a final. The longer races, different starting positions, just mix things up a little bit. And Pritzay doing a very good job to not give any opportunity at all to Miklas Masinas to really get through. His speed into the corners is good, particularly through those hairpins. Again, that's going to be the best opportunity for Masinas to find a way through. Back with the battle for 4th place, Tumigas and Gerolaitis. And Nois Gerolaitis will be able to see the trailing rear bumper. It may even be a little bit of a distraction. Yes, mechanical flags out. Mechanical flags out for Tonis Johannes Tumigas there. And I think he's just seen the problem. 2 race officials were out on circuit there. One of them was holding the mechanical flag. The other was pointing directly at the 405. Tumigas checked over his shoulder, probably saw that his rear bumper was trailing, and we'll now know that his race is effectively over, because if he sees the mechanical flag too many times, it will most likely lead to a black flag, and that will be the end of his race. The best thing for Tumigas to do right now would be, obviously not for this battle for 4th place, but to pit, try and get that rear bumper reattached and get back out on circuit if he can. Does Tumigas pull off the circuit? No, but there you go. You can see the race officials there quite clearly with the mechanical flag, the black background and the orange disc. There's not really going to be any other kart that it's going to be being waved at this stage of proceedings. And Nois Gerolaitis might be getting a bit frustrated as well. He can quite clearly see the situation for the 405 at Tumigas. Not necessarily the fault of the driver, of course, but it is one of those things in karting, particularly with the fairings and the bearing and the bumper rules. It's a very unlucky circumstance for Tumigas. Here's your race leader, Edgars Vilkans, shifting down the gears, has driven brilliantly throughout the course of the races today. 50.784 is his personal best in this race. Time ticks over to 0. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race, lap 17. Gap is 2.5 seconds. All bumpers nicely attached. DD2 engine singing harmoniously around this circuit. It is all going well in Edgars Vilkens' world on the Sodi kart. Very good chassis, of course, for shifter racing, the Sodi, particularly in recent years. And Edgars Vilkens will start this last lap knowing that once again he can cruise it home. We've seen it through the first 2 heats that he's been able to take it nice and chill on this last lap, put in something like a 52, maybe even a 53 on this occasion, and still be comfortable to bring it home. What a performance it has been from the reigning champion. Tonis Johannes Tumigas has gone in, by the way, to sort out that rear bumper. So Gerolaitis is now up to 4th place. There's been a change in DD2 Masters as well. Mazanas has gone through past Say for the lead in DD2 Masters, but that's of no concern to Edgars Vilkans, who's going to come down through the final couple of corners and take round 1 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania in DD2 for this year. It's a brilliant victory at Aukštadvaris for Edgars Vilkans, who starts his title defence off in the best possible fashion. He wins in the end. He didn't take it slow on the last lap of that one. Still pumped in another 51 point something. 2.8 seconds is the gap today for Edgars Vilkans over Maxim Shcherko. Good drive from Shcherko, P2 for the runner-up in the championship last year. And he did keep Vilkans honest in the early stages of that race. Devin Sagadi fights through to 3rd place and a spot on the podium. Good stuff for Devin Sagadi in the 444. Wasn't on the podium here at either of the 2 visits in 2024, but does have one in 2025. Nois Gerolaitis picks up 4th place at the end there. Solid pace across the course of the day, and takes advantage of the rear bumper coming loose for Tonis Johannes Tumigas to take that position. 5th place, and the win in DD2 Masters does go to Michaelas Masinas. So a great day for the Masinas clan. They have taken 2 victories here today, and it's a close run thing. 1.5 seconds between Michaelas Masinas and Pritsei at the end there. 5th and 6th places overall for them. 7th place, Martinez Baltunas. 8th place for Aris Jankevicius. I think that does mean that Jankevicius, yes, is the top DD2 hobby runner. 1 position on the road ahead of Odius Kragas. Real shame for Tonis Johannes Tumigas. Did not finish that race. Was up in the top 3. But ultimately, that rear bumper coming loose, the mechanical flag coming out, having to come into the pits, ended things for Tumigas. But the positives for Tumigas, some good pace across the course of the day and in that final. On balance, well, on the pace, probably should have been in the top 4 today, but that's part of motorsport sometimes, that these things happen, and it did not go the way of Tumigas here today. Drivers in Parc Ferme then, just going through the motions and rounding out a good weekend. Karts getting weighed, drivers getting weighed with them. And silence falls, or relative silence falls over the circuit here at Aukštadvaris for the culmination of round 1 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania 2025. If you are wanting to get involved with round number 2, which again will be back here at Aukštadvaris later on in the spring, the weekend of the 10th and 11th of May, so just over a month's time. The championship will be back here for round number 2. Very much hope that you can be with us. Once again, big thanks to Marty, to Edgars, to Christus, to the whole team out on circuit, bringing the event with you today. My name's been Andrew Mather. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary. You can follow us on Instagram and Facebook and all the things of that like. Thank you very much for joining us here today for round 1 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. If you've enjoyed the show, do click subscribe, give it a like as well. We'll be back in the not too distant future for more racing here in RMC Lithuania. Bye-bye.